Show Me Best Friends. A Cowboy Crossing Romance. Written by Alexa Verde. Text copyright 2020 by Alexa Verde. Production copyright 2022 by Alexa Verde. Chapter 1. What do you think you're doing? Maverick Clark didn't mean to growl, but it sure sounded that way. He shielded his eyes from the bright light coming from the window. Good morning to you, too. Vera Tsareva sounded chirpy as she whirled around after opening the curtains. Arg. It would be childish to pull the blanket over his face or to throw a pillow at her. Besides, she'd probably throw it right back. He folded his arms across his chest. I don't remember inviting you to my room. Why couldn't people understand he wanted to be left alone? Was it too much to ask? His large family seemed to have finally eased up on trying to bring him back to life after insisting he return to the family mansion in his hometown. And now this. His childhood friend /PA/babysitter didn't take no for an answer. Yes, he'd hired her to take care of the baby who'd landed in his lap and to investigate the accident that had left him injured and bitter. But she could take care of that in the afternoon, couldn't she? Don't you want to see the baby? She pulled up a chair to his bed. In a yellow dress and with her blonde hair flowing over her shoulders, she looked like a spot of sunshine herself. He wanted to squeeze his eyes shut, put the curtain between himself and the sunshine. Berra even smelled like something cheerful and sweet, with a touch of spunk, with notes of wild berries and melted caramel. The same perfume she'd used as a teen. As his heart squeezed at the happy memories, he placed a thick curtain between himself and the memories, too. I've seen Izzy yesterday and every day before. He grimaced. The baby cried as soon as I appeared in the room. I think it's best if I don't visit her. He'd thought she was the one lifeline he'd gotten after his accident. So much for that. At least, his family seemed to be besotted with Izzy, no matter that they weren't blood-related. After his buddy, Rants, had left Maverick his daughter to take care of, they'd welcomed her like an addition to the family. It almost reached a soft spot in Maverick's heart, shattered when he'd had to walk away from his successful car racing career. Almost. Well, if you scowled at the poor child like that, I wonder why she cried. Berra leaned toward him, giving him another whiff of her intoxicating perfume. He stared at her. What part about me wanting to be left alone don't you understand? That was ugly of him. He winced. He hadn't always been ugly. They used to be friends, and it wasn't her fault he'd become a grouch. But after all the nightmares last night, his mood had dropped, and his mood wasn't high on a regular day. She flipped her gorgeous blonde hair over her shoulder as if unaffected by his attitude. Listen. You hired me to investigate things. I can take care of the baby without your help. Especially considering your family adores her and loves to step in. But I have news about the investigation, and we need to discuss it. Curiosity piqued, he cocked his head to one side. Which investigation was she pushing to discuss? He didn't have much info to help her find the baby's mother. They'd reported about the child to the authorities, but so far, there was no news yet. And talking about the accident brought back the scent of burning flesh, the rupture of pain, the grinding of metal. He'd already spent the night reliving it. He suppressed a shudder. While she'd been away on a trip to Springfield, he'd nearly persuaded himself those failing brakes were part of his imagination. He needed his soul wounds to heal, not someone poking into them. Besides, he hated her to see him like this. Broken. Vulnerable. Weak. For a person used to crowds of adoring fans, to being healthy and capable, to being a leader, this wreck he'd become, was unacceptable. Even more unacceptable than crashing. Despite a tight band around his lungs, he feigned nonchalance and appealed to her motherly instincts. Don't you need to take care of the baby? A shake sent those lovely waves flying, giving him another whiff of that sweet scent. Too lovely. Too sweet. Too many memories. Nope. I already fed and changed her. Now your mother is taking care of her. So it's a good time. He looked into her eyes, blue like the Missouri sky on a summer day. Not that he cared to notice such things. Well, not any longer. When he had, at 15, his teenage hormones had affected him too much. "You're not going to leave the room without me getting up, are you?" Another head shake. "I need to dress." "So you do need to leave for some time." That was a valid request, wasn't it? Her cheeks pinked. Oh. Okay. Then she wagged a finger. "I'm giving you half an hour. If I don't see you downstairs in the dining room, I'll return. I'll bring the rest of the family with me, too." She marched to the door. "You know I'm going to lock up then." He should have already. "You know I'm going to climb through the window then." She glanced back and had the audacity to wink before closing the door. A chuckle escaped him against his will. She hadn't changed. Not that he'd want her to. As a child, he used to climb out of his window, thankful for a large oak growing next to it. She'd learned climbing techniques fast, too, so they'd disappear into the fields and meadows together, sometimes, a lot of times, getting into mischief. Those were good times. Reluctantly, he dragged himself to the bathroom. There, he flinched at his reflection. His brown eyes were hooded, and his stubble unkempt. At least it covered the scars on the lower right side of his face. What a difference from his appearance before his accident. As a winner of many races, he'd always had to look good in case of paparazzi shots. Those days were behind him. Breathing became difficult as if he could still smell burning rubber, or was it his own skin? How could a professional car racer have an accident off the track, going just a bit over the speed limit, for crying out loud? He took a shaky breath and started brushing his teeth, the toothpaste's flavor refreshing. If he knew Vera, and he did know her, she'd be climbing through that window sometime soon. What a stubborn girl. Woman. She was all grown up now, in her late 30s? Curvaceous and attractive. Her blonde hair was longer now, and a trace of sadness shaded her blue eyes. But the smirk of her full pink lips hadn't changed. The lips he'd tasted only once and had nearly lost his head. His pulse spiked at the recollection of the incredible feeling of her lips against his. He'd recovered enough to walk away, or rather run away at 18, and they'd never talked about it again. He brushed his teeth more vigorously as his treacherous heart skipped a few beats. After a quick shower, he dressed and limped downstairs, each step making his teeth gnash. He'd done months of physical therapy and exercised every day now, pushing himself to the limit in their first-floor gym. His family was fine with him using one of the rooms in the large mansion as a gym and equipping it well. Still, navigating stairs was difficult. But no way was he going to move to one of the downstairs bedrooms, as everybody suggested, or put in one of those ridiculous single-person elevators. Doing that would show even more weakness. He hadn't become as successful as he was by being weak. Used to be successful. Used to be. His gut tightened. All his trophies were just living room decorations now. Something smelled good. He entered the dining room where not much had changed since his childhood. Equestrian paintings and Missouri landscapes decorated latte-colored walls. The same large rosewood antique table that had housed so many family dinners with hand-carved chairs stood in the middle of the room. Polished hardwood floors remained in excellent condition, and the floor-to-ceiling window revealed the same breathtaking rolling emerald hills. Maybe one significant change. Wedding photos of his siblings lined one of the walls, as well as multiple photos with their children. The smiles and happiness in those photos underscored his loneliness. The grandfather clock chimed 10:30. A bit early for lunch, but still good timing because now everyone, except for his mother, was probably at work or out and about. By noon, some people might stop by. He wasn't in the mood for family meals. Vera gestured to the opposite chair. A plate with chicken wings, potato salad, and asparagus awaited him. He lowered himself into a chair. "I can get my own food. Besides, I'm not hungry." His stomach grumbled, contradicting his words. She rolled her eyes. Really? Friends don't let friends starve. At least, that's what you told me when I tried to go on a diet when I became too plump. She reached for one of the biscuits. If you don't eat, I'm going to feed you. She scooted her chair closer and raised the biscuit toward his mouth as if she were going to make good on her promise. I'm not a kid. Shaming heat scorched him. He was behaving like a spoiled child, wasn't he? Then a different kind of wave sluiced through him at her hands so close to his face. Snap out of it. There could be no possibility of attraction between them again. He couldn't allow it. Not when he was a shadow of his former self. Still, he wondered what her story was, what she'd gone through in all the years they'd been apart. Why don't you get a plate for yourself? She leaped to her feet. Don't mind if I do. She disappeared into the kitchen, then came back with a plate stacked high. She was always full of energy. Too bad that she couldn't bottle some of it and pass it on to him. He didn't have a drop of fuel in his tank. Reluctantly, he took a bite. Even if he didn't have an appetite, she had a point. Wait. Aren't you going to say grace? Her hand flew to him as if to stop him. They both stared at her fingers on his forearm. She'd done that more than a few times when they'd been children, and then it felt natural. Now, warmth traveled from her fingers, reaching clear through him, and his heart that had been quiet for a long time picked up speed. Her cheeks pinking again, she withdrew her hand. Strangely, he missed her touch as if it were the connection to everything good in her. Or to whatever good was left in him. Well, after my accident, my relationship with God became complicated, he said at last. He couldn't understand how God could give him so much and then, when Maverick was at the pinnacle of his career, break him into pieces. Literally. Sadness pooled in the bottomless depths of her eyes. I'm sorry. Do you mind if I do? He shrugged. Go ahead. She said grace and included him in her prayers. She prayed for his healing. Something shifted inside him. Did God even listen? His rib cage constricted. Okay, which investigation do you want to talk about? She nibbled a chicken wing. Izzy's mother. That should be easier. Researching the baby carrier and clothes, the baby was dropped off and didn't give any results so far, but I'll keep trying. The same goes for the typed note left with her. No fingerprints anywhere. Standard paper and ink. The text says the baby's name is Izzy and it's Rants's, plus that she was born prematurely. I started doing some research. Looked up articles about Rants on the internet, social media, and tabloids. She gestured while she talked and ate. But then, her arms were always flying during any conversation. He'd once called her his canary, what with her blonde hair and favorite color, yellow, and how she sang after joining the choir. The memory softened one of the sharp angles inside him. Yet a million of the sharp angles remained. After a sip of iced tea, she continued, yeah, I know the tabloids aren't such a reliable source. But I had to start somewhere. She ate with gusto. But then, she'd done everything with gusto. She'd always been filled with life, her vibrancy bubbling over the top. A longing surprised him. Was he attracted to her? He'd been once, but he'd known he'd wanted to leave this small town, known they were going in different directions. She had her own dreams. So he'd remained only friends with Vera. Even that kiss. He hadn't initiated it. During the years away, he'd dated whenever his career had allowed him, which wasn't much. But he'd never been able to find the one. The one what? Just the one. Pain reverberated through him. Spending too much time with Vera wasn't a good idea. She reminded him about everything he'd lost, everything he could never have now. Way too much. And the baby. If Vera found Izzy's mother, he'd lose the baby, too. His family already adored Izzy, and despite their rough beginning, she touched something inside him, too. His eyes narrowed. I changed my mind. It's best to leave things as they are. Most likely, Izzy's mother doesn't want to be found. Of course, I'll pay you for the research you've done already. For a moment, Berra stopped eating. Then she waved the chicken wing she was holding. But what if the baby was stolen? And it's not fair to Izzy. Their gazes met, hers unyielding. He should have expected it. You're not going to give up, are you? She resumed eating. This is good. How about you give me a week? If we can't find her in a week, I'll leave you alone. She stuck out her clean hand, chicken wing in her right. If we find her faster, I'll leave you alone. Oh yes. The peace and quiet he wanted. Then why did his heart ache? Really? He took her hand to shake, and something unfamiliar surged through him. There was that connection again. She nodded. Really? Okay then. He let her hand go because he didn't want that connection. Couldn't want it. A woman like Vera deserved a great man by her side, not a broken one. Chapter 2. You do realize you just signed up for spending every day this week with me, for all the time I'm not watching a baby. What? His jaw slackening, he slumped back against his chair. I did no such thing. Vera beamed at him as she polished off her wings, dropping the bones into a little discard pile. A promise is a promise. An insufferable woman. They might as well start now. He pulled his shoulders back and tasted the wings, with rich barbecue sauce, the family recipe. He was a coward, running away from his issues. And he could use some closure, after all. So tell me the results of your trip to Springfield. She clapped, smearing barbecue sauce onto both hands now. Finally. Some interest. I became worried. After bouncing in her seat, she grabbed a napkin and cleaned her hands. Here it goes. I didn't get much from the police, so I went to the place where you rented your car. I talked to the people on duty that day. Of course, I didn't expect them to admit to any wrongdoing, but I had a feeling none of them were lying. His heart sank. He didn't expect to get the answer today, but did he really expect closure? Or did he need to blame someone besides himself for his accident? To let out the anger and disappointment like the transmission fluid needing replacement? Well, thank you for trying. He kept his voice void of emotion as he sipped sweet tea to chase away the bitterness. Hold on. That's just the beginning. She reached for another biscuit, then seemed to think better of it. Remember, I asked you whether you stopped anywhere before driving to the ranch and you said you stopped at the flower shop? Yes. I always buy my mother flowers when I go to visit her. He could see where this was going. She took a hurried sip. So I went to that shop and chatted with the owner. Her smile showed the charming dimples that used to drive him crazy. Not a thought he should be having. He drummed his fingers on the table. And? Sadly, they didn't have cameras outside, which I think is a mistake. She drained her tea. His drumming fingers slowed as his heart sank deeper. Well, at least, you tried. He cringed. He sounded like a parrot. He sipped the cold sweet liquid again. Seriously? Would you give up so easily? I walked around the shop. The attorney's office opposite the shop does have cameras. One can see the flower shop's parking. She plucked the biscuit back from her plate and bit into it, then took a minute to chew and swallow before winking. It wasn't easy, but I got access to the camera recordings. He released a breath he didn't realize he was holding. Did you find anything? Not as much as I wanted to. She licked a crumb from her finger, making his heart do a strange movement in his chest. But someone dressed in overalls with their cap drawn low did slide under your car. That person was wearing a beard and dark glasses, not much in the sense of facial recognition. I'm sure the beard was fake. Wow. He touched the stubble on his chin. So I was right. Most likely, the brakes were damaged. Couple that with your affinity for speed. She spread her arms. Here's the result. Now, who knew you usually stopped by that flower shop? He shrugged, digesting this new information. Pretty much everyone in town. I never made a secret of it. Her gaze became pensive. Okay, let's discuss again who'd benefit from your death. I understand some developers were interested in buying part of the ranch for a high-end spa. Your family refused to sell, so there were some suspicious incidents. Levine is behind the corporation intent on building the spa. It's far-fetched, but if something happened to you, it might persuade your family to sell. He rubbed his throbbing temples. If Levine is connected to it, he hired someone to damage my brakes and also has an inside person at the ranch. We had tractors braking at a higher rate than usual before we installed cameras and upped the security. My sister stumbled upon a cut tree and also heard something like a shot from a gun with a silencer. A shiver ran down his spine. Does this mean my family might be in danger? If so, I don't think he'd go after an adult this time. Children are much more vulnerable. He pushed his plate away, losing whatever appetite he had. What should we do? Again, he hated being so weak. Wait a moment. We? Her eyes narrowed. Can I see camera recordings for the last week? Sure. But my brothers or I go through them on a regular basis. So far, we haven't noticed anything unusual. His stomach clenched. Shouldn't he be the one protecting her and the children, not the other way around? No self-pity party, remember? Head tipped to the left in that endearing way of hers, she studied him beneath her lashes. How about hiring a bodyguard for the older children? Just to be on the safe side? Preferably one who could also work as a nanny. A bodyguard? As an image of a buffed-up man running after little children appeared in his mind, Maverick's lips twitched. I think they call it manny these days. I meant a friend of mine, she's female, by the way. Her chin lifted, and her lips pressed together as if holding something in. It wouldn't last. Vera never kept quiet about her thoughts. Women work as bodyguards, too, you know. Right. He'd known she wouldn't stay shushed. He should have known she wouldn't take his perceived slight easily either. He coughed a little. I'm sure they do. Let me run it by the family, and I'll let you know. I like this idea. Even if nothing is going to happen, it'll give us peace of mind that our most vulnerable are going to be all right. Okay. She put away her empty plate and glass and returned. I'm going to check the outside perimeter again, and then we'll revisit this conversation. Strangely, as much as he'd wanted to be left alone earlier, a part of him didn't want to let her go now. Besides, if there was even a slight chance of danger here, he didn't want her to be by herself. I'll go with you. Her gaze moved to his cane, but then jerked to his eyes. Not fast enough to keep from giving him a painful stab, though. Are you sure? Yes. He resisted the urge to grind his teeth. If you don't mind walking slower than you're used to. They put the rest of the food away, and he made sure his hand didn't touch hers as they walked. The trip upstairs wasn't fun, but he needed to change from a t-shirt into a sweater. By the time he returned, he resolved to keep a part of his wardrobe downstairs. He found her still at the table, studying something on her phone. He doubted she was just idly passing her time. Probably investigating, as always. As he watched her, he was taken back decades. As a child, Vera had been sort of a tomboy, just like his younger sister. But by 13, Vera wasn't a tomboy any longer. She'd started wearing bright summer dresses that showcased her forming figure and let her gorgeous hair grow. Her body developed curves, and her lips grew fuller, creating in him, a hormone-charged teen, thoughts he shouldn't be having toward a friend. A rare aura of kindness and spunk about her drew people to her. He'd joked once that she was a brainy cheerleader with a heart. In response, she'd laughed that he'd said it with such surprise, like it was an oxymoron. But it was true. She'd wanted to become a forensic scientist, so she did great in chemistry classes. And, despite being on the plump side, she'd become a cheerleader simply because she was stubborn and goal-oriented. People noticed the change in her appearance and attitude, especially boys. She'd started dating. Maverick was about to ask her on a date when he caught Rants looking at her and saw the same yearning in his best buddy's eyes that he felt himself. So he and Rants had an honest conversation and decided not to risk their friendships by pursuing a romance with her. The chances of Vera returning their feelings were slim to none, so preserving their friendship seemed more important. As time passed, he'd regretted that decision and nearly told Vera how he felt. But something always stopped him. Maybe the fact that, by 15, she knew she was going to the University of Central Missouri to study forensic science, and by then, he'd been crazy about racing. Watching those Need for Speed Tom Cruise movies, one where the hero had the same nickname as his name and one where he'd been a race car driver, had changed Maverick's destiny. It seemed like a sign. So there was no point in trying to start something with her, only to call it quits in a few years. Rants had seemed to think the same way. Sorry to hold you up. Berra rose, interrupting his slow drive down memory lane. You're not holding me up. Looking at her, remembering her when he could still have a chance with her, tugged at him. It all created a much stronger longing than he'd anticipated. He retrieved a gun from the safe while she picked up her purse where he had no doubt she stowed a weapon. When she reached for her wool marmalade-colored jacket on the hall hook, he stopped her with a universal gesture. I'll help you. He let the cane go to grab the jacket, and the cane rattled onto the floor. He frowned as he picked it up. So much for trying to be strong and gallant. She didn't notice or pretended not to as she shrugged into the outfit he held out for her. Thank you. So nice of you. Her smile reminded him of a ray of sunshine while he resembled a cloud, dressed in charcoal gray jeans and a mouse gray sweater, with stubble on his cheeks and a frown on his face. He had difficulty balancing the cane and opening the door, and his frown deepened until his lips pinched tight. That only highlighted the differences between them. She seemed to inspect her surroundings before she stepped outside. Then she nodded to him. All clear. He breathed fresh air filled with the sense of foliage and hay, so different from the scent of fumes he was used to. As they walked outside, he wondered how she was going to check a perimeter that stretched for miles and miles. She answered that question by walking around the house first and looking closely at the windows. The thing I was working on right now. I followed up on the background investigation of your ranch hands, especially ones who left recently. Do you know Mulan worked for Levine's corporation about 10 years ago? He winced. I'm sure if he had that on his resume, my family would have noticed. She inspected the patio door. He probably didn't. I'm trying to locate him now to talk with him. Now, you might not like what I'm going to say next. As Rants is the next person in line to win the race, I have to put him on the suspect list. He drew a sharp breath of that hay-scented air as they rounded the mansion. He's our friend. He's also Izzy's father. She looked away as if this was unpleasant for her, too. Yes. And your main competitor. With you out of the picture, he can have what he wants. Anger boiled his blood, coursing through his veins to his extremities until his hand fisted on his cane. Okay, Rants isn't always on the straight and narrow. But to cause me an accident? Resting a hand on his arm again as she used to, she breathed out a long breath that ruffled the hair by her cheeks. In my line of work, I learned the people we suspect the least often betray us. Her grip tightened almost fiercely as if she were fighting off anger, and the bitterness in her voice warned she might have personal experience in that. We can't let emotions affect us. What had happened to her to cause that bitterness? Something besides her parents, creating new families and passing her to each other as if she were a grenade ready to explode. Until one day, she had. She waved at the large oak close to the house. As much as I love that tree and, well, it brings good memories. This is a safety issue in several senses. First, someone might climb inside if you forget to close the window. Or the window might be taken out. Second, in case of a tornado. His heart shifted as he studied the bark, trying to find where he'd once carved 3 names. His, Vera's and Rance's. He couldn't find them, and disappointment stung. There could be a chance Rance wished him ill, and there was some distance between him and Vera, even if she was walking so close he could touch her. Was their friendship gone like the words carved on the tree? With an effort, he moved his thoughts to current matters. You said a window can be taken out. Is it easy to do? It can be. She explained how, and he shivered, wondering how she'd obtained that knowledge. Then she gestured to the building on the left. If you don't mind, I want to look at the tractor shed and the cameras. You know, to make sure there are no blind spots. Sure. He had an inexplicable urge to wrap his arm around her shoulder as they walked. Of course, that wouldn't be a good idea. First, he didn't need the unwelcome attraction. Second, she might think he needed to lean on her, and he didn't need that embarrassment. It was bad enough that she was leading the investigation while he was more of a useless listener. Some bright leaves were already scattered on the ground like abandoned dreams. A few more waltzed in the air in the eternal dance he hadn't noticed since he'd been a teen. A burgundy sugar maple leaf landed on her hair, and he wanted to remove it at first. But it suited her so well, he left it there. Now, there could be another motive. Revenge. I looked at social media, and boy, did you leave a string of broken hearts behind? She walked slower than usual, obviously for his benefit, and gratitude mixed with irritation inside him. Care to elaborate on the ones who'd go to the length of cutting brakes after you broke up with them? Was it jealousy in her voice, or was it his wishful thinking? I was married to my career. That didn't leave much time for relationships. Most of the love affairs attributed to me were just gossip. Some of them publicity stunts. Except, he stopped, then resumed his pace. Go on. Except? He opened the door for her. The building wasn't really a shed any longer, and its recent coat of green paint gleamed, just like the brown fence stood proudly with not a post or plank missing. This ranch was in way better shape than their far smaller ranch had been he was growing up. Except, she prompted as she entered with cautious steps. Of course, she wasn't going to drop the matter. Except Embry. She used to work as a mechanic on Rance's team and then moved to mine. I usually don't mix business with pleasure, but something about her. I don't know. Maybe I was tired of being alone. Maybe we just bonded over our passion for cars. We were together for 4 months, then went separate ways. His rib cage squeezed. He'd tried to make it work. He really did. But the spark had been gone fast, and he'd never felt the same happiness with Embry he'd had with Vera. It didn't help that Embry started dropping hints about marriage. Who broke it off? I had to. She wanted more than I could give. She returned to work with Rants, and that was it. I didn't see her afterwards. He didn't want to remember her words, his regret. Or the fact that she was a mechanic, so she knew how to damage a car. As he breathed in the familiar sense of metal and petroleum, he finally felt at ease. As a child, he loved helping repair tractors, learning how they worked. Even then, the large machine fascinated him. Certainly, one couldn't race on a tractor, but it had been the first time he'd felt he was good at something, that his father was proud of him. He'd wanted so much to be just like his dad that he'd been torn when his heart started calling him somewhere else. Disappointment in his father's eyes, obviously, his father had thought Maverick would stay on the ranch they all worked so hard for, had cut deep. Oh, how much he loved his dad then, a kind-hearted, honest man, highly respected by everyone in town. Little did he know that his father. Maverick shook his head as he gave her a quick tour. No need to remember the distant past. No use to regret his angry words. He ran his fingertips over the metal surface like it was an intimate caress. Or rather a handshake with his past. He couldn't explain it, but vehicles were alive to him and needed to be treated with love and respect like his siblings treated horses. When he started the engine, it was like he could feel their pulse. No wonder they had called him Steel Cowboy. Since he'd been thrown off a horse as a boy, he didn't have his family's passion for horses or this land. I remember you used to love this place. Her blue eyes were attentive. The moment I discovered I could bring an old tractor to life, the moment I tried a scooter, my heart soared. Like probably all people, he'd craved admiration and appreciation. And racing had brought it to him, if not from his father, then from millions of fans. He could leave the cheering crowds behind. Maybe. He'd proved himself. But as he looked at Berra, he realized there was still one person whose admiration mattered very much to him. Eyes narrowed, she checked the cameras inside like she'd done in the house when she'd arrived the first day. She'd found several blind spots in the house, places that hadn't been monitored, so more cameras had been installed. Then she did the same with the cameras outside the building that monitored the entrance. You all have done a good job on this. I can't find any security breaches. She gave him a satisfied nod. The growl of a motor made him glance in its direction. A moment later, a skinny person in a purple helmet on a large motorcycle parked near the house and waved frantically at Bara. Her face lit up. I've got to go. We can discuss the rest tomorrow, okay? He did his best to ignore the inexplicable flare of jealousy. Okay. Rants promised to send me a list of the women who could be Izzy's mother. I should have it by tomorrow. Considering he likes to party, his memory might be fuzzy sometimes. Her hand moved toward him as if she wanted to reach out to him, but then she stopped herself. Great. About the list, not the fuzzy memory. Email me when you have it, okay? She gave him her email address. I asked him several times, but so far, he wasn't very forthcoming. I'll see you tomorrow. Please go inside. You've risked enough by being outside already. He watched her disappear, leaving only the fumes behind. Then he limped inside the house, changed, and visited Izzy, who was sleeping enviably. After the lunch with his family, he didn't have a choice in the matter if he wanted to eat. He punished himself in the gym. With his leg like that, he worked on his upper body strength, and he could barely feel his arms when he finished. He probably wouldn't be able to lift them for a while. He grunted every time as he thought about that mysterious someone on the motorcycle, someone obviously close to Vera, based on the tenderness in her eyes. So the more his arms ached, the more he pushed himself. What else could he do? After the accident, he hadn't been behind the steering wheel. Just imagining that burning scent set him hyperventilating. Pain sliced him. From a champion, he'd become a coward. After a shower, he opened his email on his tablet, then pulled up the list. Then he scanned it for familiar names. What? His eyes widened. He couldn't be seeing this. It had to be a mistake. But it wasn't a mistake. He saw the name clearly. Vera was on that list. Chapter 3. Vera gasped as she was having breakfast with Maverick the next day. What? How? No way. Good thing she wasn't eating at the time, or she'd have choked. I was on the list? Do I need to know something about you? Something flashed in his brown eyes. Jealousy? Huh. Why would he be jealous? You've got to be kidding me. Her throat felt parched. I wish. She looked at her empty glass. Hold on. I need to drink some water after this news. I'll be right back. Can I get you anything from the kitchen? A little clarity in the situation would be nice, but I don't think you can find it in our kitchen, he said through his teeth. Really, did the man ever smile anymore? And he used to have such a nice smile. Especially when he smiled at her instead of smiling into the camera. Unexpected warmth pulsed through her as she got up. When he smiled for publicity shots, his smile always carried a little more sadness and a little less sincerity, less energy, zeal, and life. Still, he was so handsome he'd become a media darling fast, and they loved to discuss not only his wins, but also his high-profile celebrity romances. It wasn't that she was jealous. Not at all. She'd had no claim on him. And hadn't all the people she'd loved betrayed her at one time or another? Except for her grandmother, but that was a small consolation. Right. Exactly what Berra should be worrying about when Rance stated she'd had an affair with him. What had that man been drinking? She rushed to the kitchen, poured a glass of cold water, and drained it. Much better. Then she returned to her seat. Don't get me wrong. The baby is adorable. But do I look like a woman who abandons her child? I thought you knew me better than that. He looked away. People change. Well, he certainly had, and not for the better. An observation she'd keep to herself. He was still as handsome as ever, even with that stubble covering most of his face and a scowl snarling up his lips. Lean in the hips, wide in the shoulders, he was exceptionally well built. And judging by the grunts she'd heard from the gym every day, he'd been adding to building up those muscles nicely. Even if he was wearing jeans and a simple t-shirt that stretched over his muscles instead of his racing uniform or those tuxedos he used to wear to charity galas, her heart fluttered. Now, think instead of salivating. That was what she'd been hired to do. Think and search. Not fall in love with her employer, who also happened to be her childhood friend and her teen crush. Oh, add the little detail that he thought she might be the mother of that precious baby she'd been babysitting. She'd return to her hometown to find herself again, maybe reinvent herself even, besides helping her grandmother. She'd needed some simplicity in life, some anchoring after several heartaches and career disasters. Instead, her life just became more complicated. Her grandmother had her mother at 19 while her mother had Vera at 18. At 37, Vera was way behind on that. Vera hadn't worried about it until recent years, when seeing couples with children made her heart squeeze painfully. She knew a few women who'd made a deliberate choice to put their career first, but Vera had nothing to brag in that department either. Where had the years gone? She slapped herself on the forehead. Oh, I know why Rance said it. His gaze was brooding. Can't wait to hear it. Yeah, gotta love your enthusiasm. She couldn't help grinning. He really was obnoxious, but he'd been so much more once. Anyway, that fling Rance claimed. About a year and a half ago, he was visiting town. And by visiting town, I mean visiting the bar. Maverick nodded, finally starting to eat his scrambled eggs, but his gaze remained guarded. That sounds like him. Lord, please help Maverick. Her relationship with the Lord was never complicated, even after. Her gut twisted. No use thinking about that. Well, he called me after he'd gotten wasted. It was either him crawling home or me picking him up. I chose to pick him up, broke up a bar fight. Excuse me? His brows shot up. You did what? She shrugged. He got into a bar fight, and I had to break it up. I'm a former cop, remember? Belatedly, she realized he might not know the details of her life, just as she didn't know the details of his, except for the long-legged gorgeous details showcased in the media. Apparently, despite him stating he was married to his career, he hadn't been always faithful to that spouse. She waved off her own words. Okay, never mind. So the bouncer and I loaded Rance in my car, and I drove him home. Then I dragged him inside. Did his lips kick up just a little? You did? Hey. I've got muscles. But yeah, that was a feat I never want to repeat. Ever. I dropped him in bed. As he tried to get up and go somewhere, I figured I'd stay put by his side. I didn't want him to end up in a ditch. We used to look out for each other, remember? That's all. That's all? Was it distrust in his eyes? How dare he? She lifted her chin. That is all. Are you sure? She glared at him. That didn't even deserve an answer. He coughed a little. He didn't make a move on you? Of course, he did. She sighed out her exasperation and finished her scrambled eggs with ham and mushrooms. Yummy. But then, this house always had yummy food and welcoming people. So unlike the house where she'd grown up. Her mother was a busy doctor with no time for cooking, or parenting for that matter, and her father was a traveling salesman, rarely home. Duh. I said no, and kept saying no. He finally figured no actually does mean no. A muscle moved in his jaw. What if he didn't figure that out? He was drunk, after all. She smiled sweetly at him and blinked like some cliched simpering heroine before drawling in her best Missouri twang. Then, by the mornin', Wild better bet he'd be sportin' a black eye. I believe you. Now his lips definitely moved up a little. It wasn't half a smile yet, maybe a quarter. Still, warmth spread inside her as if she'd accomplished something. She was so tired of seeing sorrow in Maverick's brown eyes that once sparkled with mischief, seeing defeat in his features, in the stance of his body and tone of his voice. She ached to hug him, to tell him things would be better from now on, to run her fingers along that prickly jaw. Whoa! Where did that thought come from? She needed to concentrate on her mission. So she got up and started pacing. She worked better when she moved. That also kept her from looking at him and her heart from doing all that fluttering. This shows me his list might not be great. A lot of women there might, well, not belong there. Still, you should have emailed it to me like I asked. I forgot after I saw your name there. I'll email it to you now. He reached into his pocket for the phone and did just that. So you think it's not much of a help? Call Rants and have it changed to the women with whom he can definitely remember. Heat rose on her neck. Doing things required to have a baby. I know for a party guy like him, it might not be easy to, well, recall. But otherwise, I might cause issues for people once I start asking uncomfortable questions, especially if they are in a relationship or married. He pushed his empty plate away, watching her. Okay. Then what? She pulled her phone out of her dress's side pocket. First, she checked for any texts from her grandmother. Then she looked through the names in the email and zoomed in on the familiar ones. 2 people here are worth starting with. One is a friend of a woman who still lives in our small town. Another one is someone one of my colleagues knows. If both women stay on his list after Rants really thinks about it all and confirms them as possible mothers, I'd like to interview them. He shrugged. Worth trying. Her heart fell at his blank expression. He used to be so energetic when they were growing up, so full of life. Seeing him with such apathy, as if he didn't care any longer what happened to him, made her heart ache. Lord, please guide me on what to do, how to help him. And please heal his heart. They cleaned the table, working in tandem easily like they once had. She carried more cups into the kitchen while he rinsed the dishes. I checked Rants and Embry's alibis for the time of your accident. Rants said he was at the gym with his personal trainer. The interesting part, the trainer said Rants didn't show up that day. Embry took a day off. She had an appointment with a hairdresser. She cancelled, too. He froze. Could they have been together? I'm trying to find out. But not fast enough. Doubt wormed inside her as her hand was so close to as she nearly touched him. Her pulse went rapid in his presence, and her head spun just from looking into the eyes that could always mesmerize her. This case was important to her, on many levels. She couldn't afford to fail like she had while she'd been a cop. The memory knifed her. She'd let her personal feelings affect her then, too, and had paid dearly for that. While they placed the dishes in the dishwasher, he cleared his throat. So, did you have a good time with the guy who picked you up yesterday? Her hand stilled as her mind went blank. What guy? On the motorcycle? Not that it's any business of mine. A laugh escaped her lips. That was my grandmother. His brow shot up as he leaned against the counter. You're kidding me. I wish. Part of the reason I'm here. Grandma bought a motorcycle and nearly flattened a few neighborhood fences. I guess scuba diving wasn't fun enough. She's also talking a lot about her gun collection. I'm trying to make sure she doesn't drive into someone's window or shoot someone. She suppressed a sigh. Emphasis was on trying. Seriously? He fit the last cup in the dishwasher and closed the door. Totally. It's payback time after what she went through in my rebellious years. But I don't mind. She made a quick call to her grandmother to check that all the fences were still standing and all instructors at the range where Grandma practiced shooting today were still alive. Dear, her grandmother's tone chided, I've been doing things perfectly usual for women my age today. Getting my hair colored and visiting a jewelry shop. You colored your hair blue and got 3 extra earrings for your left ear, right? Her grandma laughed. Yes. Now I'm on the way to the range. Based on the fact that she could talk, she was driving a car and not a motorcycle. Oh yes, that souped-up truck. Berra shuddered. I'm sure you look more beautiful than ever. Try not to knock down the instructor standing behind you this time. Or shoot the ceiling. She'd better explain the benefits of knitting and fishing. Maybe, just maybe. Oh dear. How was I supposed to know the rifle has so much recoil? I bought you a small handgun. Use it. Love you, Grandma. Love you, too. After disconnecting, Vera threw her shoulders back as she marched to the door. We never mind doing things for people whom we love. Hold on. She had an idea of how to try to reach him, and the answer had been right in front of her all along. I need to get back to my babysitting duties. Why don't you come visit Izzy with me? Even a person whose heart had hardened as if made of steel would have trouble remaining indifferent to such a precious, precious baby. Wouldn't he? Then Vera prayed for Maverick and her grandmother. Lord, please don't let my grandmother harm anyone on the way to the range. Or at the range. Or on the way back. Amen. Chapter 4. The image of the little girl with a pink bow in her blonde hair touched something deep inside Maverick. Something he thought had stopped existing since the accident. But the feeling didn't last long. The baby, as adorable as she was, wasn't his to keep and to get attached to. And it wasn't about the fact that they weren't blood related. What if Rants came to his senses sooner or later? When Izzy smiled and giggled once Vera entered the room as if recognizing her, his mother passed the child to her. I'll leave you two to enjoy the child. She paused and searched his face as if she wanted to say something else. Then she seemed to decide against it and left the pink room. A myriad of multicolored butterflies spread delicate decal wings across the walls, and more toys than 3 babies could cuddle or slobber on stacked the shelves and huddled in the crib. His family had treated Izzy as if she were one of their own and lavished her with love and gifts. But then, he didn't expect anything less. Vera started cooing over the girl, a beautiful smile lighting up Vera's face. Dimples made their appearance. As he watched the touching scene, his heart shifted, and wistful nostalgia unraveled the walls woven around it. He could easily imagine Vera with their child. Their family. The longing became so strong it slammed him like a punch to the gut. He hurried to the large window hugged by salmon-hued curtains so she wouldn't see his expression. As he stared at the lush emerald-green fields with the distant blue ribbon of a creek, the land his family loved so fiercely, he did his best to school his features to neutral. He, Vera, and Rants used to run in those fields as children, carefree and happy. A different longing stirred him, for the times far gone and opportunities missed. Why hadn't he noticed then how beautiful and kind Vera was, or when he did notice, why hadn't he tried harder for a chance with her? Because he didn't want to lose 2 of his best friends. Because other things had been more important to him. As she played with Izzy, he stole a glance at her golden hair and bright blue eyes and the generous, sincere smile that had always lit up something inside him. Then he faced the window again. Maverick raised his hand to touch his scars. The tremendous success he'd been so proud of, all those sparkling trophies, the stars that had shone on his path once, didn't seem to matter anymore. What could he offer her now? A shell of the man he used to be? She deserved better. Much better. He clenched his jaw. He should have searched her out years ago. He should have. Now it was too late. Would you like to hold her? Vera's melodic voice interrupted his musings. He turned around to see her standing in front of him already and handing him the little girl who eyed him, blue eyes wide. Oh, okay. He'd visited Izzy many times before, yes. But he'd never taken her out of her crib or playpen. She'd seemed so tiny, so fragile, and he still felt shaky on his feet. He shifted back a little. Why? She shrugged. It's about time you learned how to change her diapers. He must have gawked, because she laughed. He'd missed the sound so much and hadn't realized it until now. You look like I just asked you to breastfeed her. Dara rolled her eyes as she snuggled the child. Okay, I'm kidding. Air whooshed out of his lungs. You have a strange sense of humor. You seemed to like it before. Oh yes. But then he liked many things about her, and he still did. It was best not to mention it. Her eyes narrowed as if she recalled the good old times, too. Then she handed him the baby for the second time. Come on. Don't you feel tenderness sweeping you up as you look into those baby blues? He sure did, for more reasons than one. Another thing he'd better keep to himself. If only he could go back in time. But he couldn't. She showed him how to carry Izzy so the girl's head rested on his shoulder. A tight band constricted his lungs. Hopefully, those hideous scars wouldn't make the poor baby cry. She'd cried in his presence before. Izzy blinked a few times, and then she smiled. At that moment, something changed inside him. A powerful yearning for things he'd underestimated, like love and his own family, stirred him. Things beyond his reach now. The corners of Vera's lips kicked up. I think she likes you. You can kiss her if you'd like to. He touched the soft skin with his lips. Yearning became stronger, loosening the tight band around his lungs. He breathed in the wonderful scent of baby powder and new hope. Vera handed him 2 yellow, red and white rattles. Here. Play with her while I get her bottle ready. Wait. Panic set in, his heart slamming his chest so hard it might scare the baby. What if she starts crying? Start rocking her. Sing her a song. Vera scrunched her nose up the way she did when thinking. Hold that thought about singing. You might scare her. Right, that was helping. Not. You're not very encouraging. You'll be fine. And I'll be right back. She flashed a smile, then hurried out of the room. He and the baby stared at each other. What kind of things did one discuss with a baby? Well, the weather seems fine today, isn't it? He cringed. He sounded ridiculous. At least, Izzy didn't start crying yet. Vera was right about tenderness sweeping one up when one looked in the baby's eyes. Izzy's were a lighter shade of blue than Vera's, and both of them had generous eyelashes framing their eyes. He felt his lips widen. You're a little beauty, aren't you? The girl giggled as if she understood him and was pleased. True to her word, Vera returned with the bottle soon enough. Would you like to feed her? Here. She showed him how to hold the bottle and place it in the baby's mouth, how to turn it to make it easier for Izzy to drink. The smile on Vera's face was so endearing, he didn't know what touched him more, the love in her eyes as she looked at the baby, or the baby's peaceful expression as she enjoyed her meal. Once that was done and Vera burped the child, he had no idea one was supposed to do that. Izzy seemed to want to get on the floor. She wants to crawl. She doesn't walk yet, but imagine how exciting it's going to be when she takes her first step. Enthusiasm trilled through Vera's words. Was she already getting attached to this baby? His heart twitched. His lips pressed tight. It might hurt her if Rants took the child away. Not to mention the little detail that, if Rants had caused his accident, how could he be trusted with a child? She placed Izzy on the pristine and freshly cleaned beige carpet, and Izzy went exploring, her chubby little limbs pumping. The baby touched toys, walls, and anything on her way, the same happy grin on her adorable face. Arms hugged around herself, Vera moved to the window. I saw you admiring the day. It's such beautiful weather. Why don't we all go to the backyard? I mean, if everything looks safe enough. He shrugged. Sure. Didn't make much difference to him. She pulled a papaya-colored sweater over a lovely pale pink dress with even more tiny bows onto the little girl, then snugged matching booties decorated with a white kitten over the girl's wiggly toes. As he stared at this miracle in Berra's hands, his heart squeezed again. It scared him how much he wanted that baby to be his. Theirs. It didn't make sense. Not only because Izzy was Rance's daughter. Maverick wasn't father material on his best days, and especially not now. Growing up, he'd admired the love between his parents so much. His family seemed perfect. He was proud of his father, a pillar of the community, a man with high morals. But when Maverick had stumbled upon his father's dirty secret, his family turned out anything but perfect. Something had broken inside him that day, together with his trust for his father. Maybe a desire to be a father himself, to be a husband. As for Vera, eventually she'd go back to her city life. Quite possibly taking her grandmother and his heart with her. He swept the thoughts into the farthest corner of his mind. Let me carry Izzy. He surprised himself by volunteering. Vera's eyes lit up as if he'd just given her a precious gift. Great. Here we go. Why did he offer that? Could he possibly balance the baby while walking with a cane? It seemed Vera believed in him more than he believed in himself. Leaving the baby in his arms, she picked up her warm jacket from the dining room while he opted to stay the way he was, in a t-shirt and jeans, reluctant to let Izzy go in order to change. As his arms tightened around the precious child, they walked to the backyard. Thankfully, the day was exceptionally warm for fall. Everything seemed refreshingly brighter today. The scent of grass teased his nostrils while birdsongs reminded him of the times the three of them had enjoyed birdwatching. After yesterday's rain, grass burst with juice, but the main stage belonged to the leaves, of course. The vibrant golden yellow, just a shade darker than Vera's hair, the auburn, and the wine hues could be breathtaking if one paid attention. Fall in Missouri was fascinating. But he didn't care for fascinating things any longer. Regret sliced him, and the baby whimpered as if feeling the change in his mood. Why don't you let me hold her for a while, please? Vera reached for the child. Okay. He let the baby go like he'd had to let go of many things recently. Vera sat on the swing, and he pushed it to rock her and Izzy. Judging by the excited giggles, the baby enjoyed it. Vera sang some fun children's song he'd never heard before and clapped at the end. Izzy clapped, too, a big, mostly toothless grin on her cute face. Then for some time, they remained silent, only birds chirping in the background and occasional giggles from Izzy. It was nearly peaceful. Until Vera's phone rang, interrupting that peace. She reached into her pocket and frowned at the screen. This is my grandmother's neighbor, Mrs. Dorothea. I'd better take this call. Of course. He accepted rocking duty with pleasure he didn't expect. She stepped away but soon returned. I'm sorry, but I've got to go. Her forehead creased. Grandma needs me. I can ask someone else to babysit if you'd like. He got up carefully with Izzy in his hands. Of course. What happened? Her frown deepened as she kissed the baby's head and whispered, sorry. Then she turned to him. You're not going to believe it. Try me. After the motorcycle, the rifle collection, and the blue hair, he was curious about what might happen. The neighbors spotted her with her cat on her roof. I think she might have had difficulty coming down. An unexpected chuckle bubbled inside him, but he managed to keep a straight face. It wasn't right to laugh at something like that. Who is having difficulty? Your grandmother or the cat? Vera sighed as she strode toward the house. Both. Then he realized the situation's seriousness, and his heart skipped a beat. What if Vera fell off the roof while bringing her grandmother down? How about I go with you? Chapter 5. Some people had eccentric grandmothers. And then there was Vera's grandmother. As much as Vera loved her grandma, she did her best not to cringe as she sped up to the house where she'd spent a significant part of her childhood and teen years. Maverick rode shotgun with her while his mother had gladly resumed babysitting duty. What you saw while growing up is nothing compared to what's happening now. She didn't slow down enough to make a turn, and the tires squealed. I remember a wonderful woman who loved to bake and to can produce from the garden. She still does that sometimes. But she made some changes, too. She decided to follow your sister and color her hair green, only in a salad green hue instead of emerald. Today, she colored her hair blue. I like both colors, actually. But then she decided to take up scuba diving 2 months ago. Scuba diving? Where did she go? There's the Bon Terra mine right here in Missouri that has the largest man-made cavern in the world. And also a man-made lake. She said it's marvelous. I traveled the world, but I didn't realize what kind of hidden gems Missouri has. Including you. Her eyes widened as she passed a car. He thought of her as a hidden gem? Oh please. She waved off his praise as she stopped at the red light, though it touched a sensitive spot. Missouri does have great things, though. Like the only cavern restaurant in the world. Or did you know Kansas City has a large number of fountains, second only to Rome? I didn't. All my life, I searched for fame and adventure elsewhere. Regret tightened his voice. I wish I could take you to that cavern restaurant. Or to the fountains. She threw him a surprised glance. He'd never seemed to be a romantic type, at least not with her. In their small company of 3, she'd always been one of the guys, even if she'd wanted it to be otherwise sometimes. Her one pathetic attempt to change it at 18, to make Maverick notice her, had ended in disaster. Heat crept up her neck. But they were grown-ups now. What if? No. She did a mental headshake as she pushed the gas pedal. No sense entertaining false hope. Well, she returned from scuba diving. But what worries me more is that she bought a motorcycle. There's nothing wrong with that. I own several. His lips curved up just a tad. Something inside her warmed despite her worry for her grandmother. Why was she so desperate to see him smile? Well, to be honest, I have a motorcycle, too. But my grandmother is 75. Her eyesight is not the way it used to be. Neither is her memory. Has she gotten lost or had an accident? The genuine concern behind his words reminded her of the boy he'd been, warm, caring, as well as fun and adventurous, not the man he was becoming. A few damaged fences. Neighbors were surprisingly understanding. I just worry about her. Her rib cage constricted as she turned to the quiet street leading to her grandmother's house. Usually, she loved this drive, especially now in the fall when the trees were decked out in their best wardrobe, pretty and excited like girls going to the prom and wearing bright prom dresses. But today, she couldn't get to her destination fast enough. It's understandable. You're being a protective granddaughter. He reached for her hand for a brief moment before moving his away. Well, this day was filled with surprises. That's not all. Grandma says she's tired of being single. She's been a widow for 30 years. You can't blame her for wanting to find a new man. You know what they say, age is just a number. That was what Vera would be saying when she turned 40 in 3 years and was probably still husbandless and childless. She pressed her lips tight, holding in a sigh as she pulled up to the driveway. Yes, I understand. But she decided she's going to marry a Russian like my great-grandmother. He chuckled. There might be a scarcity of those in this small town. You think? Surely, Grandma had a hard enough time finding her first husband with his Russian-American background. Vera unbuckled and jumped out of the car. Then she had to force herself to slow down because he couldn't move as fast with his banged-up leg. That didn't faze Grandma. No. She found online pals in Russia she's communicating with and hopes to see soon enough. You're kidding me. He kept up with her, his expression strained as they walked to the small crowd on the lawn. I wish. She made sure hers didn't show pity. He wouldn't welcome that. Imagine what kind of mischief she could get into there. Even if only in letters and online conversations, her grandmother had a more interesting love life than Vera. But then, Grandma's cat probably had a more interesting love life than Vera. I think I can imagine. But I admire her even more now. Way to live her life to the fullest and on her terms. Unlike him. At least, not any longer. He didn't say those words, but he didn't have to. His bitterness revealed it. Once upon a time, she'd known him like she'd known her own heart and could often guess how to help him. But not now. Not that she knew her own heart now, either. Well, anyway, it was all about her grandma at the moment and not about the things Vera wished she could still do. It's not that I judge or criticize her. Or try to confine her into some kind of frame. They reached the small gathering. Ironic how life came full circle. In her teens, Vera was the one climbing out windows or sitting on the roof. At that time, her grandmother had been worried about Vera getting into mischief, especially after Vera had trashed her father's car. But that had been different. Vera had been an angry and lonely teenager who'd realized her parents cared about their jobs and new families more than they cared about her. She was obviously a burden to them. A nuisance. Even after all these years, that betrayal hurt. I know, he said. The touch of his hand was fleeting, but it reached all the way to her heart. But then, it always had. You're just looking out for her. She steeled herself against her reaction to him, ridiculous after all these years apart, and concentrated on the crisis. She greeted her neighbors and thanked them for calling her, then shaded her eyes to scan the roof. Mrs. Doherty stepped to her, her gray hair tucked into a knot and an apron with a lard stain covering the front of her long-sleeved floral dress. A nervous smile appeared on Mrs. Doherty's wrinkled face. I thought I'd try to climb up the ladder, but then you might have two older ladies to get off the roof. Sadness settled in her faded eyes after her only daughter's death 3 months ago, and compassion constricted Vera's rib cage. Mrs. Doherty had moved to their neighborhood about half a year before Vera had left for college and had become friends with Vera's grandmother fast. Vera had been grateful to her for it. Vera gave her neighbor a quick hug. I know. And I appreciate it. Then Vera looked up. Her grandmother was sitting on the ledge, dressed in jeans and a maroon t-shirt, and the cat stretched nearby, both of them as comfortable as if this was the most common thing to do. Grandma, are you okay? What are you doing there? Vera shouted. Maybe that wasn't the most perfect choice of words, but how exactly did you talk to your 75-year-old grandmother perched on the roof like a sparrow? I'm perfectly fine, dear. Buddy and I are just enjoying the view. Buddy? Maverick touched her hand again. That's the cat. She braced herself for an unwelcome flutter of her heart. He really should stop doing that. It was too distracting. But she couldn't tell him how he was affecting her. Thankfully, men could be clueless about things like that, and she was eager to keep it that way. Mind if I join you? She strode to the ladder, still leaning against the wall. What are you doing? This time, he didn't just touch her hand, he snatched it. Her heartbeat increased. Don't you see? I don't think she can come down on her own, so I need to help her. But I can't embarrass her. Something flashed in his eyes, and he let her hand go. I can try to climb up there. His hurting gaze sliced through her. They both realized that, with the way his leg was, it would be difficult for him to climb a ladder. No pity, she reminded herself. I think I'm better suited to talk her into climbing down. How about you hold the ladder so it doesn't shift? His expression softened. And that way, If you fall down, I can catch you. As she stared into his brown eyes a moment longer than necessary, her pulse kicked up even more. She could be falling already. Falling for him. No thinking like that. She gave him a grateful smile. Yes. I'd feel safer that way. Then she had a thought. The last thing she needed to do was chase the cat around the roof once she got there. So she hurried inside the house, opened a can with Buddy's favorite salmon, placed the contents in a Ziploc bag, which went into her pocket, and headed back outside. She reached the ladder and started climbing. Would he catch her when she fell now? He'd done it once when she'd been sneaking out of the window to see him. Then he joined the cheerleading squad as a male cheerleader when some guys had complained she was too heavy for the pyramid. Rants had mocked him, then had surprised everyone by joining, too. But considering how Maverick had been hurt after the accident, it was best to make sure she didn't fall. Didn't fall to the ground. Didn't fall for him again. She approached the ledge and squeezed into a little spot between the ladder and her grandmother. Buddy opened his eyes, studied her, then went back to sleep. Getting Buddy could wait then. She took in the magnificent fields with their rolling hills and breathtakingly beautiful fall foliage as if she'd tried to see further than she'd done before. I don't blame you for getting up here. It's really beautiful. Being up here, helping her grandmother felt good. Once Vera had changed her major to criminal science because she decided she wanted to bring justice to the wronged, help the ones in need. She thought she found her sense of purpose in life. She thought she'd continued in the family legacy of extraordinary women. Her great-grandmother had once flown in the skies as a war pilot. Her grandmother had run a successful restaurant before she retired. Her mother was a well-respected doctor who'd been saving lives as part of her daily routine. Becoming a cop had felt so right then that Vera couldn't believe it when, years later, the dream had faded. It was as if she'd discovered that what she'd considered a sun turned out to be just a lantern, broken by someone's hand. Maybe because she'd seen too much cruelty and the unspeakable sides of human nature. Maybe that doused the former spark. She'd persevered out of sheer determination until she made a mental head shake. Best not to think about that. She had to learn the hard way that her judgment about people couldn't be trusted. Her grandmother snorted. Okay, we both know I'm here because I climbed to get Buddy down. And then I got vertigo and was too chicken to climb down. Vera chuckled. But you can't argue that it is a beautiful view. So different from what she'd seen in the city. Maybe because for a long time she'd seen more grime than bright colors, no longer romanticizing her job through rose-colored lenses. But as she stared at the treetops who'd learned easily how to let go every fall, she didn't know if she could do the same. And she still didn't know what direction her life should take. She'd become a disappointment to her mother who'd wanted her to become a doctor, to her father, who'd yelled that he'd lost his son because of her. She was probably a disappointment to her heroic great-grandmother as Vera had done nothing heroic while being a cop and then had quit altogether. Vera leaned toward the one person who'd never been disappointed in her. Her grandmother gave her a shove, a tiny and a careful one. They were on the roof, after all. Beautiful view indeed. How was working with Maverick? Fine. She did her best to sound nonchalant as she averted her gaze, studiously focusing on the treetops again. Just fine? Why haven't you ever told him how you felt about him? Pin prickles danced over Vera's skin. She'd hidden her feelings from the entire town, including the object of her affection, but not from her grandmother. What was the point? I didn't want to stop him from following his dream. I didn't want to give up on mine. We were going in different directions. But you're both here now. Grandma lifted Buddy onto her lap, and then stroked his fur. Vera drew in a deep breath of air scented with hay, foliage, and a hint of the sweet scent of apple preserves that clung to her grandmother. Then she let it out with a sound more a sigh than a breath. Not that she was the sighing type. No way. It's too late. It's too late for me and your grandfather. It's not too late for you and Maverick. Vera opened her mouth to argue, then glanced down to see him trying to climb the ladder. As much as I enjoy the fresh air and view, how about we continue this conversation in the kitchen instead? Okay. But get Buddy down first. Grandma handed her the cat, who meowed as if displeased to be passed down like a trophy. Huh. So she didn't need that salmon after all. Maverick, please wait for me. I'm bringing Buddy. When he stepped onto the ground again, she exhaled the breath she'd held. It must be difficult for a man like him, all strong, masculine, and successful, to feel like a cripple, Grandma whispered. Be gentle with him. Grandma, her heart making a sudden shift, Vera looked at the face she'd loved so much and for so long, her anchor in life when she'd needed it the most. That's just the thing. To me, he's still strong, muscular, and successful. I raised you right. The older woman nodded, then chuckled. I did say masculine, not muscular, though I admit those biceps don't hurt. Warmth crept up Vera's neck. No, they don't. Climbing the ladder empty-handed was much easier than climbing down with a complaining and squirming cat. Just how was she going to do it with her grandmother? Then Buddy let out a loud meow and released his nails into her flesh. Vera yelped and let him go. Maverick, please catch Buddy. Chapter 6. Yes, Vera heard that cats landed on their feet, or paws in this case, but she wouldn't want to risk it. Air whooshed out of her lungs as Maverick caught Buddy. Then he let out a yelp similar to her own, though not as high-pitched, of course. Buddy must have used his claws again. Sorry. She hurried to climb down and frowned at the fresh scratches on his arms. I've had worse. He shrugged as if it were no big deal. Though when I said I was going to catch you, this wasn't what I had in mind. The cat meowed as if confirming that neither had he. Hold on, Buddy. She snatched the cat and wiggled the bag with salmon in front of the little pink nose. The cat seemed to decide it was the time to dig its claws in. You like it, right? I can get Buddy inside and give him the treat, Mrs. Dorothea volunteered kindly. Thank you. Watch out for those claws, please. Vera's heart warmed as she passed the cat and the salmon, grateful for small towns and good neighbors. And to think she'd had difficulty finding someone to water her plants in the city. Then she and Maverick returned to the ladder. I won't have to catch your grandma this time, will I? He smirked. Aha. There was the first boy who'd made her heart patter. She smirked back. I sure hope not. The mischievous expression vanished, and the intensity of her longing to bring it back startled her. Shaking her head, she started climbing. She realized, of course, that he was never going to be the man he'd been before, that something was broken inside him. But neither was she the same rebellious and naive girl. Maybe she didn't even want him to be the guy he used to be, the one who'd placed fame and everything that came with it above all else, who'd wanted to be the first, better than others so badly. She wanted him to be a better man than that. Was it even possible? Her grandmother's words rang in her ears as she reached for the edge of the roof, but kept her feet on the ladder. With God, everything is possible. But after seeing what Berra had seen for years, believing in God had become difficult. Maybe her relationship with God wasn't so simple, after all. Her grandmother stared at her. What are you going to do? Carry me down like you did with Buddy? Though I promise I wouldn't release my claws into you. I appreciate that. Vera chuckled. What I can do is guide your feet onto the ladder rungs. The older woman's forehead wrinkled. Oh, okay. Let's try that. Let me pray first, because I don't want to take us both down to the ground. And I think Maverick suffered too much already to get flattened by two women. I don't think he would, Berra started saying, but saw her grandmother's lips moving and shut up. Then her grandmother turned around, and from her perch, Vera guided her grandmother's left leg onto the top rung, gently tugging on the jeans and then placing the purple sneaker onto the rung. Then she repeated the process with Grandma's right leg. You're doing good, Gran. You're doing good. Vera did her best to sound encouraging even as sweat started beading on her forehead and her heart pounded. She'd been in dangerous situations before, but they hadn't involved people she loved. Except for once. Her gut twisted as they made slow progress, while people on the lawn cheered Grandma on. No reason to travel down that memory lane. It would only take her to the land of regret with the first stop in Guiltsville. I saw the way Maverick looks at you. The fresh breeze brought Grandma's words to Vera. Don't make my mistake. Don't wait decades to give yourself a new chance. Sometimes we get to return to the roads once traveled. And sometimes we're given only one opportunity to get it right. Was she really going to have this conversation with her grandmother's purple sneakers? Suppressing a groan, Vera moved them to the lower and lower rungs. How do you know which one it is? She asked the white rubber soles while her longing intensified. You don't. The voice was so low Vera barely heard it. Finally, they made it to the ground. Stepping aside to let her grandmother pass, Vera pressed a hand to her temple, lightheaded with relief. At the same time, her grandmother's words took root in her heart. She pressed her hand to her other temple, both now throbbing, a single question rising above the pulsing: did she want to water those fragile roots or not? The little crowd cheered for them. You made it. Thanks, everyone. The older woman smiled. Now, how about a slice of pumpkin pie with iced tea? Unlike the words still ringing in Vera's head, those ones were met with enthusiasm. Her grandmother sauntered to her little red brick home like nothing had happened. And thank you for not calling the fire truck to get me. A siren whined in the distance. Grandma glanced back, her forehead puckering. I spoke too soon. Sorry, Mrs. Dorothea muttered. Waving a dismissive hand, Vera's grandmother opened the door. Oh, by the way, Maverick and Vera, did I mention I volunteered you for a booth at the Harvest Festival? Maverick's eyes widened. What? Vera groaned. This obvious attempt at matchmaking wouldn't work. Would it? I sure hope it's not for a pie or dessert booth. Despite her grandmother's many lessons, Vera had never mastered the fine art of pie making. Besides, she wasn't sure manning a booth would be safe. The pressure to solve the case intensified. But would someone assault Maverick in the crowd? Nah. It's for the children's slide booth. Grandma led everyone to the kitchen that always smelled like freshly baked pies and applesauce. While helping Vera spread the plates on the table, Maverick started, I know it's for a great cause, but... Young man, you can either argue with me until the festival or agree now. The older woman cut the pie. I guess I'll just agree now. The corners of his mouth moved up a little, giving another glimpse of his former self, and a new nudge of gratitude spurred Vera to smile at her grandmother. Then the blaring siren neared, and she suppressed another groan. And she thought she might get bored back in a small town. She'd take a slice of boredom together with a slice of pumpkin pie anytime now. She grabbed 2 plates and headed outside. Let's hope the fire chief likes pumpkin pie. Maverick groaned as Vera opened his bedroom curtains again the next morning. Is this going to happen every day now? Every day until you start doing it on your own. She beamed at him, brighter than the sun. Was she taking pleasure in this or what? But a tiny part of him warmed up at the thought that she cared. How did you even get here? I locked the door. Don't tell me you climbed through the window. I made sure it was locked, too. And the branches were trimmed like you told us to. I know how to pick a lock. I took lessons from your brother. Just kidding. It's one of the things I learned when I needed to. A shadow passed over her face. Why would she need to learn to pick a lock? Didn't the police usually just break down doors? He'd seen a few cop shows where the detective picked a lock, but wasn't that usually violating the law, not when assisting it such as with search warrants? Huh. Maybe it had been while she'd stayed with his father in Springfield, who'd moved there after his wife had found out about his affair. Poor girl. Then he winced. What had happened to him? Not so long ago, he'd been energetic, had trained for hours, fueled by adrenaline and the desire to succeed, to set a new speed record, not for others, but for himself. And now he needed to be dragged out of bed by his childhood friend. Maybe because he hadn't just found himself on the side of the road of life, but had crashed and burned. Literally. Well, enough self-pity. Vera propped her hip against the windowsill. Besides, I have a big announcement to make. Curiosity got the best of him. What is that? Did she get a break in the case? Hopefully not. He didn't want to let her go yet. What? Izzy got a new tooth. She stood there still beaming so brightly, she could have just won a world racing championship. Against his best intentions, the corners of his mouth lifted as a pleasant feeling soothed him. You say it like it's a big deal. It is. She's got only 5 teeth, and every one of them is special. And guess what? We're going to help her learn to walk today. Isn't that exciting? Yup. That was what his world was going to be. Instead of dizzying speed, thousands of fans, and ovations, he was going to be excited about the first step of a child who wasn't even his. His heart made a weird movement. Actually, it would be exciting to see Izzy's first step. Longing ignited, too, as if someone turned the key in the ignition. He'd worked so hard not to let this baby into his heart, but it looked like Izzy had crawled inside it already, with just a few giggles and innocent baby blues. A different blue-eyed beauty stared at him. Her blonde hair was flowing over her shoulders, and he wondered how it would be to run his fingers through it, feel its softness. A lump formed in his throat, and he hated himself for the sign of weakness. Why hadn't he returned here earlier? Why hadn't he searched her out when he'd still been handsome, successful, and healthy? My grandmother had an idea for the harvest festival and it involves you. I don't know whether you're going to like it. She studied the ceiling, then rolled her eyes and looked him in the eye. Okay, wrong. I know you're not going to like it. Oh. That woman was a torpedo. Wasn't it enough for her that he'd agreed to man the slide booth thing? What is that? I have cinnamon buns and coffee downstairs. I'll see you there. She marched to the door. I'll be there when I'm good and ready, he called after her. Well, it just happened that he was ready now. He got out of bed and got dressed. Then he found his cane and limped to the bathroom. As he shaved, he could practically smell cinnamon rolls, and just like in childhood, it lifted his mood. Mrs. Tsareva made amazing pastries. Honestly, the world over, he'd never tasted anything like her baking. Once he entered the dining room, a large plate with the rolls was already steaming on the table, as well as an inviting cup of coffee for him. You knew I'd be here fast, didn't you? Yup. Right, Izzy? She winked at the baby sitting on her lap. You're such a pretty baby, aren't you? Based on the stains of puree, Izzy and her pink bib were having a fun breakfast. He sipped his flavorful coffee, exhaling as it hit the spot. You make excellent coffee. She aimed at the child's mouth with a spoon. But Izzy turned, and Vera fed the girl's ear instead. Lots of practice due to many night shifts. Coffee is one of the few things I know how to make in the kitchen. Which brings me to my grandmother's idea. Then she waved the spoon, what was left on it threatening, to glop off. Before you say it, I think it's ridiculous. That was not a good start. His gut tightened. What is it? She wiped the baby's face and ear gently. You see, a few years ago, someone came up with the idea of sweetheart's pie. It's a pie cooked by a couple. Grandma has a recipe she thinks would be perfect for it, but she's lacking a boyfriend. A groan tore from his gut, loosening the knots somewhat. Don't tell me. She entered us in the competition. This time, she was more successful in making the spoon and the baby's mouth connect. Okay, then I'm not going to tell you. You figured it out yourself. Great deduction skills, by the way. Sarcasm didn't look good on her. He rolled his eyes right back at her. But, we are not sweethearts. His insides warmed as she jostled the squirmy baby. Why had the idea of having her as his sweetheart seemed so appealing? Well, he'd had his chance and crashed and burned it. But now she was shaking her head. Not to mention neither one of us can make toast without burning it, no use even talking about a pie. Her head tipped up. She waggled her eyebrows hopefully. Unless things changed since high school? I lived on restaurant meals and takeout and then hired a personal chef. That didn't sound like bragging, did it? He helped himself to the rolls, cut into one, and brought the gooey, sugary concoction to his mouth, closing his eyes while it dissolved on his tongue. Man, just as delicious as he'd remembered. He'd given a lot of his earnings to charities and had done his best to make the ranch prosper, even if he wasn't here in person. His family loved this place, and he loved his family. Would have trusted them with his life. Well, not all of them. The sense of betrayal burned in his gut. Should he have told his siblings then that? No, it would have only hurt them. The past was in the past. What happened? Was there a stone in the roll? Despite the teasing, which sounded so like they used to sound with each other, concern underlined her voice, drawing him to the present. What? You had a strange expression on your face. Okay, never mind. She held the squirming baby tight and continued feeding her. It's none of my business. That burning feeling intensified, traveled higher as if wanting out. He ached to tell her, just like he'd told her so many of his childhood secrets. She'd understand. She'd always understood him so easily. Until he'd all but left her behind after the most amazing kiss of his life. Still, she'd come to help him without a second thought because that was the kind of person she was. He owed her. Learning to bake a pie was a small price to pay for that. And yes, he wanted to spend more time with her. It sent a long-forgotten delight through him. He swirled his coffee cup, mixing the sugar into it with a practiced motion, then leaned forward. I'll do it. I mean, I'll bake the pie with you. Her eyebrows shot up. Really? Really? The baby giggled and clapped, obviously excited, too, even if she didn't know what they were excited about. I have to warn you. It's not going to be easy. Grandma says it's easier to make an elephant dance on a rope than to teach me baking. He'd always loved her grandma and her sense of humor. It can't be that bad. Yeah. It can be done. Vera grinned at him. Some circuses have elephants that do that, right? His heart skipped a beat, and once again, as her luminous smile lit him up, he wished he could turn back time. He coughed to hide the feeling, hoping it wouldn't reflect in his eyes. His voice emerged gruffer than he'd intended. But aren't you forgetting the investigation? No. I got the new list from Rants. And I cross-referenced birth records at a large number of hospitals. Some of the names are famous people, so I could stalk their social media accounts. Even if pregnancy doesn't show for the first several months, it would be difficult to hide it for the rest of the term. He nodded. True that. I managed to eliminate a large number of names by doing that. I have several names I'm researching. Her eyes dimmed, and he scolded himself for that. I talked to the 2 women in this town I told you about. I called 10 others from Rance's new and shortened list. I don't think they are the ones, and I'll keep looking. I called the police, and they didn't have new leads either. Izzy gave him a bright smile that now showcased her 5 teeth. Vera hugged the baby. I also had a serious talk with Rance. He didn't want to listen at first, but when I explained to him that he could be spending nearly all he earned on child support, he finally listened. And considering his profession, he can't afford a hangover. I described to him some accidents in detail that resulted from drunken driving. He said he'd never driven drunk, but it might happen one day. I told him I'd drag him to AA kicking and screaming if he wouldn't do it voluntarily. His lips curved up a little. I'll help you. He should have intervened himself a long time ago. He was a rotten friend. Unlike Vera. Thanks. He said he'd try to do it. We'll see. I'll do my best to find Izzy's mother. But there was some sadness in her voice. His heart dropped a little. Vera was obviously getting attached to the baby. Who was he kidding? So was he. In the beginning, Izzy had been a bit of an unexpected burden, then an irritation and worry when she'd cried in his presence. But now she was more of a miracle that just might heal some broken parts of him. He couldn't risk losing that hope, that miracle, if Vera found Izzy's mother and that woman had become remorseful and wanted her baby back. Sulking and bitter, he wasn't a great model for the child. But did he want to be? Could there be more than one miracle in his life? Chapter 7. May I feed her? Maverick surprised himself by asking. He'd probably feed the baby's ears and bib more than the girl herself, but for some reason, trying felt important. Sure. Vera plopped Izzy on his lap. She can also eat some finger food now, so we can try it later. Might be easier. Just like yesterday, Izzy didn't cry, and he considered his attempts a success already. A new wave of tenderness swept over him as he breathed in the baby powder scent and spooned some puree. The baby squirmed a little, but he managed to feed her. You're doing great. Vera high-fived him. The familiar gesture brought too many memories of happy times in their childhoods. But he needed to live in the present. Thanks. Her face took on a serious expression instead of the goofy smile he'd grown to adore. I check the camera recordings regularly. I also do an outer and a perimeter check several times a day when someone else can stay with the baby. So far, I haven't noticed anything unusual. But I'm glad your family agreed to hire my friend as a bodyguard for the children. And good news, she agreed, too. She should be here soon. Thank you. His arm moved when he wanted to reach out for her hand, but he managed to stop himself in time. Something strange entered her eyes, and if he didn't know better, he'd interpret as wistfulness. Could she have started feeling something for him, too, or was it his wishful thinking? Izzy whimpered, demanding attention, and he rocked her back and forth. The expression in Vera's eyes disappeared. Some more news. The guy who used to work for Levine took a day off the day of your accident, too. And he's got a new job in Springfield now. Let me take a guess. At Levine's company? Close enough. Levine's brothers. I'm going to make a trip to Springfield tomorrow morning. Want me to go with you? She seemed to consider it. Best not to. If he's guilty, he might get suspicious. He pressed his lips tight, holding in an odd disappointment. Vera got up. Would you mind letting me carry her, please? I want to go back to the nursery. Sure. Though he wanted to carry Izzy, doing that and walking with his cane had already proved challenging. He resisted the urge to grind his teeth. He'd need to up his regimen with his physical therapist, and that regimen was grueling to start with. He hated being weak. When they returned to the nursery with its soft carpet from the dining room, she stood Izzy on the floor. You're such a pretty baby, aren't you? Then she wrapped her fingers around Izzy's tiny fingers and tugged her forward. How about making that step? He wanted so badly to be a part of this family that it hurt inside. When he'd raced, the possibility of an accident filled his veins with an adrenaline rush instead of dread. He'd even been in a few accidents, but always escaped unscathed. But in the end, something he'd loved so much had made him the bitter person he was now. Could the baby's sweet smile as she stumbled forward sweeten that bitterness? Or maybe the sweetness of Vera? That reminded him of sweetheart's pie, and for some reason, baking a pie didn't sound trivial or discouraging. And just as the baby moved forward with Vera's help, he made a step forward, too. A wobbly one, but a step nonetheless. Without a cane. Some people knew exactly what they wanted to be, even at an early age. Vera wasn't one of those people. She'd alternated between a pilot, a doctor, a geologist, a scientist, and many other professions. Then she'd stopped at forensic scientist in high school and changed to criminal justice while in college. But as she dumped another ruined pie in the trash late the next afternoon, she knew one thing with certainty. Unlike her grandmother, she was not born to be a baker. Maybe she wasn't born to be a PI either, since the conversation in Springfield didn't yield desirable results. First, the guy stated it was none of her business where he'd spent the day, which was true. Then he'd admitted he'd spent it playing pool and drinking with his buddies. His buddies had confirmed it. She'd studied a copy of the surveillance for the flower shop parking lot until her vision was blurry and decided the cowhand was way too bulky to match the person in the recording. He was more Embry's size. Which brought back the idea that revenge might have been the motive. She'd spent the evening yesterday following up on Maverick's conquests. Some of them were happily married or in a happy relationship now, so she moved them lower on the list of suspects. The quantity of the rest was still mind-blowing, and she'd been going through them slowly. Working on the list Rants had given her for the baby's potential mother hadn't yielded great results either. She suppressed a sigh as she glanced at Maverick. "I've tracked down about 80% of the list Rants gave us. By the looks of it, none of those women were pregnant in the months before Izzy was born. I contacted the police. They didn't have any leads either. The baby carrier and the baby clothes in which Izzy arrived on Rance's porch were brand new, bought at a major chain. There is a store where they could have been bought located relatively close to Rance's residence. While I'm trying to track down receipts, I have a feeling they were paid for with cash." A band tightened around her lungs. Was Maverick as disappointed in her as she was? She'd been a failure to her parents, never reaching their high expectations. Was she a failure to him, too? Until she'd realized that her mother had cared about her new family way more than about her, she'd tried hard to please her, had studied chemistry with a passion and anatomy with much less passion so she could become a doctor, too. Then Vera had realized that, even if she found a cure for an incurable disease, it wouldn't buy her mother's love. She'd wanted her grandmother to be proud of her, but Vera had turned out to be a disaster in the kitchen. Really, how hard could it be to bake a pie? Frustration tightened her chest. Well, there was a slight improvement from the previous pie. Maverick gave her an encouraging smile after being delegated the courageous role of a taster. She did her best to ignore the fluttering of her tummy, the effect his smile had on her, and held in a groan. "With this much progress, it'll take us a couple of years to bake a passable pie. And we can't have just a passable pie. We need a great one for my grandmother. No offense, but I think we've got a better chance of joining a circus and training elephants." He winked at her. Despite her failed efforts, she did a mental fist pump. Finally. For the first time since his return, he'd winked at her. He'd made a few steps without a cane today, too, and as much as she'd been eager to rush to support him, she'd let him do them on his own. Baby steps. In more senses than one. She looked around the kitchen, the warm feeling inside her returning. This place had been her safe haven while she'd been growing up, and a yearning reminded her how much she'd missed it. Everything about it was so dear and familiar. Canned preserves her grandmother had made with gooseberries, apricots, currants, all labeled in her grandmother's neat writing. A glass cabinet displaying the delicate porcelain tea set with pink flowers that was passed down from her grandmother's mother and would eventually be passed to Vera. Vera's mother had no interest in hot tea in the mornings, preferring lattes from a fancy bistro. Hand towels displayed the teacups pattern, too. Hand-painted lacquered wooden dishes and spoons, treasures her grandmother's mother brought with her from her country as a World War II war bride, were decorated with one of the traditional Russian ornaments, red berries and golden leaves. Mixed in with those were the appliances Vera had given her grandmother, giving the kitchen an eclectic air of classic and modern, beautiful tradition mixed with efficient practicality. This was a kitchen so different from her parents' kitchens or her own, with their stainless steel appliances and fashionable backsplashes. She closed her eyes, trying to breathe around the band on her chest. The truth was she'd never felt the joy in those kitchens that she'd felt here. It was like this place had always welcomed her with a wink and a smile, even if it knew Vera's culinary skills left a lot to be desired and could burn it down. Just like her grandmother, this kitchen accepted Vera just the way she was. And just like her grandmother and unlike her parents, this place had never judged her when she came short of expectations. Had never betrayed her. The band around her lungs squeezed tighter. "How about I try to bake a pie?" Maverick said softly. Crossing her arms over her chest, she eyed him. "You said you can't bake." "I said I usually didn't do it." He shrugged. "I concentrated on my career." The career he'd dedicated his entire life to and now thought he'd lost. Her rib cage constricted, and she nearly reached out to him. Then she forced herself to stay back. "Then why did you choose the role of a taster?" "Because it was an important and, well, dangerous one." His expression went from sulky to a bit playful, and she welcomed it. She helped by giving him the ingredients while he did everything else. Look at cooking and baking like chemistry. He touched her hand. "We mix different ingredients, and they form a new substance. So there's chemistry in this kitchen." Delightful tingles traveled over her skin from his touch. Oh yes. There definitely was chemistry here. Buddy walked into the kitchen, sniffed the air still carrying a slight trace of burned pie, sneezed unhappily, and seemed to consider leaving. Poor fella. More than likely, he'd never smelled anything singed in Grandma's kitchen. "You'll live, Buddy." Smirking at him, Berra reached for his favorite salmon, and he generously allowed her to feed him. Then he marched out of the kitchen, probably thinking he could make a better pie than she could. The sad part was he could be right. Once she looked at what they were doing as combining different substances, their property, and them forming new ones, things clicked. Excitement even zinged through her, maybe because things started making sense. Maybe because she was with Maverick. Most likely, both. When Maverick placed the pie in the oven, she picked up her jaw from the tiled floor and turned to him. "I think you did it." "No, we did it." He smiled at her. She melted as if she were ice cream scooped atop warm pie. She moved a little closer to him, then closer still. "Obviously, baking is not my strong suit. It can become one. You did great now. Besides, you have other great qualities." Her mouth went dry, and her temperature increased. "Like what?" "You're compassionate, intelligent, witty." He paused to tuck away a stray strand of hair that escaped her bun. Her heartbeat went into overdrive at his touch. It took a moment to find her voice. "Oh, stop it." On the other hand, go on." "And absolutely gorgeous. Your luscious hair smells of wild berries and melted caramel. I can drown in your kind blue eyes willingly." "Your lips." She was afraid to take her next breath as his gaze slipped to her lips. "That guy is too old for me." Grandma barged into the kitchen, Buddy prancing at her heels. Vera and Maverick jerked back as if they were teenagers nearly caught kissing. "He's 15 years younger than you are." Vera's voice sounded strange to her own ears. Grandma waved in dismissal. "Well, when I offered him a ride on the motorcycle, he paled. And when I suggested we'd go dancing, he said something about his hip." Stifling the laughter rising in her chest, Vera gave her grandmother a quick hug. "Sorry, Grandma." At least, he lasted through dinner. My previous date glanced at my hair, mumbled something about an emergency, and was out of there. Vera smiled. She also loved her grandma just the way she was, despite the worry she caused her. "I don't think it was about your hair, but maybe about the holstered gun on your hip." "Hey, I always say a gun is a girl's best accessory." The older woman sniffed the air. "Something smells good." Vera opened the oven and gestured at the pie. "Maverick made it." "Vera and I did." "Okay, I helped. Mostly, by staying out of his way." She bumped his side like in childhood. Only they weren't childhood friends any longer, and the gesture felt overly suggestive. Awareness rushed through her. Could she hope there could be more than friendship between them one day, or was she just kidding herself, like she'd done at 18? Chapter 8. Maverick felt like his eardrums were about to explode. Baking yesterday had been, dare he say it, a piece of cake compared to this. Izzy had been crying and refusing to fall asleep, despite Vera carrying her around the nursery and cooing for what seemed to be hours. Izzy's diaper was clean. She'd been fed, and based on the pediatrician's assessment, she was healthy. But, man, was she fussy today. Maybe those new teeth. Hadn't he heard teething was a nightmare? Vera's patience was admirable as she still smiled. However, he was considering escaping into the garden right through the window and wasn't proud of it. You know, I was told when I was a child and was fussy, they'd take me for a drive, he blurted out. I'd fall asleep from the car movement and motor hum. Then he stilled, regretting his words already. He hadn't been behind the steering wheel since his accident. Anytime he'd wanted to do it, the scent of burning rubber and his own flesh appeared in his nostrils, and pain exploded inside. For a few moments, he couldn't breathe, much less move. You loved cars even then, didn't you? Laughing, she looked up at him, a grateful gleam in her eyes. But it's a good idea. Let's try it. I'll drive, okay? Okay. He did his best not to sound too relieved, shame consuming him. How embarrassing that a race car driver couldn't even go for a short drive in the neighborhood. His family thought he'd given up on his career because of his injuries, and he didn't dissuade them, too disgusted with himself. How could he explain that the reason he had to leave what he'd dedicated his life to wasn't the physical injuries, which he believed would heal in time, but him being a coward? She dressed the baby while, under her guidance, he gathered supplies, like a diaper bag, sippy cup, a bottle, snacks, and far too many other things apparently needed even for a short time away. Izzy had outgrown the infant seat, so Vera secured her in a rear-facing convertible seat with plush pink padding that matched Izzy's cute outfit. He opened the driver's door for Vera, then climbed into the passenger seat, feeling only half the man he'd once been. She turned on the engine and drove off. Don't be so sad. You're alive. It's a sunny day. And I'm about to buy you a treat. He stilled. Are you talking to me or the baby? Vera laughed. To both of you, I guess. Well, mostly to you, because I had ice cream in mind. It's best to wait until Izzy is a year old before introducing her to ice cream. Remember, we used to beg your parents to take us to the ice cream parlor? The sweet memories rushed in, but he sat up straighter. I don't remember doing any begging. She returned her attention to the road, the muscles tensing on her face. Right. You didn't have to. All you had to do was ask. Well, she'd had to beg her mother with no results. Her father had taken her to the ice cream parlor or for a walk in the park when he'd been home, but he'd seemed to be on the road all the time. Compassion squeezed Maverick's heart. The sad story of her childhood and especially her adolescence still pained him. For a moment, he looked at the outskirts of town, the trees dressed up in scarlet red, golden yellow, and burgundy as if trying to outdo each other on the red carpet. He'd nearly forgotten how beautiful the fall colors were in his hometown. Something was different. Silence. Well, besides the growl of a motor. He glanced back. Izzy had her eyes closed, her long lashes still, and her breath coming evenly. He kept his voice low as he turned back. It worked. She's asleep now. Vera's lips curled up. Awesome. You knew what to do to calm her down. You'd make a great father. Something shifted inside him, and breathing became difficult. While he didn't deserve the praise, his chest warmed, his taut muscles loosening. Thank you. And you'd make a great mother. Instead of pleasing her, his words removed her smile. I messed up too many things in life. I probably would have messed up that, too. And just like that, compassion tightened around his heart further. She used to be cheerful, spunky, and confident. What had happened to her to make her say things like that? Well, besides what he already knew about her parents. I don't agree. I'm sure you were a great cop. You did an awesome job for my family as a PI. I still haven't found Izzy's mother or the culprit in your accident. I did find 2 women who'd been pregnant before Izzy was born, and both children are present and accounted for. I checked hospital records to make sure there were no twins. Nope. He hated seeing disappointment on her lovely face. We both know Rance's memory could be, well, sporadic. He could have forgotten to mention someone. And take it from your employer in this case, he thinks you're doing great. He winked at her. And it was admirable of you to drop everything and come here to help your grandmother. She grimaced as they passed a small bridge over a sparkling creek. No. Not really admirable. I did it as much for myself as for my grandma. He studied the face he thought he knew like he knew his own palm. Such sadness and even resignation now lined those familiar features. You don't have to tell me if you don't want to. Never mind the fact that he wanted to know everything about her. She made a turn. Actually, it might make me feel better to tell you. Remember, we used to tell everything to each other? Well, almost everything. Yeah, he'd never told her the way he'd started feeling about her. He glanced back to make sure Izzy was still sleeping. I wasn't a great cop. Far from it. And not because the physical training was difficult for a plump girl like me. I just had to work more than others, and that was fine by me. Or because of the long, grueling hours. Or because of the nature of our job when sometimes it's difficult not to become disillusioned. I worked hard, slept little, and believed in myself and what I was doing. I believed I was making a difference. She made a pause, glanced back, then returned her attention to the road. He didn't say a word, preparing himself for what was going to be next. I was so busy at my job I had little in the sense of a social life. Until several years later when I met Todd. He helped me out in the grocery store when I dropped peaches on the floor. Then he put my groceries into my car in the pouring rain while I held an umbrella. He was handsome and seemingly kind, and I gave him my phone number when he asked for it. Jealousy needled him, and he turned away to stare at the bright foliage. It didn't look so beautiful anymore. Maybe he was wrong. Maybe he didn't need to hear about her love life, to envy some guy she'd fallen for. She continued as she made a turn. We talked on the phone for a couple of weeks until he asked me out. He took me to the best restaurants in the city, brought me large bouquets of red roses every time we met, as well as chocolates and expensive perfume. He was charming, very much so, and my head was spinning. You fell in love. He felt deflated. Empty again. I thought I did. I was fully aware of what kind of job I did. So I never shared anything I learned at work with him. But a few times he asked questions that should have put me on guard. Her shoulders drooping, she slowed around a curve. Oh no. He could guess where this was going, and his heart started aching. Guilt jabbed him, too. He had no right to be jealous. He should have wished her happiness, even if it was with some other guy. But I was too infatuated with Todd to notice. He turned out to be a suspect in one of our cases. By the time I had the chance to report it, a good friend of mine already had. Apparently, he was eyeing the same promotion I was. It became known to my higher-ups. All my hard work was erased in one sweep. Her voice bitter, she clenched her left hand on the steering wheel. His heart sank. 2 betrayals at the same time, from a man she'd been falling for and her friend and colleague. Add to this how her parents had treated her, first her mother, then her father when she'd been a teen, and it must have been devastating. Don't blame yourself. He did his best to stop himself from reaching out to her in a supportive gesture. Then he gave up and placed his hand on hers on the armrest between them. She seemed to hesitate for a few moments. Then her fingers laced through his, making the blood rush faster in his veins. I was punished. 2 years later, when things started getting better, another thing happened. He squeezed her fingers to encourage her. But the pleasant tingles traveling along his skin told him he enjoyed having her hand in his again. And he had a nearly irresistible urge to ask her to pull to the shoulder so he could take her into his arms. She sent him a glance. I had to arrest someone for a GTA, Grand Theft Auto. It turned out to be my baby half-brother, who was 15 by then. My relationship with my father was estranged already, given how I broke his new wife's car window after he left us. After the arrest of his beloved son, he stopped talking to me altogether. It wasn't your fault. If anything, it could be partly his fault for not raising his son right. I should have steered my brother in the right direction, too. But they spoiled Dub Boy so much that, if I suggested anything to discipline him, I immediately was a cruel person. She shrugged as if she didn't care, while he knew she cared too much. That was wrong. Not that he should be judging. Parenthood was difficult, and he was learning it firsthand. But how could that man blame his daughter? Anger pulsed through Maverick's veins. And then, a teen I'd been trying to help, one I did my best to get off the streets, was shot. I didn't feel a passion for my job any longer. It seemed, no matter what I did, the result was something wrong. I didn't think I was making a difference any longer. It was better to leave, so I did. I got my private investigator's license. How did that go? He glanced at the fields they were passing, then studied her beautiful profile again. He wanted so badly to make things easier for her. To see the shine in her eyes he'd once seen. I was eager to help people and enjoyed it at first. But most of the assignments became following cheating spouses. It reminded me too much of why my childhood became broken. Her voice broke, too. He squeezed her fingers again, trying to move some warmth and strength into her. Though his father had turned out to be an adulterer, he'd never left them like hers had. I'm sorry. She shrugged again as she approached a four-way stop. Still, I persevered. I should be grateful I had a job. But a part of me was glad to return to my hometown and regroup now. I did want to help Grandma, and I still do. But at this point, I am not sure who is helping whom. One thing I am sure about is that you're helping me. He brought her fingers to his lips and kissed them. His pulse went into overdrive from the simple gesture. Thank you. I should be glad she's filled with a zest for life. I should support it, not try to squelch it. And if my grandmother wants to find love in Russia, Vera took a deep breath. I need to find a way to go with her. And to be her biggest cheerleader. I have a lot of experience in cheerleading. For others, but not for yourself. Probably. A half-smile twisted her lovely face. Where do you want to go? Left? Right? Forward. Forward. He answered without hesitation. For too long, he'd been driving in circles. In many senses. She nodded and moved forward after letting another car go first. He needed to get something off his chest, too. Something he'd carried for too long. He knew she'd understand. He told her how he'd found his father with another woman the day before prom night, all the angry words Maverick had shouted at him. I'm so sorry that happened to you, she said as she seemed to slow down. Have you ever forgiven him? I did. At his funeral. Too late to apologize, huh? A lump formed in his throat. I believe he knew it. And he still loved you. For a few moments, only the growl of the motor sounded in the car. But he already felt lighter somehow. How about we stop for a bit? She waved at the country road ahead. Izzy shouldn't be in the car for long, and a breath of fresh air wouldn't hurt either one of us. Then we can return to town and maybe stop for an ice cream. A breath of fresh air. That was what she was for him. What she'd always been. He just hadn't realized it. Or rather had forced himself to forget it while he'd traded the fresh air for gasoline fumes. Okay, he said, though he had a small stab of reluctance at letting her hand go. She turned to the country road. For the time, it was good to drive without having a destination in mind and end up somewhere beautiful with the people he cared about. It's better to be a turtle going in the right direction than a hare going in the wrong one, his father used to say. The thought of his father brought Maverick a taste of bitterness, and he shook his head as if he could erase unpleasant memories. Like the rest of the family, he used to look up to his father so much. Had put him on a pedestal once upon a time, really. When that pedestal had crashed, it had buried Maverick's love underneath it. Jenna's love, too. In one of the phone conversations with his sister, he'd found out she'd left for Europe to run away from disappointment. Also, to make sure she wouldn't blurt out the secret to the rest of the family, so she wouldn't hurt them. And then something had happened to Jenna. Vera brought the car to a stop. "I think this is a good spot. I'll get Izzy." He clicked his seatbelt open and limped around the car as soon as he could, eager to open the door for her. Not fast enough. By then, Vera had already slipped out of the car and opened the door to Izzy. Another result of his injury. Disappointment stung. He reminded himself he was blessed he could walk at all as he unbuckled the belt on Izzy's convertible car seat and retrieved sleepy Izzy. As tenderness filled him again, he stilled, afraid she'd start fussing at being woken up. But she just opened her blue eyes and yawned. And just like that, he was a goner. Vera stood near him as he took in the vast fields with occasional oaks and the bright blue sky without a single cloud, the weather unusually warm and sunny for November in Missouri. "Look at this beauty," he whispered to the child as he lifted her. "When we're back, I'm going to show you the ranch that one day might be yours." Vera laid a hand on his forearm, sending delicious waves through him. "You love her already, don't you?" She was always perceptive. "I do. I mean, how can you not fall in love with this precious baby?" He kissed the baby's soft cheek, soliciting more giggles, and stole a glance at a different beauty by his side. The breeze played with Vera's long blonde hair, and some of the familiar shine appeared in those eyes, the color of the Missouri sky today. Longing for things that couldn't be constricted his lungs. To hide it, he lifted Izzy. "Look how amazing this land is." In response, Izzy giggled again, her incredibly long eyelashes casting shadows on pink cheeks. The image of her wide-open, trusting baby blues and tiny rosebud mouth reached something so deep inside him he didn't even know it existed. He'd never truly understood the concept of the call of the land, the conception of legacy the rest of his family, except for his older sister, was so crazy about. But as he breathed in the fresh air filled with the scent of grass and wildflowers and looked at the endless fields, something deep inside him started changing. Maybe because he was holding a child who'd clutched his heart the way she'd clutched his sweater in her tiny fist now. A child who needed him, Maverick, as broken as he was. Or maybe because there was a woman by his side he could trust with his life, one who made him get up in the morning and was becoming the reason he wanted to wake up. Different images appeared in front of his eyes. He wanted to see Izzy grow up. To hear her say her first word. To see her making her first friends. To wipe her tears and hug her and do his best to make things better when she suffered. He could see her being a cheerleader or maybe presenting her project at a science fair or lip-syncing to her favorite boy bands. Maybe even giving her away at her wedding. That was going to be difficult. Babysitting her children. He wanted the most wonderful things for her. Most importantly, he wanted her to be loved. That was the amazing thing about Izzy. She'd never cared how many races he'd won. She just wanted food, warmth, and love. Was he going in the right direction now? He wanted to become a part of something bigger than he was, to pass it to future generations like the precious child he'd been holding. All his life, he'd been so occupied with being the first, with being the winner. But while winning world races, had he lost something more precious in the process? Like the chance to reconcile with his father. Or the love of the woman who might be able to heal his heart and break it at the same time. Chapter 9. 2 days later, Maverick's heart expanded as he leaned down and held up two tiny hands in his large ones. He shifted forward, afraid to breathe. He'd been feeding Izzy every day now and playing with her and even changed diapers twice, with a mask on. He'd attempted a lullaby but switched to one on the phone when the baby started crying. He'd even loved watching her sleep and, for the first time since the accident, felt a trace of peace. But this was new for both of them. Vera smiled encouragingly as she leaned forward, holding one of Izzy's favorite toys, a teddy bear. "You're doing great, Izzy. Come here. Come closer." She waved her hands in the universal sign to approach her. Izzy made several steps forward with his support while his heart stuttered. "Now, let her go," Vera mouthed to him. He stilled as his lungs constricted. What if the child fell? What if she were not ready? What if she hurt herself? Only now he understood what his parents had gone through with not one but 5 children. How difficult it must have been to let them take those first steps on their own and then many steps afterward. What must they have experienced when he'd left his home state for a rather dangerous career? He'd considered himself a good son. After all, he'd funneled a lot of funds into the ranch. But had he given them his time? Had he supported his mother and siblings in their grief? No, he hadn't. He'd poured himself into his career to numb the pain. He'd chosen a path far from home, and he'd had his reasons to do so. But maybe it was time to reevaluate what truly mattered in life. Did God give him another chance when he'd spared his life in that accident? To correct the things Maverick could still correct. But then some things were impossible to correct. Like telling his father he'd forgiven him, mostly. Taking back all the hurtful words Maverick had said when he'd found out his father had been cheating on his mother. Was it too late to let go of all his well-hoarded bitterness, the stuff corroding him much worse than rust could corrode a car? Let go, Vera whispered to him again. Could he? He could work on letting the bitterness go. But he didn't want to let Vera go again. Not this time. But it wasn't about what he wanted. It was about what was best for Vera. And for this little girl. So, his heart palpitating worse than in a race, he released tiny hands. Please don't fall. Please don't fall. Please don't fall. Izzy stood motionless for some time while Vera cajoled her closer with the same encouraging sweet smile. Then the child made a wobbly step. His heart seemed to want to leap out of his chest. He'd never expected that a little girl making her first step would have this effect on him. He'd won world championships, but he'd never felt this level of exhilaration. That step, that giggle from the small child suddenly meant more than all the trophies he'd once been so proud of. Vera put the toy on the floor and clapped. Yay! You're doing wonderfully well. How about another step? Izzy made another wobbly step, then landed on her bottom. Oh no! His heart sank. Did she hurt herself? Was she going to cry? Air whooshed out of his lungs when she didn't. Vera rushed to Izzy, pulled her up, and hugged her, then gave her the toy. You did awesome. Then she looked up at him. Didn't she? Her excitement was contagious. Before he knew what he was doing, he picked up Izzy and then hugged 2 of his favorite girls in the world. Oh yes. Absolutely. Then he whispered to Vera. You did great, too. She'd make a great mom, and it was a shame she still didn't have a child of her own. His lips were so close to her that a few inches, just like 2 days ago, and he could kiss her cheek, claim her lips with his. Her eyes widened, awareness swimming in them, as if she had the same thoughts. Did she want him to kiss her? Blood surged faster in his veins. Only by gathering all his willpower did he manage to pull away. He placed the child on the carpet. Vera's eyes dimmed with what could be disappointment, but then she shifted away, too, and returned her attention to Izzy. How about we do this again? Izzy thought about it for a moment, then made a step. Wow. When did she start walking? Rance's voice boomed in the doorway. Maverick tensed at the sight of the guy who used to be his best buddy. Vera's words had taken root. But he'd learned how to smile for the camera without showing his emotions a long time ago, and those skills could be used in real life, too. The resentment wasn't only because he suspected Rants of causing his accident. Was Rants here just to visit? Or? Maverick's gut twisted as he exchanged glances with Vera, whose smile became as wobbly as Izzy's steps. Vera was probably thinking the same thing he was. They didn't want to lose this precious little girl who'd claimed both of their hearts. Izzy started walking just a few minutes ago. Maverick shook hands with Rants. So did Vera, but she had difficulty showing much enthusiasm. How have you been? Great. Training. Dating. Rants grinned. Partying. Maverick failed to keep the sarcasm out of his voice. Nope. None of that lately. Appreciation appeared in Rance's eyes as he took in Vera. You look gorgeous, as always. Oh please. She rolled her eyes, while an unwelcome stab of jealousy jabbed at Maverick. How long are you going to stay? Probably for the Harvest Festival. And when I leave, I hope I won't leave alone. Rance's eyes stayed on Vera. Maverick's blood boiled. Did Rance insinuate he wanted Vera to go with him? He bottled up his anger, familiar resentment poisoning him instead. He didn't have a say in the matter. Not when he was a scarred cripple. Besides, he'd been the one to break their friendship pact with Rance in the first place by kissing Vera on prom night. The memory still filled him with exhilaration and guilt. The next moment, Rance scooped up Izzy, clearing up the matter. I thought about it for a long time. It's about time I step up and be a responsible parent. No. Vera gasped. Maverick felt empty inside, as if his heart was ripped out of his chest. How was it possible to get this attached, this fast, to a child that wasn't even his? Judging by the pain in Vera's eyes, she was asking the same question. I appreciate what you did by taking my daughter in. Rance wagged his head, his eyes hooded, then pressed his cheek to the top of Izzy's head. But I don't think I could live with myself if I left her behind. Eyes wide, Izzy looked from Maverick and Vera to Rance, then let out a loud wail. Rance winced, then hugged her, his hold awkward. Baby, don't cry. Daddy's here. Daddy'll take care of you. The wailing increased and tore at Maverick's heart. He couldn't bear it. Let me hold her. At least, let her stay with us and get used to you while you're in town. Rance hesitated. I'll pick her up tomorrow. One day. Just one day. It was something at least. Thank you, Vera whispered. Maverick's heart ached. He didn't want to give up Izzy, especially to a man like Rance. His mind whirled, trying to find a way to keep her. But surely, Rance wouldn't harm his own daughter. Maybe Rance needed Izzy more than she needed him, to change him like she'd done already with Maverick without even trying or knowing it. As Maverick held Izzy gently, she hiccuped, then smiled up at him, droplets of tears on her eyelashes. Something changed inside him forever. He'd thought he'd learned to let go when he'd left home. But as he held the sweet child in his arms and saw the longing on Vera's beautiful face mirror his own longing, he realized he never had. And he never would. Chapter 10. The next weekend, Maverick did his best to keep a smile in place as he manned the slide booth at the Harvest Festival. It was pretty simple: accept payment, give out tickets, make sure the children didn't get hurt while hurtling down a rubber slide if their parents were looking elsewhere. The festival was in full swing, with many booths offering a variety of food and refreshments and more offering different souvenirs, from handmade jewelry to cowboy buckles and straw hats. There was a Wild West reenactment, a live band, dance performances, livestock shows, and so much more that made the place humming. While the slide was relatively popular, it wasn't nearly as much in demand as Mrs. Tsareva's pierogi and pierogi booth, or whatever those things were called. So he'd suggested Vera go help her grandmother. A bad idea. Apparently, a lot of male customers developed a taste for Russian desserts. It wasn't that Vera was flirting, and Maverick understood she needed to be friendly with the customers and smile at them. But a knife turned inside him every time she paid attention to someone else. Ridiculous, of course. Maybe he'd just been raw since Rance had picked up Izzy, and Maverick already missed that child with his entire being. Yummy aromas of corn on the cob and baked turkey legs reached him, but he didn't feel hungry. "You really like her, don't you?" His younger brother's familiar voice made him wince. Cade was with his wife and his adorable son. The nephew whom Maverick hadn't gotten to know at all. He needed to correct that, as well as do better with Cade's future child. While he was thrilled for his brother and couldn't wait to get to know his nephew, it only underscored his pain from losing Izzy. "What do you mean?" Maverick feigned nonchalance as he gave a quick hug first to his brother, then his wife, and then the son. Cade shook his head as he paid for a ticket for his boy. "You've always had a thing for Vera. Even when we were in high school. Why don't you finally ask her out?" Surely, Cade had never had an issue asking a beautiful girl out, and a large part of the town's female population could confirm it. The fact that his brother could commit to one woman still puzzled Maverick, as well as filled him with gratitude. "I don't know what you're talking about." Maverick handed him the ticket, though pretending was useless with Cade. "What's the deal with you? Are you like me and can't see the treasure right in front of you?" Cade sent a loving glance toward his wife, who had that surprising pregnancy glow and a baby bump showing now. Maverick suppressed a bite of envy. After a disastrous first marriage, Cade more than deserved his marital bliss. Maverick loved his siblings. He really did. But as Cade hugged his wife and lifted his grinning son to go on the slide steps, Maverick had a burning desire to know the same joy with Vera. "I'm well aware of how amazing Vera is. But seriously, look at me." Grinding his teeth, he swept a hand from his deformed face to his crippled leg. His sister-in-law touched his arm. "Don't let your self-image define you and keep you away from the people you love. Believe me, I know what I'm talking about." Cade nodded his support. "Listen to my wife. And make your move already. Don't wait for Vera to propose to you like my wife had to. Though I'm so grateful she did." He placed a kiss on her cheek, and she giggled like a schoolgirl. Some man might make his move first. As if to confirm his words, Rants walked to Mrs. Tsareva's stand with his usual swagger. "What in the world?" That set Maverick's teeth on edge. Rants had claimed to want to spend more time with his daughter, but Izzy was nowhere in sight. And as he chatted up Vera, Maverick could understand why. "If you clench your teeth any firmer, you might break a few." Cade nudged him with an elbow. "Daddy, Mommy, look at me." Maverick's nephew yelled from the top of the slide before whizzing it down. Cade clapped, then helped his son to his feet. That looked fun. Maverick shifted away from the happy family, his focus narrowing on Vera. She shook her head at something Rance said, but her grandmother shooed her away. Vera looked his way, then hurried to him. "They're having live music, a band and all." She bit her bottom lip. "Would you like to go see it?" With all his being, he wanted to say yes. But he could barely walk without a cane. He couldn't dance, and she loved to dance. It wouldn't be fair to limit her. He schooled his features to look indifferent. "No thanks." As much as it pained him to say those words, he had to. "But you can go with Rance. I'm sure he asked you." It wasn't just about the dance. Rance had been attracted to Vera since they'd been teens. If they hit it off, she could become Izzy's mother, something Maverick guessed she'd craved. Even if it made a razor shred his insides, Maverick couldn't stand in the way of her happiness, or Izzy's. "Are you sure?" Her eyebrows pinched together the way they used to when her parents hurt her, but then they smoothed out, the expression so fleeting he wasn't positive he saw it. But what if Rance was behind his accident? No. More likely, Maverick let his jealousy cloud his judgment. "I can take care of things here. Go. Enjoy yourself." "Oh, okay." Her shoulders drooping, she walked away. His disapproving brother shook his head while Maverick's own heart tumbled onto the ground. Vera's heart ached while her feet moved according to the music. Maverick's rejection hurt more than it should have. Maybe because, against her better judgment, she'd let herself hope they could have something between them. She'd made the same mistake at 18 when she'd kissed him at the prom. But she couldn't be mistaken about the attraction and longing in his eyes, could she? She thought she knew him well. It turned out she didn't know him at all. Earth to Vera. Rance's teasing voice pulled her out of her sad thoughts. She stumbled. Did I step on your feet? He grinned at her. A couple of times. Sorry. How had she let herself zone out like this? Some PI she was. She did her best to pay attention to her surroundings and avoid stomping on Rance's feet. Rance used to be her friend, but he was also one of her suspects, and she'd let suspects close to her go unnoticed too long before. So the main reason she'd agreed to this dance was to conduct an interview. She'd done her research online and over the phone, but she needed to ask him some questions and gauge his reaction. After all, nonverbal cues often meant much more than verbal ones. It's okay. I have reliable boots. It's good to see you again, you know? Without all the drama. His expression turned serious as he whirled her around. Something in his eyes she didn't recognize, wasn't used to, prompted her to clear the air. About that kiss at prom. I never meant to hurt you. You never told me. Okay, maybe she'd guessed he'd liked her in high school. But despite his good looks and the swagger that had made him irresistible to many girls at the time, she'd never been attracted to him. No wonder, as she'd been pining for Maverick. Avoiding the topic altogether had been easier then. But she was a grown-up now. He shook his head, then dipped her. When he brought her back up, he said, "It's in the past. Besides, I think I'm in love." Really? She let out a whoosh of relief. Really? The expression in Rance's eyes was sincere. She might be the one. For the first time since the dance began, Vera let herself relax. Then I'm happy for you. The music stopped, but he didn't release her. Care for another dance? She nodded, feeling like a hypocrite because she mainly agreed since she hadn't started that interview yet. Is she okay with you being an instant dad? She supported me fully. It was her idea when I told her what happened. I didn't want to tell Maverick, but she's here with me. She's helping me take care of Izzy right now. A wistful seriousness unusual for him darkened his eyes. I want to change. To become a better person. For her. And for my daughter. Vera studied him, discovering a man she didn't know before. Had she misjudged him? No. She wouldn't be sidetracked from a suspect just because she liked him personally. She did her best to slip into professional mode. She needed to verify his alibi for the time of Maverick's accident. While she'd searched the internet and especially social media about Maverick's conquests, seeking a past flame capable of revenge, she'd done her best not to cringe from jealousy. She'd managed to talk to a few of them. One of them, some leggy blonde named Carmen, had confessed she'd dated someone famous from the racing circuit. When Vera had pressured for more, it turned out it wasn't Maverick, and she had a hunch. Did you happen to be with Carmen that day? She looked him straight in the eye as she named the day. He grimaced. How did you know? Professional secret. Why did you tell me you spent it alone? He couldn't be in two different states at the same time. She'd checked airline tickets for his name, and unless he used a fake ID, he wasn't on any flights to Springfield. We tried to keep it under wraps because she had a boyfriend at the time. Besides, I was a bit hurt you'd suspect me in my best friend's accident. That hurt lingered in his eyes indeed. Sorry. Comes with the territory. After a pang of guilt, she figured she'd best change the subject and talk about something Rance loved. How is it going in your career? Ready to win the championship? You're going to be shocked. I'm thinking about retiring to raise the baby. After I've seen what happened to Maverick, after lifting his hand from the small of her back, he scrubbed his chin, looking somewhere much further away than she was. Into his future? I mean, what do all those trophies mean then? Her jaw dropped, and she stopped. Then, as another couple bumped into them, she started moving again. You can't be serious. I am. I've been thinking a lot about all this. I want to spend more time with the woman I love. I want to see Izzy grow up. Wow. She did her best to follow his lead as she recovered. You were right. I'm beyond surprised. There went the motive. Shouldn't you be with them instead of dancing with me? I needed to talk to you. And she understands we're just friends now. A familiar mischievous grin crinkled his eyes. If things are going to work out between me and her, do you think it's going to be awkward if I ask Maverick to be the best man at my wedding? She lifted her chin, then glanced around. She'd been tired of constantly watching her back. Like the women in her family, she still wanted to make a difference, to live an exciting life. But a boring 9-to-5 job appealed more and more now. Well, if he refuses, I'll be your best man. It looked like she got it all wrong, and she'd have to return to square one in the investigation. Or was she allowing her feelings to affect her judgment again? Could Rants be playing her? She really needed to change her profession. His grin widened as he whirled her again. Thank you. I didn't expect anything less from you. I tell you what. When you and Maverick get married, I'd be honored to be your best man. She chuckled without mirth. I don't think there's much chance of me and Maverick getting married. I saw the way he looks at you. I saw the way you look at him. It puzzles me why you're not together yet. I asked him to dance today, but he refused, she blurted out, her heart twisting. So he cares about you that much. Huh? What's that supposed to mean? Hold on. Something Rants had told her didn't sit well. He wasn't the one who'd initiated bringing back the baby. His new love had. What if? No. It couldn't be. But then, the words on the note left with Izzy rubbed her the wrong way now. According to the pediatrician, Izzy was a normal, healthy baby. What if she wasn't a preemie? Berra pulled her shoulders back. She knew what she was going to do. No matter how crazy the idea sounded, she needed to check it. It wouldn't be difficult to purchase a DNA kit. She could get a hair with a follicle from a brush. Of course, she also needed to swipe Izzy's cheek. Could you please stop by Grandma's place with Izzy before you leave? I need a chance to say goodbye. Her throat clogged up. She really did, even though she did have ulterior motives. How was she going to give up that sweet girl? Maverick might want the same, too. She stopped again, but so did the music. Before Rants had a chance to reply, she spotted Cade racing to her. He was without his wife and son, his face contorted. Did you see Maverick? Alarm shot through her as they stepped aside when the new dance started. No. Cade glanced Rance's way, and Rants seemed to understand they needed privacy. I'll let you two talk. Vera, if you don't mind, I think I'll return to Izzy. Thank you for the dance, and don't be a stranger. Likewise. She waved Rance farewell, and her stomach clenched as she and Cade moved away from the crowd. What happened? My brother refused another offer to sell the ranch. He just received a text that he might regret it if one of his brothers dies. Oh no. She flinched, but did her best to act professionally. Did he go to the police? Yes. They are investigating, but the text seems to be from a disposable phone. She expected that much. Did you warn Maverick? I tried, but we can't find him. He's not answering his phone. He's not in the mansion. He already closed out the slide stand. We've been searching everywhere at the festival, but he's not here. Shivers traveled down her spine. Maybe he took a drive somewhere. He used to do that to clear his mind. But not any longer. Cade's words echoed her thoughts. He hasn't driven once after his accident. Her heart racing, she rubbed her temples. I take it you had a prayer chain started. Of course. Notified everyone you knew? He nodded again. Okay. Okay. She took a deep breath to calm her rapid pulse. I'm going to check a few places we used to frequent when we were teens. Maybe he took a taxi or someone gave him a lift. I'll keep in touch. Thank you. Kate's face relaxed somewhat, though the apprehension stayed. I'll keep you posted, too. She sprinted to her motorcycle and drove to the pond, a fist tightening around her rib cage, making it difficult to breathe. Lord, I'm sorry, I usually remember about you when I'm in dire need. But please, please, please keep Maverick safe in your care. Please? Amen. Chapter 11. Dara said the prayer over and over in her mind. What was she thinking going off to dance with Rants? She shouldn't have let Maverick out of her sight. She failed to help a person dear to her. Again. Maybe she wasn't cut out to be a cop or a PI. She gritted her teeth as she made the familiar turn and glided toward the pond's mirror surface. It wasn't about her right now. Or about her failures and mistakes. It was about Maverick. Her heart sank when she found the pond to be deserted. She didn't linger. The next stop was the ice cream parlor they both had loved to visit. Okay, maybe she'd loved to visit it, and he'd humored her. She brought the motorcycle to a stop near the parlor and rushed inside. The last customers were leaving, and the parlor was closing. Disappointment sliced her, and her heart dropped onto the asphalt. It took her a moment to recollect herself. Then she dashed outside. Soon the motor growled, and she was on the road again. With more visitors for the festival, the traffic was higher than usual in town, and she weaved between cars. The loud growl of the motor, the flapping of her shirt in the wind, the wild feeling brought back memories of motorcycle trips with Maverick. Only now, she was alone. Desperate to find him. She drove by their favorite restaurant, but the windows were dark already. Every time she stopped, she called him on the phone, but he didn't pick up. Lord, please? Then she snapped her fingers. How could she forget? The motor revved to life again as she steered toward an old oak among a cluster of trees behind the creek. They used to hide notes for each other underneath its gnarled roots. The terrain was rough, and she was grateful she'd chosen to drive her grandmother's motorcycle instead of her car this evening. As the song of the wind joined the growl of the motor, her heart pounded. But unlike her previous motorcycle travels, there was no sense of freedom, only a sense of urgency. Please be there. She rather sensed than saw a lonely figure against the backdrop of a sprawling oak. She nearly cried as she jumped from the motorcycle the moment she brought it to a stop and released the kickstand. She dashed to him and threw her arms around him. You're okay. You're okay. You're okay. Fine, maybe a tear did slide down her cheek. But he probably didn't notice it as she tucked her face in his black sweater and breathed in the familiar and so comforting scent of his spicy cologne. He seemed to hesitate, then wrapped his arms around her. Why wouldn't I be okay? As much as she wanted to stay in his embrace, craved it even, she made herself look up at him and then told him what his brother had relayed. Her senses remained on high alert as she watched her surroundings, but she'd feel better once they were inside a house. He visibly tensed. You think they meant business? I don't know. The text might be an empty threat, but I don't want to risk it. I have a gut feeling something might happen. Just like before. Her heart squeezed painfully. We need to get out of here. She made several steps and caught a glimpse of something in a cluster of trees nearby. Oh no! She whirled around and tackled him to the ground, then rolled as shots thundered in the air. Everything happened so quickly Maverick barely had time to react. One moment, he was standing. The next moment, he was on the ground and rolling with Vera, her body against his as the scent of damp earth filled his nostrils. Once they were behind the oak and out of the shot's path, Vera scrambled away from him and fired several shots. Then she groaned. Tremors went through him. Were you wounded? No. Are you? Her voice trembled. Are you okay? Yes. He pulled up on his elbows, retrieved his gun from his holster, and fired in the direction of where the shots came from. A few shots fired back, then silence. He heard her calling the police. I sent texts to your family, too, she whispered a few moments later. Still shaken, but doing his best not to show it, he nodded. Thanks. Probably soon half the town will be here. I think you're wrong. Despite the dire circumstances, he chuckled. You don't know my family or the speed with which the grapevine works in our town. I do. That's why I think soon the entire town will be here. They stilled as he listened intently. Did the shooter try to get nearer? Then it hit him how close he'd come to losing her, and this time, he couldn't stop shaking inside. She'd put herself in danger by coming to warn him. After he'd pretty much rejected her. That was the exact moment he knew he was falling for her, and there was no way back from it. He sidled closer to her, ready to give up his life for her. He took in her hair covered in dirt and the grimy streaks on her dear face. Something inside him shifted just as the siren shrilled. She might not be meant for him, but his heart didn't want to listen to reason. There was no one like Vera. There would never be. Not for him. Vera nursed the cup of hot tea in her hands and stared out her grandmother's kitchen window, her heart heavy. She'd been shot at like yesterday before. She'd lost people important to her before, too. But giving back Izzy left her with an emptiness she didn't know how to fill. Rants had stopped by with Izzy in the morning, and Vera had managed to get a swab when she'd had a few minutes alone with the baby. Then she'd had a long cry. She sniffled a little right now, too, as she traced her finger along the smooth surface of the round oak table. Things with Maverick were more complicated than ever, and that was saying something. Since the early morning, he'd been in an emergency meeting with his family that seemed to last for hours. He was supposed to call her when the meeting was over, and she checked her phone for the 100th time. No missed calls from him. Her grip tightened on the warm cup. She took another sip of hot minty liquid. She told herself she was disappointed because she couldn't protect him while being away from him, not because she was eager to see him. He'd invited her to the meeting. But she wasn't part of his family and didn't feel it was her place to be there. Instead, she'd spent the morning researching and calling her connections in the police force. Rants had an alibi as he was still at the fair at the time, and several people saw him. But a few of the cowhands at the ranch didn't have alibis, and from her experience, she knew people could be bought. After giving her statement to the police and surrendering her gun to them yesterday, she'd followed up with them today, thankful she had a good rapport with them. They found shells that didn't belong to hers or Maverick's weapons and identified the gun they had belonged to. Sadly, it didn't help much as one of the townsfolk had reported it stolen a year ago. Grandma entered the kitchen, a faint scent of apple preserves moving with her. Today, she was wearing a jean shirt and khaki pants that looked interesting combined with her fluffy pale pink slippers. Vera rose. Would you like me to make you a cup of tea? I'll get it myself, dear. Do you mind if I join you? Grandma poured tea from a small teapot with tiny pink flowers, then added steaming water into the cup. Are you kidding me? I'd love you to. Vera brought the pierogi to the table. Conversations with her grandmother often helped Vera figure things out. Grandma, I've got to tell you something. I think I'm falling in love. A knowing smile creased her grandmother's wrinkled face as she took a sip. I don't think so. Vera's brows shot up. Excuse me? I don't think you've ever fallen out of love with him in the first place. Oh, Grandma, what am I going to do? And it's not about my feelings. Vera scowled at her reflection in her tea. I'm so worried about him. You know, after what happened yesterday. Grandma helped herself to an apple-filled Pyrrhus she'd baked yesterday. Some distance could help put things into perspective. And help you figure out what's going on and who is behind the assaults and why. Vera's heart dropped a little. Put some distance between us? They'd spent decades apart, and she was fine. But now she couldn't imagine a day apart. This half a day apart seemed to drag on forever. How do you feel about going to Russia with me? Grandma studied her over the rim of her dainty pink-flowered cup. Vera stilled, torn between duty and love, and not for the first time. What had happened when she'd chosen duty the previous time froze her. Her father had stopped talking to her. I'd love to. I want to go with you. She'd go crazy thinking something could happen to her grandmother. Or, okay, what kind of mischief she could get herself in there. And Izzy was gone. Besides, maybe it was time to learn more about her roots. Could it even help her understand why her mother was so cold toward her? But what about Maverick? Or her investigation? Grandma studied her, her gray eyes seeming to look into Vera's very soul. But you can't, because you want to help Maverick. He's in danger. How can I leave him now? Well, with all the technology these days, you can continue your investigation long distance. And you can ask him to go with us. That might help put him out of harm's way, too. Gran, really? Hope fluttered inside Vera's chest, and her mind started working fast. She didn't want to make her grandmother and Maverick travel under false documents, as airline tickets could be tracked down. But they could use a disguise maybe? Travel to different towns? It should be a nice distraction from missing Izzy, too. Buddy walked in and demanded food, so naturally, Vera dropped everything and fed him, then refreshed the water in his bowl. She glanced up at her grandmother. But what about Buddy? Dorothea already volunteered to take care of him while we're gone. The older woman's eyes glowed with such energy. So what do you think? Russia is a very large country. Very. Do you think it's going to be difficult to get lost? Besides, we could do double dates. She patted Vera's knee, then winked. That way you could spy on me without being too obvious. Her heart swelling with careful joy, Vera leaped to her feet and hugged her grandmother in earnest. I love you, Grandma. Love you, too. With all my heart. When Vera shifted back, she blurted out, I can't believe how different you are from my mother. Why? Why did she never love me? Was it because I failed to meet her expectations? Didn't become a doctor? Didn't hold down my first job? You never failed anyone's expectations. You've worked hard, and you helped many people. We're all very proud of you. But not my half-brother. He had to take responsibility for his actions. You did what you had to do. Those glowing eyes dimmed. And it's not that your mother didn't love you. It was just difficult for her. Why? It's not my story to tell. At least, not yet. Anger exploded inside her. Her father's secret had broken the bubble of her happiness once. So now, her mother had an important secret she'd never told her? Then when? Grandma plopped her chin in one hand and drew circles with her finger on the tablecloth. It was unlike the spontaneous woman to be hesitant. Her blue strands fell on her face, concealing her expression. Soon. Very soon. Deflated, Vera leaned against the wooden chair her grandmother reupholstered herself with a pattern matching the teacups. Her parents had been busy when she'd been a child. But her father, a traveling salesman, had always made up for it when he'd been home. He'd showered her with love and gifts, taken her to the zoo, aquariums, and ice cream parlors. He'd been the one to tell her fairy tales and call her his princess and cover her with a blanket, warm and soft like his affection. He'd had an amazing laugh, throaty and real. And he'd supported her in everything and held her when she'd been upset. He'd been her hero, her confidant, her friend, her supporter. He'd been her amazing father. Then one day, it all had stopped. The trips had become much longer, and he became distant like her mother, as if a cold heart could be just as contagious as a head cold. For a long time, she blamed herself, tried to be the perfect daughter. Until he'd left them for another woman in Springfield, crushing Vera's heart. She'd run after his car until she could barely breathe, but he'd never stopped. He probably hadn't even looked in the rearview mirror. Shockingly, her mother hadn't been devastated, not even surprised, really, and less than a year later moved to Springfield, too, to marry a doctor. They'd started a family right away. Then Vera discovered what she'd yearned for all her childhood. A doting mother. Only Vera hadn't been the one her mother had been doting on. The new baby had become her mother's world, and she'd even taken maternity leave. Vera felt covered in layers of suffocating, heavy blankets, only none of them were warm or comforting. Guilt. Anger. Despair. Disappointment. That was when Vera had started acting out and broke the window on her father's wife's car with a baseball bat. Needless to say, the woman wasn't pleased, and weekends at her father's new place had become even rarer. Her mother's new husband wasn't too thrilled with a sulky, rebellious teen who wasn't even his either. She'd felt the only reason she'd been tolerated was because she was a free babysitter. And while she'd loved her new half-sister, Vera had yearned to be loved by her mother, to have even crumbs of the attention her mother had given the new daughter. Was it too much to ask? Vera had started hanging out with the wrong crowd and sinking deeper and deeper until her grandmother arrived and took her back to her hometown. Her mother had protested at first, probably because she was losing that free babysitter, but Grandma insisted. A suspicion formed in Vera's mind as she put the cup in the sink. Something she'd felt in her gut more than once before but had been reluctant to believe. She took a sip of the drink that was getting cold and decided to look forward to the trip. Excitement surged through her as she remembered all the fun she'd had with her grandmother the previous time they'd ventured to the mysterious land of her ancestors. Now, how would she talk Maverick into it? She tightened her grip on the cool porcelain cup. Would he reject her offer like he'd rejected her yesterday? Like her mother had rejected her when Vera had tried to snuggle up to her as a child. Her fingers tightened around the cup's handle. When she'd been growing up, neighborhood children told her all the time how wonderful her mother was. She was the best-dressed girl around, every outfit in the latest fashion. Everyone had loved to invite Vera for sleepovers and birthday parties because she'd brought the latest and most popular toys. Everyone had wanted to be invited to Vera's birthday parties because there would be lots of great food, entertainment, and expensive party favors. Most of the time, her mother had those parties at expensive restaurants and paid for unlimited tokens for all the kids, besides scrumptious pizzas. Later, she paid for short trips to Disneyland for all the children several years in a row. She was an exemplary mother. So what if there was no warmth in her hugs or her eyes when she looked at Vera? At 8, Vera had donated all the toys and electronics and most of the clothes and shoes her mother had given her to the poor families in town. It had become known, and people praised her kindness. But Vera's ears had been burning up in shame for the real reason. She'd kept the toys her grandmother had given her, including the teddy bear she'd made for her, and the clothes she'd sewn for her. The next day, her mother had replaced all the clothes, and Vera realized she had to be an ideal daughter, too. So she dressed like one and told everyone she was going to be a doctor just like her mother. One day, she'd be saving lives, too. People loved it. Crying herself to sleep alone at night was going to stay her secret. She couldn't tell her mother. After all, like her mother had said, women in their family had to be strong. "You're going to break that cup," Grandma said quietly. Vera released her grip. Then Vera thought again about the part about the baby being a preemie in the note left with Izzy, and it needled at her. There was a reason why people said it when it wasn't the truth. Despite drinking hot tea, her insides went cold. She leaned forward. "Grandma, I wasn't born premature, was I?" Her grandmother winced. Then she got up, gave her a hug, and left, for the first time leaving Vera without an answer. And that was an answer in itself. Going over the list of suspects in her head the next day, Vera walked down to the cellar to get a few jars of her grandmother's canning. For a person dedicated to his career, Maverick still managed to leave many broken hearts behind. Or maybe she was looking at this wrong? She'd looked into the ranch employees' financial records, with reluctant help from Cade's wife, and found one of the cowhands/mechanics, Claudia Allende, had received a significant amount twice from a company neither one of them could track down. The first time was when the tractors had started breaking down more often. The second time was 2 days before Maverick's accident. Upon further research, it turned Ms. Allende had an aunt in Springfield. She'd taken 2 days off, claiming the aunt had been sick and she needed to visit her relative. The curious part was that said aunt had been on a cruise at the time. But wouldn't this be too simple and too obvious? Something niggled at Berra as she stepped into the cool room and pressed the light switch. What had she missed? Maybe if she let it go, for the time being, it would appear in her mind unexpectedly. Either way, she'd started watching Ms. Allende closely and made a mental note to talk to her. And maybe it wouldn't hurt to get recordings from the airport cameras. The visitors section. It could be that someone knew Maverick was going to get flowers. Or they might have known about his flights and followed him. As Vera studied jars with raspberry jams bright as rubies, her thoughts switched to Maverick, and just like that, her pulse picked up speed. She'd vowed to keep her feelings for him at bay, but that was a hard vow to fulfill, considering they had to spend so much time together. Somehow, it was even more difficult when he wasn't the golden boy of their hometown any longer, destined for world fame. He needed her, and she desperately needed to be needed. After some deliberation, she settled on 2 jars of peaches, the color vivid as amber, and turned to go back to the kitchen. Oh. What was that? Some noise upstairs? She tensed. With her grandmother gone on one of her dates, this time several hours away, there shouldn't be anyone in the house. Grandma said she'd return in the evening, and it was only midday. Vera drew a deep breath of slightly damp air. Buddy meowed somewhere, then something fell. Okay, he'd knocked down a plant from the windowsill again. She nearly laughed. She was getting paranoid. Or simply following her training to be always alert and suspicious. She stilled and listened intently again, to be on the safe side. Everything was quiet, and the tight knot in her stomach relaxed somewhat. Then, the basement lights went out, and a gasp escaped her lips. Okay. Okay. No need to scream. Maybe something went wrong with the breaker. After all, the house was older than her grandmother, and that was saying something. Vera had replaced many appliances a few times. Her heart beating fast, she held onto the jars and made a few careful steps. Then she clutched them to her chest with her left hand while feeling the cold wall with her right hand. Nothing happened yet. But the urgency to leave the basement was throbbing in her temples. Not that she was claustrophobic. But the underground cement basement had no windows, and she had a gut feeling she needed to get out as soon as possible. She walked several steps, wishing she'd taken her cell phone with her. She'd have a flashlight then and a way to contact someone in case. Premonition squeezed her heart, and she hastened her pace. A strange click made her wince. Chapter 12. The jars slipped from her clasp and shattered on the cement steps. She knew what the click meant. Someone locked the door. The previous owners used to lock their children in the basement as punishment. Both Vera and her grandmother were going to remove the lock. But somehow, they didn't get to it. Her pulse thundered in her ears. No, this was ridiculous. Why would anyone lock her in the basement? Breathe. 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 Even without seeing anything, she made it to the door fast and turned the handle. Locked. Her heart dropped to the cement steps to join broken jars. She hit on the door. Someone. Anyone. Now she couldn't be mistaken about the footfalls disappearing in the distance. She drew several shaky breaths to calm her frayed nerves. Fine, she'd have to spend the day in the basement. She'd been in much worse situations. Even if she got a visit from a mouse, it wasn't that bad. If she got hungry, she could eat some of the jam. As long as she didn't slip on the steps and cut herself on the broken glass, it wasn't that bad. It was just until her grandmother was back. Or maybe Maverick would come looking for her. She nearly snorted. Right. That was wishful thinking. Despite the interest in his eyes, he'd made it clear he only wanted a professional relationship with her, and that disappointment still hurt. Otherwise, he wouldn't refuse her invitation to dance. Besides, he was so wrapped up in his despair he didn't see anything else. He'd even given her a day off today, as if seeing her was a nuisance. And he didn't need her help as a babysitter any longer. Okay, think about the present matters. Why would anyone lock her in the basement? If someone wanted to harm her, that meant something else was going to happen. But what? Her mind whirled as she leaned against the wall because her knees buckled. She wasn't on any kind of medication she needed to take regularly to survive. That left a few other options. She sniffed the air, and a shiver ran down her spine as a faint scent of rotten eggs reached her nostrils. Her grandmother had kept the old gas stove, despite Vera's many offers to buy her a new electric one. The plan was simple, but at the same time nearly brilliant. A gas leak. She shuddered as she slid down the wall, her mind searching for a way out. Buddy. No. The cat was inside somewhere. No. 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 If she didn't come up with something fast, she and Buddy were going to die from seemingly natural causes. Lord, please help us. Maverick frowned at his cell phone as the third call to Vera went to voicemail. He'd called her after painful physical therapy, then as he collapsed on the leather sofa in the empty living room after a shower. She'd never returned his calls. He left another message. Obviously, she didn't want to talk to him, and his heart sank a little as a void formed inside him. Was she still upset that he didn't dance with her? Okay, he'd given her a day off, because she deserved it and because the baby wasn't here any longer. He hadn't expected a void to grow this fast and this big. His tired muscles protesting, he sat up on the smooth sofa and stared at the fireplace where photos of their large and growing, happy family filled the mantel. He was one of the 2 remaining siblings who was still single with no children. For some reason, that bothered him now, as if everyone had been having steak and potatoes and he was on a celery and carrots diet. He cringed as he rubbed his temples. Not a great comparison. The pull to see Vera surprised him. Granted, he'd thought of her often, fine, every day, while on the racing circuit. But it had never been this overwhelming. In a matter of days, he'd grown deeply attached to her, just like to that sweet baby. Did he need to lean on her support now, just like he had to lean on the cane? Like he couldn't even walk on his own? He pulled his shoulders back. That couldn't be the reason. His heart shifted, and so did the sofa as he brought himself to an upright position. His muscles screamed in protest, but he'd already accepted pain as part of his life now. He changed fast into a light sweater and jeans. He just needed to make sure she was okay. Besides, he had a perfect excuse. He had to know how the case was progressing, didn't he? Then there was the matter of driving. Embarrassed heat flushed through him. Of all the humiliating things, even the thought of driving a short distance sent him, Maverick Clark, into a shudder. Calling a taxi. No. He called Cade, and credited to Cade, he dropped his ranch work and arrived minutes later with no questions asked. Then he let Maverick out near Mrs. Tsareva's house. Vera's car was in the driveway, so she must be home. Call me later when you need a ride back. I hope all goes well. I'll pray for you. Cade waved at him when he drove off. Maverick's pulse picked up speed as he rang the doorbell. No answer. His heart sank to the welcome doormat. She was obviously home, and he doubted she'd be asleep at this time. Was she ignoring him? He rang the doorbell a second, then a third time. Still no answer. His gut twisted as he tried the locked door handle. Should he call the police? Right. He snorted. They'd laugh at him. Still, his gut twisted tighter as he limped around the house and looked into the windows. If the neighbors saw him, they'd call the police. Thankfully, the curtains were open, which allowed him to look inside the rooms. Neither Vera nor her grandmother were in any of them. Of course, they could have gone somewhere together, right? Mrs. Tsareva's truck wasn't here, but when he'd called her, she'd said her granddaughter was at home. He should let her be. But concern rooted him to one place. He tried to call Vera again and winced when her favorite pop song, her ringtone, played inside the house. A shiver traveled down his spine. Something wasn't right. Sure, there was a chance she'd forgotten her phone. Still, it didn't fit with what he knew about her. He tried the patio door close to the kitchen. Locked, too. He clenched his teeth. Meow. The sound made him look to the side. Buddy strolled to him. Maverick eyed him, remembering the scratches. What are you doing here? Did you escape again? After all, Buddy was a house cat, but he did manage to escape from time to time. Buddy sniffed the air, then sneezed, then meowed again. You don't like something, do you? What are you trying to tell me? A moment later, Maverick realized what was wrong. Mingling with the scent of grass was another faint scent. The scent of rotten eggs. When he'd been a child and they'd had a gas furnace, there'd been a tiny leak once. They'd spotted it soon, and no damage had been done. But his mother had taught him how to distinguish the scent and what to do when he smelled it. He shuddered as he limped away from the house, punched in 911, and reported a gas leak. Using a cell phone too close to a gas leak could create an explosion. Then he made it to the tool shed as fast as his hurting leg allowed him. Thankfully, he knew where different tools were thanks to helping Mrs. Tsareva in the garden all those years ago. He located the wrench and hurried to the gas meter, despite the pain. He turned off the gas and wiped the sweat forming on his forehead. Another thought spurred him on as he located a flathead screwdriver and limped back to the window, grimacing at his crippled gait. What if Vera or her grandmother were inside? The thought sent another shudder through him. They would have reported the gas leak, wouldn't they? Unless something happened to one of them, or both of them. Even if he couldn't see either of them in the rooms, they could have fainted in the bathroom or the basement, especially considering that Vera's phone was there. No. He was imagining things. But even as he tried to talk himself out of it, he knew what he was going to do. He couldn't imagine anything happening to Vera or the person she loved so much. Neither could he risk waiting for help. Grateful she'd explained to him how to take out windows when she'd inspected the mansion, he inserted the screwdriver into the channel of the metal strip around the window and pried it out as fast as he could by loosening it, then pulling out. More cold sweat formed on his forehead while his heart pounded. He needed to hurry up. He should just break the window and pay for its replacement later. Okay, if this didn't work, he would. He inserted the screwdriver between the glass and the pane and pried it open fast. Soon the glass was in his hands, and he laid it aside. He climbed inside, his leg crying from pain by now. Without turning on the light switch as that could trigger an explosion, too, he checked the bathrooms, empty. He didn't know whether to be relieved or to worry. He breathed into the sleeve of his sweater, but it wasn't much help. The rotten egg smell was much stronger inside. So he needed to get out before he passed out. Instead, he yelled, "Vera! Are you here?" Pounding on the basement door answered him. He felt dizzy by now, but he lurched to the basement door. His jaw slackened as he found it locked. Getting weaker by the moment, he opened the lock, and Vera nearly fell onto him. Her eyes wide and face pale, she managed to get herself out of the basement and into the room. "We have to get out of here." He hugged her to support her, but she stumbled as she moved forward. Without thinking, purely on an adrenaline rush, he scooped her up in his arms. "What are you doing?" Her eyes grew even bigger. "Put me down." Now. Yes, he knew. He could barely move himself, much less carry her. "Don't talk, please. Somehow, he found the strength to make it to the door, adrenaline working miracles. Once they were outside, he gasped for fresh air, letting oxygen into his starved lungs. He'd never take oxygen for granted again. Never. Shrill sirens resounded in the distance, and a few people clustered on the lawn already. Murmurs of what happened were spreading like waves. He didn't pay attention to the small crowd as he placed Vera on the grass and collapsed nearby. Mrs. Dorothea rushed to them. "Are you okay?" "I hope so." He looked at Vera's beautiful eyes, her too pale skin, terrified she'd inhaled harmful chemicals for too long. Buddy scurried to them and nudged Vera's hand with his pink nose, meowing. Mrs. Dorothea scooped up the cat and stroked him. "I'll take care of Buddy." "Thank you, Mrs. Dorothea." I'm fine," Vera whispered. "Thanks to you, Maverick." Praise God. Only then did he allow himself to relax. Something snapped inside him. The world disappeared. Chapter 13. Vera was still shaking as the nurse in purple scrubs wheeled her out of the hospital emergency room where the ambulance had taken her and Maverick. She'd refused to stay overnight for observation because she needed to make sure Maverick was all right. His fainting had shattered her. Besides, they'd already given her plenty of oxygen, and her oxygen level wasn't bad at all things considering. She'd also refused to call her grandmother or her parents. She didn't want to worry her grandma, and her parents wouldn't care much, anyway. They had busy lives and other children to worry about far away from her hometown. They'd been concerned about their careers or new spouses way more than they'd been concerned about her. So much unlike Maverick's family. Longing unraveled her remaining strength as the nurse wheeled her to the waiting room where nobody was waiting for her. What an irony. On the contrary, Maverick's large family filled the entire space, surrounding him in a loving cocoon. A weak smile appeared on his handsome face as everyone took turns hugging him and he kept reassuring them he was fine. Longing intensified. Just like in childhood, she didn't belong with his family. She was an outsider, looking in. Even in her own family. Except with her grandmother, of course. Vera pulled her spine to its full capacity and got up from the wheelchair, ready to retreat. She needed to get home before her grandmother so she wouldn't worry. Caring neighbors would no doubt enlighten Grandma soon enough about what had happened. Besides, his family might resent her for putting their beloved Maverick in danger, even if she didn't do it on purpose. After all, her own family resented her for much smaller things. Okay, no pity party. She should remember the things she was grateful for. Maverick seemed to be okay, Buddy was okay, and she was okay, too. Thank you, Lord. Vera. Praise God, you're okay. Kate's voice stopped her departure. Oh. Too late to escape now. He ran to her and hugged her. Soon the entire family enveloped her, including Maverick. He embraced her and for a few amazing moments didn't let go. I worried so much about you. Don't ever scare me like that again. True. He was asking about you. Sounded so worried. We didn't know how to hold him back. As the chorus of voices resounded around her, something warmed her, but she forced herself to ease out of his embrace. I'm sorry all this happened. It wasn't your fault. He placed his hands on her shoulders as if still reluctant to let her go. It was probably mine. The only reason I can think of why someone locked you in the basement and turned the gas on was because someone doesn't like that you're investigating for me. She shuddered inside but did her best not to show it. Well, it's part of the job. I should have been more careful. But that meant she might be putting her grandmother in danger. No. We'll wait for you outside. His family filed out of the room one by one as if to give them privacy before other patients arrived. Cade stayed a moment longer. I'll be glad to give you both a ride when you're ready. Thanks, bro. Maverick's gaze never left her face. He ran his finger along her jaw, making her dizzy. Or maybe the dizziness was the after effects of gas poisoning. Do you have any idea how much I'm afraid to lose you? His voice croaked, barely audible, and she wasn't sure she heard him right. Then he sucked in a quick breath, and his eyes widened as if he couldn't believe he'd spoken aloud. A family with children rushed in, stealing their privacy. Ditto, she whispered as she slid away. As they walked outside together, she filled her hungry lungs with fresh air instead of the scent of medicines, antiseptics, and worry. She studied the cars in the parking lot for anything suspicious, then nodded for him to proceed. In the car, they all kept quiet, and she called Rants as she missed Izzy more with every moment. Hearing the baby's giggles on the phone soothed something raw inside her, and she passed the phone to Maverick so the same could happen to him. Her feelings for him were growing, but so were her dilemmas. Until he could heal inside from past hurts, and so could she, until he'd stopped trying to always be the strong one, the leader, and accepted his current weakness as a possibility for growth, there was no chance of them being together. Ever being anything more than friends. If that even happened. Her heart constricted. Meanwhile, she could be putting in danger the life of the person she loved with all her heart and who'd always been there for her. Her grandma. I'd like to go to Russia with you and your grandmother, Maverick said as the two of them had tea in her grandmother's cozy kitchen. Buddy was a welcome guest, stretching on the rug, and her grandmother was on the way back from her date in Springfield. Hopefully, right after Thanksgiving. If that's okay with you. Berra spat out her tea and coughed profusely. His heart sank. Was he too forward? Was that asking too much? Or maybe she didn't want to spend time with him as much as he wanted to spend time with her. I didn't mean to make you choke. If you think that's a horrible idea. She wiped tea on the table with a napkin, then grinned up at him, her lovely face aglow. I think it's a great idea. For hours, I've been thinking, trying to figure out how to talk you into it. Warmth flooded him, and he wanted to hug her so badly it took all his willpower to stay in his chair. And to think he'd spend hours trying to figure out how to talk her into it. Is your grandma going to be okay with it? She laughed, bright and merry, light-hearted and girlish. Grandma suggested it. His lips spread in a smile. I knew there was a reason I love your grandmother. Besides the fact that she's so good to you. He wondered sometimes what would have happened to Vera if her grandmother hadn't insisted on taking her in all those years ago. As his chest constricted, he didn't want to know the answer. She'd probably end up like her half-brother. Maybe he was a fool for suggesting the trip together. Being near her for several weeks and not touching her, not hugging her, not kissing her. How was he going to survive that? The longing left by Izzy's absence intensified. Neither he nor Vera had talked about it as if the wound was still too raw to open. It might be stupid to subject himself to being in Vera's company all the time and not allowing himself to show his feelings. But then, at the hospital, his family had suggested he needed to vanish somewhere far away because he seemed to be the one targeted. So he blurted out how he'd like to go to Russia with Vera and her grandmother. The family had voted it in, as well as asked him to invite Vera and her grandmother to Thanksgiving. A pleasant feeling spread inside him. His family was such a blessing. Something he'd once taken for granted. Of course, we all would love it if you joined us for Thanksgiving. You and your grandmother. Buddy looked up and meowed. He smiled. Sorry, no cats allowed at the table. Buddy meowed again, this time louder and voicing his disagreement. Maverick got up and rubbed behind the cat's ears, evoking a soft purr. We're going to miss you. Maybe he should get a pet. He smiled at the cat. Thank you for helping me today. Then he winced at the memory of the gas leak incident. His head jerking up, he faced Vera again. But I don't want to put you and your grandmother in danger. She tapped her fingers against the oak table. I believe the main thing is for you to make it there unrecognized. How do you feel about wearing a disguise? Days later, Maverick looked at the Thanksgiving table, breathing in the scrumptious aromas of turkey, ham, and more trimmings than he could count at once. And that was before the pies were brought out. While he'd done his best to be home for Christmas every year, Thanksgiving was a different matter. With all the rigorous training, he couldn't afford to take a break and risk someone else gaining an upper hand in a race. Having just come off the Bathurst 1000 in October, he'd kept driving with his focus on the Monte Carlo rally in January. So he'd skipped a lot of Thanksgivings at home, especially during the beginning of his career while he was competing in the smaller races as well, back when his father was still alive. A stab of regret made him flinch. For some things, there could be second chances. For others, no. He poured apple cider into Vera's glass and wished Izzy was here, too. As his pulse increased just from looking at Vera, being around her and being unable to touch her, kiss her, run his fingers through her luscious long hair, well, it was getting more and more difficult. "Thank you." She smiled at him. Just that smile could melt his heart. Oh, what was a guy to do? It didn't help that almost all his siblings had already arrived in Marriageville, while he couldn't even locate Loville on the map. The way their faces lit up when they as much as looked at their spouses was priceless. He was happy for them, he really was. But what he resented was the envy twisting his gut. He needed to talk to the one sibling who'd understand him. The one who was just as lost as he was. His kindred spirit. "I'm going to be right back," he whispered to Vera and excused himself from the table. He limped from the mansion's spacious dining room to his room upstairs. His childhood room where he'd never before expected to find himself on a semi-permanent basis. Funny how life could make a full circle sometimes, and not in a good way. How do we know which roads to choose, especially when we try to find the road to ourselves? How do we reverse our course when we find ourselves at a dead end? He chastised himself as he closed the door behind himself for privacy. He could do way worse than having a loving family accept him with open arms and take care of him when he needed it the most. Despite the vast difference in the hours, Jenna picked up on the second ring. But then, she worked at night often. Her image stood in front of his eyes, though he could barely remember when he'd last seen her without a disguise. Oh, in one of his visits to Europe for a championship. She'd come to cheer for him in sunglasses with a cap drawn low, and he'd met her afterward for dinner in his room. He would have taken her to the most expensive restaurant in the city, but she'd insisted on privacy. Her long bangs fell on her hazel eyes, and a leather jacket seemed loose on her frame as if she'd lost weight. Her raven hair was cut short, and a healing scar discolored her neck. But he knew she'd never explain, so he didn't ask. She'd graduated from the Sorbonne that year with majors in French and German but talked about it with indifference. His family had secrets, and so had Jenna. The more years passed, the more difficult those would be to tell, and the more damage could be done. Over the years as their relationship got closer, he tried to figure out the puzzle that was his older sister. But he couldn't because too many pieces were lacking as she'd kept them to herself. Sometimes he wondered if she'd withheld them because they were as sharp as shards of glass and she didn't want him to hurt himself, and the same went for his family. But it hurt much more to know she wasn't truly happy and he couldn't do anything about it. "Happy Thanksgiving, sis." He kept his voice as cheerful as he could. "Happy Thanksgiving, my favorite brother." She kept her warm voice relatively low, making him wonder if she was on a stakeout again. "Wish I could send you all the yummy things we're having today." He patted his stomach. "I'll have to spend an extra day in the gym." She chuckled. "I have a turkey sandwich with me in honor of the day." He shouldn't ask in case it was still painful for her, and still, he blurted out, "Come home for Christmas." They'd shared the same secret about their father, though they'd found out about his infidelities at different times. Now when the secret was out anyway, maybe she'd stop her wanderings and return. He'd love that. Maybe he should have taken her up on her offer when she'd wanted to come home to help take care of him. But he'd been so bitter he'd refused, saying enough people were fussing over him already. Regret stung. He had a chance to bring her back, and he'd failed. His eyes widened when she said, her voice even lower than usual, "I just might. Especially if you get married around that time." The image of Vera walking to him while he stood near the altar flashed in his mind. It disappeared just as quickly. Me? Married? He strived for a light tone as he plumped on the bed. Honestly, I'd do it just to bring you here, but I'm a confirmed bachelor. He hadn't recognized her at their sister's wedding at first, but then he'd seen past her disguise. Of course, he kept her secret. If she wanted to attend family events incognito, that was her choice, no matter how much he wished she'd return as herself and reconcile with the entire family. Oh please. She chuckled. We're all confirmed bachelors and bachelorettes until we meet the right person. I noticed the way you talk about Berra. I remember the way your face lit up when she stopped by the house when we were teens. Why don't you give yourself a chance with her? Warmth rose inside him. That was what he got for telling too much to his sister. You know the way I am now. She deserves better. She can't find a better man than you are. Jenna's voice softened. You're just saying it because you're my sister. I'm saying it because I love you and because you deserve it. This Thanksgiving and always, I'm grateful for having you in my life. Oh, sorry, I've got to go. Her voice became rushed. Love you, my darling brother. It looked like the person she'd been tracking had arrived. Ditto. I mean, I'm grateful for you, too. Love you very much. Even after she disconnected, he stared at the phone, reluctant to accept that she continued being on the other side of the world. But at least, now there was hope. His spirits up, he looked forward to returning to his large family where Vera and her grandmother fit as if they were part of it already. Invigorated, he pushed himself up and walked to the door. As he opened it, he bumped into Vera. Good thing she jumped back, or he could have knocked her down. Oh. Oops. He closed the door behind himself. A strange look settled in her eyes. Sadness? Disappointment? But why? Cade sent me to look for you. He didn't want you to miss the pies. His family must have thought he retired for the evening. Or was Cade matchmaking to give Maverick and Vera a few minutes alone? What if Jenna was right and he should give himself a chance with Vera? Sure. He stepped to her and tucked a strand of her luscious blonde hair behind her ear, making his pulse skyrocket. Unable to resist the pull toward her any longer, he wanted to cup her face. Disappointment knifed him when she jerked back. We need to return to the table. Her voice, so void of emotion, stopped him more than her words. Right. He did his best not to show how his heart shattered as he limped toward the dining room. Vera obviously didn't want a chance with him, and it hurt more than it should have. Chapter 14. 2 days later, Vera could barely contain her laughter as she buckled in on the plane. But contain it, she had. Maverick already didn't look too comfortable in his disguise. She didn't need to add to it. At least, they'd cleared the air yesterday. When she'd overheard him on the phone saying love you very much, it was to his sister. Phew. Not that Berra should have been jealous to start with. Don't say a word, he muttered through his teeth as he placed their luggage into the overhead compartment, then slid to the seat near her and buckled up, too. She didn't, but her grandmother didn't have her restraint. She reached across Berra and patted Maverick on the arm. If it's any help, dear, you look beautiful. Why, no wonder a guy in the airport even hit on you. Vera couldn't help herself as a few giggles escaped. Based on Maverick's expression, he barely held in a groan. Thankfully, even irritated, he still managed to have his voice high-pitched, playing his role well. Seriously? He tugged at the curls of the auburn wig cascading down his shoulders. Then he leaned to Vera, probably to make sure nobody overheard them. I thought the point was to stay unnoticed. How is this supposed to accomplish that? He gestured to his leopard print coat and matching boots. The whiff of flowery perfume was unfamiliar, but she couldn't complain since she'd chosen it. She missed his spicy cologne, though. She whispered into his ear. When people recall you, red hair and leopard print clothes are what they're going to remember. Out loud, she said, would you pass me the headphones, Mom? They were supposed to portray a family. Grandmother, mother, and daughter going on a vacation. Vera had put her hair in 2 braids to appear younger, while Vera wore a casual outfit of a navy blue blazer, faded jeans, a white knit hat, and low-heeled boots, and her grandmother selected clothes of the same modest palette. Maverick made up for it. It had taken Vera hours to do his makeup, while it took only a few seconds for her to swipe lipstick on her own lips. He threw her a look when she called him her mother, but he passed the headphones nonetheless. An eccentric outfit or not, there was something comfortable about having him nearby. She could easily imagine them taking trips in the future. As a real family. With Izzy when she was more grown up and could travel. Oh, how she missed that baby girl. A lump formed in her throat, and she suppressed a sigh. Sadly, it was only a dream. When the plane gained speed on the ground, ready to take off, her nerves stretched taut, and her fingers tightened on the handle. "Don't tell me you're scared of flights?" Teasing notes laced his voice, but some concern knit his brow line. She raised her chin. "It's not that I'm scared of flying. I just don't particularly enjoy the takeoff." "Okay, I don't particularly enjoy when the turbulence hits either." She turned to her grandmother. "Grandma, how about next time we travel we go somewhere where we can get by car?" "You'll be fine, dear. And you know they say flying is safer than driving." Maverick leaned to her again. "Would it help if I held your hand?" Vera's pulse increased for a different reason other than being suspended in the air soon. Red wig and bright makeup or not, he still had that certain effect on her. Yes, it would. His hand covered hers. Then he laced his fingers through hers. Indeed, it calmed her. That, and the fact that she started praying. "Here I am, Lord, coming for help to you again. I'm sorry, I forgot to thank you when you saved Maverick's life or when you had him rescue me from the cellar. I will try to do better in the future. Please give us a safe trip." Amen. Soon they were in the air, and she stopped clutching Maverick's hand as if it were a lifeline. Or was it? Her grandmother often said everything happened for a reason. Maybe her working with Maverick and going on this trip happened for a reason, too. Maybe God was trying to tell her something. She stole a glance at Maverick, who'd seemed to do the same with her heart years ago. Was God telling Maverick something, too? And was Maverick listening? "Lord, please guide me. I know I can be stubborn sometimes, so please shake me if I don't get it. Well, not too much, and no turbulence, please. But, please, help me see the path you have for me." In a quiet voice and leaning close, she relayed to Maverick some other details of the investigation. She'd talked to Claudia Allende, the ranch cowgirl/mechanic who'd received significant sums of money at suspicious times, as well as lied about her whereabouts at the time of Maverick's accident. After some digging and a long talk to Ms. Allende, Vera had found out the woman was having an affair with a rich married man in Springfield, which she'd wanted to keep a secret for obvious reasons. When Vera had talked to the man's neighbors, they'd confirmed it. Apparently, it wasn't as well kept secret as Ms. Allende had thought. So, this didn't give any results. Vera sighed. "Checking the airport recordings at the time of your arrival didn't help, either." "I'm sorry." He brushed a strand of hair that had fallen on her face, eliciting a tiny gasp. "You're doing what you can." "I'm grateful. And I'm grateful that for some time we can relax and forget about the investigation. Enjoy the trip and each other." I didn't mean that." Warmth rose inside her. "Yeah, I know." As she rested her head on Maverick's shoulder and drifted to sleep, she hoped with all her heart the path God had chosen for her intertwined with his. Chapter 15. Jet lag was murder. Maverick winced from his choice of words as he fit their luggage in the taxi's trunk after they'd landed in Sheremetyevo International Airport. Despite her initial fright, Vera had slept most of the trip while he'd spent the time either watching movies or watching her sleep. Walking in these boots was even worse than jet lag. How did women do it regularly? He'd half-limped, half-wobbled most of the way and had to lean on Vera, to his embarrassment. In the end, he'd used his cane again, even if it spoiled the look. He opened the door for Vera, then for her grandmother. "I'd love to stay and explore this amazing city, but I think all of us should take the train to..." Mrs. Tsareva named a place he didn't recognize as she slipped inside the yellow car. But then he didn't know much of Russian topography. He slumped onto the leather seat, promising himself he'd never take sneakers and men's boots for granted again. As the motor growled and the yellow car took off, Vera leaned to him. "It can take 40 minutes or over an hour to get to Moscow, depending on the traffic, which road the driver takes, and the speed with which the vehicle travels. With a taxi, it'll take us more than an hour, most likely." He glanced at her lovely face. "Is it because they drive slow?" She chuckled. "No. It's because they choose the longest route." Of course, since the payment depended on the mileage. At first, he watched his fields, then modern buildings, gold-domed cathedrals, billboards, and different vehicles passed in a blur. A certain beauty impressed him in the combination of past, present, and some futuristic constructions, but his eyelids grew heavy. The next moment he knew, Vera tapped his shoulder. "We've arrived." After they boarded the train and found their places, he took in the metal table in the middle, white curtains on the windows, and the long seats wrapped into something he figured was blue faux leather. A door with a mirror closed off the compartment, and he was glad to see it had a lock. Interesting. Don't tell me it's your first time on a train?" Vera smiled at him, then lifted the lid of the seat. "You can put our bags here." Oh, how much he loved that smile. "Oh. No thinking like that." He shrugged as he slid their luggage under the seat and closed the lid. "I know we have trains in the US, but somehow, I never needed to take one." He helped her take off her blazer and hung it on the hook, then did the same for her grandma. "It's a little different here." Vera plopped on the seat in her adorable beige sweater, and her grandmother joined her. "I can see that." He dropped himself on the bench seat opposite her and stretched his long-suffering legs. He was going to throw these boots out the window as soon as possible. Well, after the train started moving. He didn't want to hit someone on the head. His scalp itched. The wig might follow the boots. There will be a a conductor, coming to check the tickets soon. Every railway carriage here has its own provodnitsa. She's going to ask if you want to take a bed. His eyes widened. A bed? Both Vera and her grandmother chuckled as if they realized how it sounded. Then Vera said, "Well, we're going to be at our destination in the morning. So we'll need to sleep, right?" "Right. But how are the beds going to fit in here?" He frowned, glad he was on this trip with these two women. He didn't like the idea of her being alone with strangers. At least, it was good the fourth passenger never showed up. A loud voice announced something via overhead speakers, and soon the train started moving, the rattle of wheels loud. Vera laughed, and the sound sent a pleasant wave through him, even if his cluelessness was the reason for her merriment. In this case, postal, or the bed, means fresh sheets and a pillowcase. There are already mattresses, pillows, and blankets here. She pointed to the top shelf. He followed her gesture. What else is the provad, the conductor going to ask? He might as well be prepared. If you'd like some tea. Mrs. Tsareva gestured to the table where she unpacked her homemade cookies. His stomach perked up. And tea actually means tea? Vera nodded. It's going to be hot tea, and it'll be served in glasses. Because the glasses will be hot, obviously, and difficult to carry, they are placed in metal containers. That container is called podstakanik. It literally means under the glass. Podstakanik, he said slowly. Close enough. She smiled again. That seemed like a difficult language, yet she spoke it so easily. One had to respect that. He glanced at his disguise, eager to look his usual self again. Okay, maybe he'd never be able to return to his former self, the way he'd been before the accident. But the leopard print clothes made his skin crawl. Vera seemed to read his mind. Grandma, how about we wait in the corridor while Maverick changes? Sure thing. The woman opened the compartment door and left first, and Vera followed her. As he pulled off the wig and changed into black jeans and a sweater, his thoughts shifted to the latest events. Maybe he didn't need to return to his former self. He'd been successful beyond his wildest dreams, yes, but he'd started valuing trophies more than people. As he pulled men's boots on, yes, he thought about Izzy's giggles and her first steps, about the bond Vera shared with her grandmother, about the way his family rallied around him after the accident, even if he'd done his best to push them away. All his life, he'd been driving at high speed, pushing himself and the motor beyond any limits, and proud of it. But maybe he'd been driving in the wrong direction, away from the people he loved, the people who loved him. Okay, not that he could hope Vera would fall in love with him. He pulled down the window, breathed in the cold fresh air with a bit of bite, and enjoyed throwing the boots out. He decided to keep the wig in case he needed to use the disguise again. He closed the window fast so the place wouldn't get cold. How sad that it took something as tragic as nearly dying for him to realize how much he'd left behind and how far he'd gone. Now, he had ugly scars inside and outside, but maybe what happened could help him become a better person. A person worthy of the love of an incredible woman like Vera. At 18, he'd chosen his dream of becoming a famous racer over what could happen with Vera. The world had been wide open, filled with exciting possibilities. He hadn't been ready for a family then, didn't want to settle down, only to become someone like his father, an exemplary citizen on the outside with a philandering secret. Maverick had thought then he wouldn't be a good husband to Vera, a good father to their children. He hadn't been ready then. But when he'd nearly kissed Vera, old feelings coming with new force, when he'd held Izzy and looked into those baby blues, he'd been surprised by the strength of his longing for the things he'd once dismissed. Was it too late for him? Or was God giving him another chance? Could he, Maverick, come back to God like the prodigal son? Lord, please help me. The prayer appeared unexpectedly. He didn't ponder it as he opened the door and gestured for Vera and her grandmother to come in. The older woman gave him a wry look. I think I'll stay here a little bit and watch the landscape roll by in the window. He didn't ask why she couldn't do the same inside, but sent her a grateful smile for giving him some privacy with Vera. Once Vera was inside, he closed the door, caught his reflection in the mirror, and cringed. She seemed to read his mind as if she were as tuned into him as ever, like they hadn't spent years apart. Need some help taking off that makeup? He nodded and sat down on the long shelf/bench to make it easier for her. I'd appreciate it. She took out a bottle with what he assumed was a makeup remover and a packet with wipes from her purse. Then she started swabbing one of the cotton circles along his face. The touch of her fingers was light, but it seemed to leave a trail of fire on his heated skin. Close your eyes so I can remove your eyeshadow and mascara, too. Emotion filled her eyes as if she were affected by this simple task, too. Wasn't she? He did as she asked. The intensity of his reaction to her touch increased without the distraction of vision, creating images of claiming her lips with his. Images he shouldn't be having. As his heart started beating wildly, he wasn't sure her assisting him with this was such a hot idea, or rather, maybe it was too hot an idea. As her sweet perfume, those scents of wild berries and melted caramel, drifted to his nostrils, they evoked memories of their first and only kiss. He nearly had to fist his hands to stop from reaching out to her. The pleasant wave caused by her touch mixed with the desire to feel her in his arms again and to kiss her. How was he going to survive several weeks of this? He'd thought once he'd had a lot of willpower. He didn't think he had enough willpower for this. All done. Her quiet voice made him open his eyes. He glanced in the mirror. He'd had to shave off the beard that had partially hidden the scars on the right side of his face. With makeup gone, he frowned at the glaring scars. At the same time, he felt lighter at having himself back. Now, if only he could bring back that missed opportunity with Vera. Or maybe God was giving him a new one? Maverick couldn't resist it any longer. His arms circled her waist, and he brought her closer. His breathing went shallow, and by the looks of it, so did hers. Anticipation surged through him, but he couldn't rush it. Wouldn't rush her. More emotion filled her beautiful eyes as she stroked his face with her fingertips. When she touched his scars, he tensed for a moment, and a lump formed in his throat. I know they are ugly. They are not. As if to prove her words, she leaned toward him and kissed them softly. His pulse went into overdrive. There's a Russian saying that scars make a man more handsome. She smiled as she looked up at him again. Then she chuckled. Okay, there's also a Russian saying that a man should be a little more handsome than a monkey. His lips tugged up. That doesn't set a bar too high. To me, it means it's not about outside beauty, though you still have your handsome looks. But it wasn't what attracted me to you. It's about your passion for your dream, your willingness to take risks, your loyalty to the people you love. What attracted me to you? What attracted me to you? What attracted me to you? Was she still attracted to him? Her praise touched something deep inside him, even deeper than the road her kiss had blazed. But he wasn't so sure he had that loyalty. As for his willingness to take risks, he was still afraid to risk his heart. His arms tightened around her as she dipped her face again. This time, he was going to meet her halfway, and his pulse skyrocketed. As his lips brushed against hers, a delightful wave claimed him, sending him into the times when happiness was not just possible but also near, so near. Every cell in his body filled with euphoria, and her lips were the healing balm he'd needed so badly. A knock on the door made her jump back, ending the kiss way too soon, and disappointment sliced through him. Must be the conductor. Her voice sounded a little raspy as she opened the door. Her grandmother walked inside with an apologizing look, followed by a middle-aged woman in a uniform and brown boots. When the woman said something in Russian, Berra handed her the tickets. Her gaze lingered on him, and he tensed, wondering whether she could already guess he was a foreigner. Then she said something. She is asking whether you are going to take the bed and tea. Vera glanced at him. Yes to both questions. He was glad to be prepared, or he'd look like a fool asking how 3 beds would fit in this small space. After the conductor left, he asked what things one wasn't supposed to do in Russia. Berra removed the bottle of lemonade he'd just emptied from the table and placed it on the floor. No empty bottles on the table. Besides, you're not supposed to whistle here. Good to know. What else am I not supposed to do? Berra rubbed her forehead. Oh, there are plenty of Russian superstitions. Returning for something might lead to something bad. But I think if you look in the mirror, it might mitigate it. Or when you go somewhere when a woman with empty pails crosses your path, it's a bad sign, Mrs. Tsareva chimed in as she helped herself to the cookies. Not that women carry water in pails these days, really. He did his best to follow her logic while he snatched a cookie for himself. Yummy. But if the pails are full of water, it's a good sign, right? Vera smiled. You're catching on quick. Let's see. If a pregnant woman asks you something, you shouldn't refuse her. You might move a little to the left. They say a person who sits at the angle of the table won't get married. Before, he'd laugh it off. Now he moved in a hurry. I consider superstitions part of Russian folklore. Berra moved away from the angle of the table, too. Speaking of Russian folklore. He leaned back against the wall. I'd like to learn more about those matryoshkas. They are a symbol of fertility. People have been carving them for centuries. Some are considered masterpieces worthy of museums. A knock on the door interrupted her explanation. The conductor brought in the beds and, a few minutes later, glasses with tea. Berra said, "Spasibo," and he figured it meant thank you. As the tea aroma spread in the empty space, adding to the enticing cookie scent, Mrs. Tsareva gestured for everyone to join her. She said grace, thankfully in English. He added an amen, surprising himself. While someone had always said grace at family meals, he'd been too upset with God to say amen after his accident. We'll be at our destination in the morning. Vera added a generous portion of sugar to her glass, a wistful expression appearing in her eyes. I can't wait. I loved our trip to Russia when I was a teen, Grandma. Thank you for taking me. You're welcome, dear. The older lady patted Vera's hand. His heart squeezed as he helped himself to the vanilla cookies. Morning was around the corner, but it would take much longer than that for him to return to God. At least, he'd started that journey and reached the first milestones, and gratitude warmed him. However, traveling to reach Vera's heart would take forever. Because first, his own heart, his soul, had to change. A trip around the world sounded easier. Chapter 16. After a nice night's sleep on the train, even though she'd slept for most of the flight over, Vera eagerly looked out the window as the taxi sped them up from the railway station to the building where they'd rented a 3-bedroom apartment. This was the city where her great-grandmother was born, where she'd lived before World War II, and it mattered to Vera. Thankfully, she hadn't shared this part of her family history, the city's name, with anyone, or she wouldn't have brought him here. She'd loved to visit the apartment where her great-grandmother had grown up, but sadly, it was impossible. It had been destroyed during the World War II bombings. Thankfully, her great-grandmother's parents had already evacuated by that time. She'd loved to meet her Russian relatives, her grandfather's family having left Russia so many generations ago, and her great-grandmother's brothers and cousins dying in the war. Vera hadn't tracked down anyone who was alive now, no matter how much she'd tried. A band tightened her chest for a moment. This part of her heritage meant so much to her. Feeling rejected by her parents in her teens, when she came of age, she'd been happy to legally change her last name to her grandparents' name and try to live up to the beauty of its meaning, to believe it applied to her. Well, she needed to be grateful she could visit this place at all, and even share this experience with the people dear to her. With such heavy snowfall, it was difficult to see much, so she sighed and leaned back against the seat. She glanced at Maverick since her grandmother had insisted on riding shotgun. His eyes were wide, and he seemed deep in thought. Just like in Rants, she'd noticed subtle changes in Maverick, too. As if he'd made an important decision. And when he looked at her now, it was as if he'd finally started seeing her in a new light. More than a friend, hopefully? Her heart fluttered when his fingertips touched hers. Or was it her wishful thinking? But he'd kissed her on the train, and heat spread inside her at the memory. That kiss should mean something, right? For an ex-cop and now PI, she wasn't doing too great trying to gauge his emotions. For a moment, their gazes held, and her pulse increased. Then his hand flew to his face and touched his scars, and he looked away. Her gut twisted. It wasn't difficult to gauge his emotions now. It was as if, after the accident, after being on the pinnacle of success, he slid into the abyss of thinking he wasn't good enough. Less than. She'd told him his scars didn't define him, and pretty much said she was attracted to him regardless. But he didn't seem to believe her. She tried to find some neutral topic for conversation. I wish it were closer to Christmas. We could see some wonderful celebrations. He turned to her, curiosity in his eyes. Well, that was something. What are some of the traditions? I know more about New Year traditions than Christmas, maybe because New Year used to be the main holiday of the year here, I think. Vera wrinkled her forehead. It's customary to make a wish when the clock strikes 12. They say the way you spend the New Year night is the way you're going to spend the year. So there's usually a big celebration with a lot of food and drinks. Oh, and fireworks. There was often a masquerade for children, right, Grandma? The older woman glanced back. Yes, remember the costume I made for you as a snow maiden? Yup, and no one recognized who I was. Snow Maiden is a popular Russian fairy tale about a girl made from snow. One of the versions has a tragic ending. She joined children jumping above the fire and melted. I wouldn't want you to melt. His hand touched hers again. That fleeting touch made blood surge through her veins. I wouldn't want that, either. But she was melting beneath his touch, even though what she wanted was to thaw his frozen heart. The taxi driver pulled up to a 9-story building and parked at the curb. He said they'd arrived. Maverick insisted on paying after Grandma explained how much it was going to be. Meanwhile, Vera observed her surroundings for anything suspicious. Everything seemed quiet, with the trees, ground, and cars covered in snow like something from a Christmas card. At this early hour, not many people were outside, and pink and yellow lantern lights created a myriad of sparkles in the fresh snow. Just like tiny diamonds. A snowman greeted them from a playground, as well as an empty swing that reminded her of Izzy, making her heart skip a beat. He limped outside and opened the door for her and did the same for her grandmother. Vera stepped outside and breathed in the frosty air. She took off a white knit glove and let a snowflake melt on her palm, then another one. The taxi drove away after Maverick retrieved their luggage, and she caught his gaze on her. She crossed to him. "You see these snowflakes? Each one is beautiful. Each one is unique. If God put so much beauty and care into something that's just going to melt away, how much more do you think He put into you, scars and all?" Grandma nodded. "Well said, dear." Something she couldn't identify flashed in his eyes, and he held out his hand to her. "I know it might sound ridiculous right here and right now. And I'm going to be a horrible dancer, but would you care to dance?" Was he trying to make it up to her for the dance he'd refused? While a pleasant wave spread through her, she wanted to tell him he didn't owe her anything. And she'd been wrong to ask him in the first place, knowing about his injury. He'd barely started walking without a cane. There was no music, and it might be dangerous for them to be outside in the open. "I mean, once we get inside the apartment," he said quietly. Then she realized what expression had flashed in his eyes minutes ago. Vulnerability. She slid her hand in his. "I'd love to." Awakening as daylight seeped through the silver-colored curtains, Vera opened her eyes and blinked at the unfamiliar surroundings. The wallpaper with pale roses didn't look familiar, and neither did the room much smaller than she was used to, or the gray carpet. A desk with a chair in the bedroom? Oh, right. This was the 3-room apartment they'd rented yesterday. Each room had a lock, which was an advantage. But there was only one bathroom, actually tiny separate rooms where one had a bathtub and a sink with a shelf and a mirror above it and another one a toilet. Having one toilet was a disadvantage. She'd found that out when she'd bumped into Maverick in the middle of the night. She suppressed a groan as she leaped out of bed. While he was a perfect gentleman and had let her go first, she didn't want him to see her disheveled and with her hair like a bird's nest. Oh well. She opened the silvery curtains, casting daylight on the framed watercolors with bright landscapes that gave the place a cozy feeling. Snow covered the trees as if poured from a giant feather pillow, and she smiled as the pristine beauty of Winterland sparkled with magical promise. Children were making a snowman, and her heart constricted at the memory of Izzy. Something was unusual. She drew a deep breath of air filled with coffee aroma. Her grandmother was a tea person, and it took a lot to get Maverick out of bed lately. She checked on her grandmother in a different room. She'd forgotten to lock the door and was still asleep. Then Vera schlepped to the kitchen. Her brows rose at the sight of Maverick near the stove, a gas one, sigh. For a moment, she shivered at the horror of being locked in the basement with gas spreading. But her grandma had already explained that electric stoves were still a rarity here. Vera pulled her shoulders back and smiled at Maverick. Well, that explained the coffee aroma. He smiled back at her, such a welcome change from his brooding morning looks lately. "I wanted to get croissants for breakfast, but I didn't know where. And from yesterday, I remembered not all taxi drivers speak English." In childhood, more than once, he brought her croissants, and her heart warmed. Imagine that. Thank you for the coffee. That's more than enough. I see you're up early. The change of scenery must be doing you good. She nudged him playfully as she passed him, ignoring her increased pulse. They'd gotten a few necessities from the grocery store yesterday, but somehow, croissants didn't seem to be a necessity. "I think it's more than the change of scenery." He poured her a cup and opened a can with sweet condensed milk. Care to try this? Sure. She'd given up diets after leaving the police. Life was too short, and she'd seen it at her job firsthand. She added a generous dollop of milk and took a sip. Its warmth and sweetness soothed her muscles relaxing as she savored the treat. Thank you. Besides the smile and the sudden urge to make coffee for her instead of hiding away from the world, there were other changes in him. His eyes were wider as if he looked at the world more openly, and he stood taller. Seeing those changes warmed her more than the coffee sliding down her throat. Now, you just sit and enjoy your drink. I'll make breakfast. He took out a few eggs from the fridge. I can't add your favorite mushrooms, but I hope with ham it's enough. She sank onto the chair, but got up immediately. I do remember your success with the pie. But I also remember how your brother, Cade, nearly burned down the house. He shook his head. That was a minor incident. Minor? And believe me, I don't want to burn down the apartment we just rented. Oh, okay. She sat again and took another sip of the flavorful coffee, pleased he wanted to make her breakfast. Still, to be on the safe side, she searched the internet for how to call for help in case of fire in Russia. There were different phone numbers depending on whether one needed to call the police, the fire rescue, or the ambulance. Thankfully, all of them were easy to remember. Oh, oops. She must have morning breath. She slipped into the bathroom. Not because she'd expected him to kiss her again, though the thought sent butterflies fluttering tender wings in her stomach. But because dental hygiene was important, right? Seeing his shaving cream on the glass shelf felt strangely intimate and as if she were intruding at the same time. She looked away and enjoyed the toothpaste's fresh peppermint flavor in her mouth. Considering the room also had a washer in the small space and a large medicine cabinet above it, she doubted two well-fed people could fit in there. Well, unless one stood in the bathtub, of course. There was no dryer in sight, but probably the clotheslines above the bathtub were well used. By the time she was done and hurried into the kitchen, her grandmother was already there, enjoying a cup of tea. A sting of disappointment that she wouldn't be alone with Maverick jabbed at Berra, followed by a stab of guilt. She loved her grandmother and treasured her company always. Breakfast is ready. He winked at Vera. And the apartment is still intact. Good morning, dear. It's going to be a beautiful day. Frost and sunshine, like a Russian poet once said, her grandmother muttered. Vera had to tear her gaze from Maverick. Apparently, he had the same difficulty looking away from her. Beautiful indeed. Finally, Vera managed to make herself move. Let me serve you, Grandma. Thank you for cooking, Maverick. When she brought a plate to her grandmother, the older lady whispered to her, He's a keeper, dear. Maybe, but Vera wasn't the one to keep him. Vera didn't say it out loud, of course. Maverick piled her plate high, then did the same for himself. I'll say grace. Grandma took their hands, while Maverick's fingers tightened around Vera's. Thank you, Lord, for these wonderful people beside me, a beautiful day, this food, and the chance to visit Russia. Please bless this food and the hands that prepared it. And please guide Maverick and Vera in their paths and help them see themselves the way you see them. Amen. Amen, Maverick and Vera echoed. As Vera dug into her food with gusto, she wondered how God saw her. She still saw herself as lost and confused, and that needed to change. After breakfast, her grandmother called the first man on her list, one of her pen pals. According to Grandma, he already knew about them arriving, so it was no surprise when, about an hour later, the doorbell rang and the double date began. Yuri Yuryevic, dressed in a dark coat he paired with a white scarf, turned out to be a stately man with gray hair and a mustache. He'd retired from being a pediatrician a few years ago and now dedicated his life to fishing, growing a few vegetables on a small plot he called a dacha, and babysitting his rambunctious grandchildren. Vera liked that he cared enough to bring her grandmother a box of chocolates. As Yuri took them around the city in an older, but not yet a classic, beige car, he showed them the magnificent churches with golden domes she fell in love with during her first time in Russia. Most of them had white walls, so the stunning teal walls of one of the cathedrals stood out. The city was built in 883, Yuri said as he slowed near another white-walled cathedral with golden domes sparkling in the sunlight. You mean 1883? Maverick's fingers hovered close without touching hers as they sat in the back seats. Yuri chuckled as he glanced back. No, I meant what I said. Vera's fingers moved just a tad toward Maverick's hand, and she tried to recall the mini history lesson her grandmother had given her the previous time they were here. Many places in Russia have quite a history. This one is one of the oldest Russian cities. It was the center of the princedom, and by the end of the 12th century, it was one of the biggest in Eastern Europe. It was also a part of Kievan Rus, a medieval country from the late 9th to mid-13th century. What happened in the 13th century? Maverick looked at her, then laced his fingers through hers. The Mongol invasion. Warm tingles ran from his hand to hers, and she enjoyed this physical symbol of their connection. Grandma, riding shotgun, turned back as much as her seatbelt allowed. Her lips lifted at their entwined hands. Different invasions destroyed many parts of this city several times. But they were always rebuilt. Pride laced Yuri's voice as he made a turn. I'm going to take you to the local historical fortress, okay? Sure, the three of them said in unison. Something inside Vera shifted as she looked out the window at breathtaking architecture. If the entire city could be rebuilt several times and preserve such beauty, maybe she could rebuild her career, too. Rebuild herself. Maverick's eyes were pensive as if similar thoughts passed through his mind. Yuri parked not far from the snow-covered walls. It was built at the end of the 16th century. Less than half of it was preserved. First, it was built from wood. But later, they determined that wood wasn't suitable, so they rebuilt it from stone. The walls were about 4 miles in length. Russians usually measured distance in kilometers, but he probably mentioned miles for their convenience. As he talked, Bara went on high alert as she studied their surroundings. Nothing suspicious in the city so far, but still she missed having her gun with her and didn't like being out in the open. Yuri walked around the car and opened the door for her grandmother, then gave her his hand and helped her climb out of the car. Vera mentally applauded him for being a gentleman and tried to read her grandmother's eyes. Were there some sparks? Or was it too early to tell? Let's give them some privacy, Vera whispered to Maverick when he did the same chivalrous gesture for her. Out loud, she said, how about we take a walk and then meet up with you inside the museum? Sounds good to me. Grandma linked her hand with Yuri's elbow when he offered it. Maverick did the same for Vera. It might be icy in some places. She gladly accepted it, not just because of the ice, but also because she wanted to use this chance to be close to him. Even through the layers of fabric, she felt warmth coming from his skin. As they strolled near the ancient snow-plastered rusty-colored walls and more towers than she'd expected, she wondered about the people who'd walked the earth in the spot many centuries ago. What they thought. How they survived. Who they fell in love with. How could they construct their lives and their homes, knowing it could be taken away any day in an invasion, she whispered. A mysterious expression lit in his eyes, a mixture of surprise and curiosity, as if he didn't just discover a new country but something new about himself as well. I guess it's called faith. Faith? She thought she'd had faith, her name meant faith after all. But had she really had it? Had she relied on God to show her the right path? Or had she tried to run away as far from the pain of her childhood as possible? Her father hadn't forgiven her for arresting his son, but had she forgiven her father for leaving them, even worse, for stopping loving her? She hadn't entirely forgiven her mother either, first because she thought her mother had driven her father away with her coldness, then for choosing her new family over her teenage daughter. And she hadn't entirely forgiven Maverick for choosing his career and friendship with Rants over her, for walking away from her kiss and their possible future together at 18. She'd thought she had, but her gut twisting at the memory told her no. Not completely. Because too many had betrayed her in the past, she'd nearly expected him to betray her, to, sooner or later. How could she move forward in her journey if she was still stuck in her past? Her heart twisted, but she squared her shoulders, determined to enjoy the moment. Do you like it here? Yes. It's almost magical. He smiled at her. Her heart fluttered, and it dawned on her. She didn't just want him to come here for the safety of all of them, though there was that. Did she believe that, if she took Maverick out of their familiar surroundings to a place where nothing reminded him of all he'd lost, it might heal him? Or more selfishly, did she hope he might fall in love with her here? They stopped to admire one of the astonishing towers, and he brushed snowflakes from her hair, his touch warm, his misty breath fogging around her in the cold air. She found herself praying for him. Then she broke eye contact, because the pull toward him was too strong. Besides, she wouldn't be doing her job if she wasn't alert to their surroundings. Her gaze swept over the area, taking in every person, and she listened to her gut. No internal alarm so far. As she stared at the historic tower, snippets from her conversations with Maverick appeared in her memory, mixing with the recent conversation. She placed them together with what she'd learned in her investigations, glued it all with the shudder from the day she was locked in the basement. Oh. Maybe the clue was in a much more distant past than she'd realized. A missing piece appeared, like the last brick to finish the wall. The fortress's wall that hid a secret. Of course, she'd have to wait for their return to her hometown to get proof. Or she might be wrong altogether. But her gut told her she was finally going in the right direction. She glanced around, then fished out her cell phone from her purse. Let's take some photos. He took a few photos of her, then her and her grandmother as they caught up to them, and Yuri took photos of them together. Vera did the same for Yuri and Grandma, and the older couple left. Vera looked at the reel, and some things were clear to her. While Yuri looked at Grandma adoringly, she didn't do the same. Maverick brushed the back of his gloved hand against her face. Have I told you how amazing you are? Even through the fabric, his touch affected her. Yes, but I don't mind you repeating it. You are amazing. He chuckled. The sound echoed inside her, and paying attention to her surroundings became more and more difficult. He took a branch and wrote their names in the snow. The inscription would be gone tomorrow, or as soon as the floating flakes covered it, and their time together was going to be over eventually. But for now, she welcomed the pleasant feeling as she looked at the shine in his eyes and the sparkling snow. She glanced around again. Let's go inside the museum. Besides the fact that it would be warmer, they'd be less visible there. Sure. He seemed to understand her without the explanation. Grandma and Yuri joined them, and soon they were browsing things that had once belonged to princes. She gave him a glance, trying to find the right words. Kievskaya Rus was divided into princedoms. For a long time, each princedom was independent and defended itself. It's great to be independent. But it also made them vulnerable. I mean, it's okay to accept help. It's okay to ask for it. Their gazes held. Why do I feel you're not talking about Russian history any longer? She only shrugged and looked at the gorgeous things the princes once had, but her thoughts drifted to Maverick. From what she knew, his external wounds would heal. But a mental block prevented him from becoming himself again, from returning to his life. Cade had let it slip that Maverick hadn't driven since the accident. Not once. At that moment, she knew. She'd do everything to help him recover emotionally, to be able to drive again, to return to his passion. I believe in you. She leaned into him slightly. You do? His gaze was quizzical. Yes. And one day you'll believe in yourself just as much. It would crush her heart, of course, but that was a small price to pay for his happiness. Maybe her reward would be a final glance at her in his rearview mirror when he drove away. The gentle kiss brushed against her cheek turned her insides to mush. Then, as he kissed her again, just a quick whisper against her lips, she committed it to her memory to cherish forever. Some couples would always have Paris. They would always have. This city Maverick still couldn't pronounce. Chapter 17. The next day, Vera's heart lodged in her throat as she and Maverick stepped inside a small World War II museum. A woman working there asked them if they needed any help, but Vera shook her head and thanked her. Since discovering her Russian great-grandmother was a pilot during that era, Vera had watched many movies set then. Sometimes feeling pride for the heroism of a woman blood related to her, sometimes a sadness lingering for all the women had endured. Seeing these artifacts, from rifles to uniforms to black and white photos, made the connection more tangible. She touched the showcase's smooth glass surface as if she could touch her great-grandmother's hand. When she met Maverick's gaze, he stepped closer. "Tell me more about your great-grandmother." She was very young when the war started. She joined the army like her brothers. She became part of a regiment of female volunteers who became pilots. The regiment was barred from combat at first. Then they became the night bomber. To get close to the target, they'd idle the engine and glide in. The regiment didn't carry parachutes until 1944. His eyes widened. Then what if? No one thought about self-preservation then. Motherland meant much more. By the end of the war, she'd flown over 800 missions. That many? His hand moved to her, admiration lacing his voice. Somehow, sharing this moment with him felt important. Her throat clogged. She admired this incredible woman, too. But what could she do to honor such heroism? The airplane could carry only 2 bombs. Therefore, 8 missions per night. Sometimes more. The regiment dropped more than 3,000 tons of bombs. There is a Russian movie based on their story. When she'd watched it, she imagined her great-grandmother as one of the heroines. Only her grandmother survived, and the main heroines died at the end, sacrificing themselves. The lump in her throat grew bigger. Her issues seemed so small compared with a time when food rations were scarce and people didn't know whether they were going to survive the day, or in her great-grandmother's case, the night. While he paid attention to different weapons, she studied photos and miniature planes made from wood and paper that imitated the real ones. Compared to modern planes, the wartime constructions seemed so primitive and small. No wonder they could only carry 2 people and 2 bombs. Then her gaze moved to the people in the photos, some of them smiling. Many of them didn't survive the war. My great-grandfather was part of the Allies. She saved his life, actually. Interesting, isn't it, how love can blossom even amid such dire circumstances? His gaze was pensive. She risked her life for him. Just like you did for me. That might be the greatest love of all. He sucked in a sharp breath. Not that I am saying that she loved him. Well, she was more than halfway there already. Heat simmered through her, and she hurried to redirect the topic. He brought her to America and married her, and they had a little girl. All her brothers died in the war, and she felt guilty leaving her family. Then, she drew a deep breath of slightly damp air. Then, arms crossed, eyes intent on her, he leaned against the wall. She became Russian-American, living on a hyphen, between 2 worlds. I want to believe she was happy with my great-grandfather, and I'm grateful for the opportunities one have now. But once the political situation started getting more tense, it became more difficult for her. She was an outsider. Different. And people don't like the ones who are different from them. What happened to her? She looked at the black and white photos again as if they could transfer her to the past. She made friends eventually, and she adored her husband and little daughter. But when they were visiting friends, there was an earthquake. She died trying to help someone get out. She died the way she lived. A hero. He drew her into an embrace, and for a few moments, she sobbed into his sweater, grateful there were no other visitors at the time. Once she was spent, she looked up, and he thumbed the rest of her tears away. He didn't say a word, and he didn't need to. They gave silent tribute to the heroes and walked to the taxi without a word. When they drove off, she strove for a lighter tone. Probably it was more fun yesterday at the museum with Prince's treasures. I like knowing more about you and your ancestors. The sincerity in his voice warmed her. Can you trace them to prior centuries? Yes, but if you expect some royalty and nobility, you'll be disappointed. She spotted a couple going to the gold-domed cathedral, the bride wearing a short fur coat over a long wedding dress. A beginning of a new union. Something shifted inside her. They were crepassed nigh. What's that? He followed her gaze. People who belonged to the nobles and could be sold or gifted. She swallowed bitterness. One of my ancestors was very talented and beautiful. She played in a theater belonging to the count. She fell in love with a guy who was a krepostnoy, too. Once she found out she was about to be sold, they ran away. They were captured and punished. Severely. Needless to say, she couldn't be an actress any longer. Compassion constricted her lungs, and she turned away from the window. To think about it. Those women defied the rules, and she was a rebel without a cause. One of the reasons she'd chosen to go to the police academy, besides wanting to make a difference, was because both her parents had been against it. Wanting to hurt them the little she could, she'd only hurt herself. How sad. He tapped the fingers of his right hand against his thigh. People with no right or choice. We take our freedom for granted sometimes. I know I have. My father didn't approve of my career choice, but other than that, I had an open road in front of me. Choices, her hand itched to touch his, but the car was already gliding toward the 9-story building where they'd rented an apartment. She did her best to gauge the area for anything suspicious. I'm grateful America is a land of opportunities. I really am. But it seems to me there might be a certain destination for us all. And we can get there sooner or go wrong directions and have accidents on the way. He winced. Sorry. Didn't mean that, she cringed. Way to go to remind him. She paid the driver and waited for Maverick to limp around and open the door for her, using the time to observe her surroundings. For some reason, these gestures mattered to him. I know. He gave her his hand. Her skin tingled as he touched her, and they walked together inside the building. Each floor seemed to have 4 apartments, and somebody in one of the apartments on the first floor must be cooking because it smelled like fried chicken. The scent reminded her of the scents of her childhood while she'd stayed with her grandmother. When any of her neighbors had been ill or just had a bad day, Grandma had cooked or baked something and taken it there. Neighborhood children had loved visiting her, especially Rants who'd come from the wrong side of the tracks and whose mother rarely cooked. At the time, Vera had thought her grandmother did it to please others, trying to fit in, considering that having Russian blood made her an outsider of sorts, too. Now she knew it was just who her grandmother was. Maverick and Vera reached to press the elevator button together, and she withdrew her hand. The women before her had sacrificed so much for love, and here she was, afraid even to touch his hand. They stepped inside the tiny elevator, and she looked him in the eye. God is in control, not us. Our losses can turn to wins and vice versa. The power we have is only an illusion. She paused. We have great-grandmother and great-grandfather's letters that I'll treasure forever. She said something that it took me a while to understand. He held her gaze even as the elevator doors opened. What was that? Life is made of choices that bring consequences. But maybe the biggest choice we really have is the choice whether to be kind. In the afternoon, Maverick pulled the chair out for Vera, while Yuri did the same for her grandmother. The quaint cafe where they stopped for lunch looked cozy with birch furniture and floors, winter forest landscapes, and latte-hued curtains hugging the windows where frost had drawn exquisite ornaments. The scents of fried potatoes and meat greeted him, mingling with the aroma of rye bread and an additional something he didn't recognize. Cabbage, maybe? His stomach perked up. Yet a tiny twang twinged his chest as if he expected a samovar with hand-painted lacquer dishes like the ones in Mrs. Tsareva's kitchen. Or maybe, as much as he loved her grandmother, he wanted to spend some time alone with Vera. Maybe even repeat the kiss shared on the train. Blood rushed faster in his veins as he did his best to dismiss the thought. Until he became a man worthy of Vera, worthy of their future together, he had to keep his impulses in check, and he'd already succumbed to one of them at the historical museum. Keeping those impulses in check was going to be a tall order. A slim blonde waitress took their orders as he studied the menu. Well, he might as well be looking at Chinese hieroglyphs. Smiling at his dilemma, Berra hurried to translate the dishes' names. All the while, her gaze still moved over the small room. Her back appeared to be stiff, her shoulders tense. He knew her well enough to recognize she was on high alert. She'd also chosen the table at the end of the room and sat with her back to the wall, as if she needed to see the room and exits. Great. Here he was enjoying himself, and she had to work. His protective instincts woke up. He wanted to be the one taking care of her, helping her, shielding her. Not the other way around. What kind of man did this make him? He nearly gritted his teeth at his helplessness, his earlier appetite gone. Are you okay? Concern settled in her blue eyes as she seemingly sensed his mood change. He plastered on the smile he usually reserved for publicity. Sure. I'll have what you're having. Her eyebrows went up. For both courses? He should have been more attentive when she'd translated the menu. He studied the menu again as if he could understand a single letter. What do you mean? Her grandmother patted his hand. Soup is usually customary for the first course here. We eat it with a slice of rye bread and often a dollop of sour cream. If you're okay with beets, I'd suggest borscht. That's fine. Even though he couldn't remember the last time he ate beets. Vera probably caught his unsure expression. Maybe ukka would work better. Ugh, what? He should have looked up Russian food on the internet. UK. It's a fish soup. Oh, I know. Vera snapped her fingers. Pelmeni. It can be eaten as a soup or as a main dish. It's minced meat wrapped in thin dough. They are boiled in water until they float. Served with sour cream or butter. I'll take mine with sour cream. Grandma gave a firm nod as she made up her mind. I believe they mean ear-shaped bread. He'd learned something new today. Okay. I'll take stuffed pike for the main course. And vinaigrette. It's a salad from boiled beets, potatoes, carrots, pickles, onions, sauerkraut, and beans, Vera said. Oka and stuffed pike. It's going to be a fish day for me. No vinaigrette for him. She lost him on beets, though he might need to develop a love for them, since eventually he needed to try borscht. The older woman glanced over the menu. I'm going to get blinchiki. It's like cream-filled crepes. But I guess you guys need meat. So how about beef stroganoff? He and Yuri nodded. At least that was a word he recognized. Soon lunch was served, and Mrs. Tsareva said grace. They all said amen. He wondered whether Yuri was a man of few words, or if he'd already learned the lesson in his long life that it was best to let women talk first. As they dug in, Yuri apparently decided it was time to speak up. What would you like to do in the evening? Maverick took a bite of his pelmeni, then of beef stroganoff, which was juicy and tender and covered in a sauce he hadn't tried before. What can one do here in winter? Most of his outside physical activities he'd done in summer. Used to do. For a moment, the food turned bitter. The man brightened and gestured with his empty fork, seeming to forget about his food. Oh, there are plenty of things. Skiing, skating, ice fishing, going to a hockey match. Vera sent him a worried glance as she tasted fish soup, as if realizing those activities were outside and most of them required some endurance. Something that might not be recommended after all his injuries. He nearly grunted as her concern both touched and irritated him. He wasn't some weakling who needed looking after. How about going to a hockey match? Vera suggested. Then her shoulders sloped as if she thought being in the large crowd might put them, and especially him, at risk. Or maybe we can watch one in front of the TV, right? This time, Maverick clenched his teeth before forcing himself to unclench them and continue his lunch. While he'd stayed indoors after the accident, now the need to be hiding, to be protected, grated on his nerves. Oh, that's great. Mrs. Tsareva polished off her pelmani. I love hockey. If it were someone else's grandma, he'd be surprised. But nothing about Vera's grandmother surprised him anymore. At this point, he almost expected her to form a hockey team or two from elderly citizens of his hometown when they got back. So he just nodded. Sounds good to me. Thank you for the suggestion, Yuri. Yuri beamed, obviously enjoying the attention now. If you're into extreme sports, there are tons of other things to do. One can ski the volcanoes in Kamchatka, but the only way to get there is to be dropped off by a helicopter. Oh, or go on an Amur tiger photo safari in the Russian Far East. Because their golden and white stripes are most noticeable on the snow-white background, it's best to do it in winter. Imagine, Amur tigers used to be almost extinct, but now their population is enough there are guided tours. Chapter 18. A spike of adrenaline energized Maverick. Both activities sounded fascinating. He winced. Not with his leg. Vera coughed a little and hurried to drink some tea. Please don't give my grandmother such ideas. So she worried about her grandma and not him? Mrs. Tsareva was the first one to finish her first course, never mind that she was the smallest of them. I might need a hip replacement after skiing a volcano. Besides, if I want to witness a volcano erupt, I can just visit one of my friends when she argues with her husband. How about the tiger thing? The man didn't seem to let it go. The blinchiki were disappearing fast from Mrs. Tsareva's plate. Well, I do love cats. And I miss Buddy. Berra coughed again. Maybe it was time to help her out. Well, the Amur tiger is the biggest cat on the planet. But I want to bring you both back safe and sound and not become, Maverick gestured to the plates, a large cat's lunch. I'm sure safaris are perfectly safe, Yuri muttered under his breath. But air whooshed out of Vera's lungs, and her leg touched Maverick's under the table as she put a dent in her stuffed pike. He stilled. Was it an accident? Or was she playing footsie? Or even worse, maybe it was her grandmother playing footsie with her new suitor? Thanks, Bara mouthed to him. His chest swelled from her gratitude as if he'd just taken an award-winning tiger photo. Immediately, his beef stroganoff tasted much better. He touched her leg with his foot, hoping he reached the right leg. Based on her cheeks pinking, he did. Vera gave due to her burgundy-colored salad, vinaigrette. No, vinaigrette, right? I could use some wisdom, Grandma and Yuri. How do you know what road in life to take? What are you meant to do? Who do you want to spend your life with? Her grandmother took a sip of tea, paused, staring at the raised cup, obviously considering her question. I don't want to sound morbid, but at my age, one thinks a lot about the last days. Grandma. You're going to live to 100. You have to. She lifted her other hand in a universal stop signal. When you close your eyes and imagine you only have one day to live, what are you going to do that day? Who are you with? Remember, in her letter to your great-grandfather, your great-grandmother said that, if she only had one day to live, she'd want to spend it with him. Sometimes you haven't met that person yet. But if you did, you shouldn't wait until the last day. Maverick forgot to eat or even to breathe. He didn't need to close his eyes. There was only one image in front of them. There'd been only one since he'd been a child. They say we need to know history, not to repeat past mistakes. He studied Vera as she finished her stuffed pike. This is important to you, isn't it? Grandma felt I needed to know where I came from. She taught me Russian. She read Russian fairy tales to me. We watched a lot of World War II movies together. Vera sent her grandmother a loving gaze. We read great-grandmother's letters together. That's my legacy. That's part of who I am. Or maybe rather who I want to be. I think I'm finally starting to understand why my family is so big on legacy. Why had it taken him this long and traveling this far to understand? He'd always thought legacy meant something materialistic. He'd earned a lot to pass to others. Or the legacy was the land and the ranch so important to his siblings. But as he thought about all the things he'd wanted to teach Izzy and would never have a chance to, as he took in everything he'd learned about 5 generations of women in Vera's family, he realized something simple. Legacy was about values and kindness we passed to others. I wanted you to pass it all to the future generations. Mrs. Tsareva sipped her tea from the dainty cup. The cafe also offered an assortment of desserts, but he couldn't see how he could eat even a crumb. Berra smiled sadly as she pushed her empty plate away. So much for that so far. It's not too late. And it's never too late to discover who you are. He meant every word. Do you think so? Blue eyes blinked up at him, steadied on him. Her attentive gaze unnerved him, made him want things that could never be. I know so. As he looked at the abundant food on the table, he recalled tiny pieces of bread and daily rations during World War II. He thought about Vera's ancestors from the Tsar's times, Krepostny, who were basically the property of other people. He'd been born into a wealthy, well-respected family with loving parents and great siblings. He'd been popular at school. Though his father hadn't approved of his career choice, Maverick still had all roads open to him. And then on those roads, he'd driven to success beyond his dreams. God had given him many blessings Maverick had taken for granted. He'd credited himself and his tenacity for his accomplishments. He'd rarely thanked God for it. But when he'd discovered his father's infidelity, he'd blamed God for it. Maverick had blamed God for the accident. In the good times, he didn't remember God. In not-so-good times, he'd resented God. Taking a sip of his lemonade, he sat and thought. His mother had never played the lottery. When he'd asked her about it, she'd said she hadn't played because she was afraid to win. She'd already been blessed so much. He couldn't understand it then, but he did now. With a big blessing came a big responsibility. So far, he hadn't handled his responsibility too great. Lord, please help me help myself. Guide me, please. Maverick stretched after waking up the next day. This time, different scents mingling with a coffee aroma reached his nostrils. Meat and cabbage? Vera was cooking something, and regret spurred him on to get out of bed and dress fast. He'd wanted to surprise her with cooking breakfast today, too. The way her face had lit up when she'd walked into the kitchen yesterday had warmed something deep inside him. He opened the curtain and looked out the window. They'd rented an apartment on the 7th floor, but another 9-story building blocked most of the view. From what he'd seen, the locals lived in apartments they owned in one of the many 5- or 9-story buildings comprising the city. He was yet to see individual buildings in cities, except for the ones in commercial use. Tall poplars, their naked branches covered in snow, nearly reached the top floor, and pigeons gathered on the roof. A snow carpet made everything look pristine and fresh, like a new beginning. He welcomed the sunshine and white beauty behind the window. For a moment, he admired the exquisite frost ornaments on the glass again. Vera was right. God created such beauty even when it would disappear soon. Wait a minute. He stilled. These mornings were so different from his grouchy mood, as if indeed he could rewrite some things in his life, as if he'd been given a blank slate as clear and clean as the snow carpet outside. Or would all his attempts be erased by a new snowfall? He limped outside his room, eager to see Vera. She was standing in the kitchen and cutting vegetables with her grandmother, both of them singing in a low tone, probably not to wake him up. He smiled and could easily imagine a 3rd-generation female, maybe even Izzy, joining the cooking and singing one day. Another bit of wishful thinking. A kitchen here was a separate room and led to a balcony he'd learned was used as an extension of a refrigerator of sorts, due to the cold temperatures. No stainless steel appliances or dishwasher, but the cozy kitchen felt fun with its salad-colored cabinets, matching soft curtains, and still lives featuring different breads and pastries. A large tray, painted with flowery motifs similar to the ones on the cutting board, and a small TV perched on the counter next to an assortment of coffee cans. Vera's eyes lit up again as she saw him. "Good morning." He ached to give her a kiss, a hug, but he made himself only give a wave. "Good morning, ladies. What can I do to help?" "Set the table for breakfast, please, dear." Mrs. Tsareva scooped the vegetables into a large pot. "We're almost done making shkai." One day, he'd learn more than a few Russian words. Today wasn't that day yet. He reached for the plates in the kitchen cabinets. "Sh what?" "Sky." It's a two-letter word in Russian. It's a cabbage soup. Plus beef or chicken, potatoes, carrots, onions, spices. Vera opened a large bowl, revealing something similar to those crepes yesterday. "I hope you don't mind blini, or blinchiki, for breakfast." "I'd love it." From her hands, he'd probably accept arsenic gladly. Arsenic? Ugh. What was he thinking? He was losing his mind. He placed plates on the table, wondering what was happening to him. Vera. That was the answer. He'd spent a long time teleconferencing with his family yesterday. For the first time, he was interested in the things at the ranch instead of only financing it. He caught himself on the thought that he might like repairing tractors and other farm equipment again. His lungs expanded with food-scented air as he set delicate cups on the table. He pulled the chair out for Vera, then for her grandmother. He might not be as passionate about the ranch as his siblings yet, but he wanted to be useful again. And that would be a good start. Tractors wouldn't care if he limped or had a few scars on his face. Maybe by repairing them, he could repair something inside himself, too. Vera's grandmother said grace, as always. As he listened to her giving thanks to the Lord, he gave his own in his mind, adding his prayer. Breakfast was delicious, and crepes tender with just the right amount of sweetness. Kind of like his growing feelings for Vera. For some time, they discussed yesterday's hockey match. For a moment, he longed for his former life, when he was the center of attention like the teams were yesterday. When so many admiring eyes had been on him. Then he glanced at Vera as she sipped her tea, and their gazes met and held. She put the cup down, and longing for something reflected in her blue eyes, too. Maybe he was reaching the point when only one pair of admiring eyes mattered. Hers. Chapter 19. In the afternoon, a train sped them up to a different town Maverick equally couldn't pronounce. There lived another of Mrs. Tsareva's pen pals, Mikhail Sergeyevich. "I'm sorry there were no sparks between you and Yuri." Vera sipped hot tea from a glass. Grandma sighed. "It's okay. When it's meant to be, I'll know it." Mikhail, with a well-kept salt and pepper beard and kind gray eyes, met them at their destination, and Maverick gave him props for that, as well as for bringing flowers and a box of chocolate. The guy was wearing a windbreaker and a fur hat with floppy ears tied on the top that Maverick now knew was called Ushenka from the word ushi that meant ears. Mikhail blinked when his pen pal introduced her granddaughter and Maverick. Mikhail gave flowers to Mrs. Tsareva and chocolate to Vera, then switched again in a show of nerves. When the older lady thanked him with a smile, he beamed and picked up her luggage, while Maverick took the rest. His leg wasn't doing too great this morning, but he wasn't going to show it, of course. At least, he hadn't re-injured it yesterday. Mikhail took them to a car covered in a thin layer of snow. He must have been waiting for a while. When Mikhail drove them to the apartment they'd rented, Maverick found himself hoping Mikhail would be rewarded for his efforts, though he'd never been a matchmaker. "There's a great skating rink nearby that we could visit." Mikhail took a sip of his tea inside the cozy kitchen later. Vera visibly stiffened, but Maverick sat straighter. Maybe he couldn't ski from the volcanoes yet, but at the very least, he should be able to skate. And if they went for a short period of time and were careful, it couldn't be that dangerous, could it? Grandma's face brightened, too. Vera seemed to understand the change in his mood without words, because both she and her grandmother said in unison, "Okay." Then Vera looked at him. If you're fine with that. I'd love it. In the evening, they approached the skating rink. Vera sent a worried glance toward her grandmother and Mikhail as they took off together. Maverick understood Vera's worry. A broken hip could happen not only on a mountain slope. But her grandmother and her partner held up well and skated gracefully as if this was something they were doing every day. Maverick helped Vera tie on her rented skates while she looked around nervously. All clear, he whispered to her when he was done. I hope so. She rolled her eyes, then let her shoulders loosen and flicked a gloved hand at a wisp of hair escaping her cozy knit hat that matched her eyes. Okay. I'm also nervous because I don't know how to skate. I mean, I barely know how to skate at all. He gave her his hand, standing a little taller. Why don't you lean on me then? I'm not going to let you fall. A faint smile curled her lips. Thank you. He placed his arm around her waist, enjoying the feeling of having her close, and mentally thanked Mikhail for his suggestion. Her gaze moved over the skating rink again. Thankfully, it was filled with children and only one adult couple, besides them and Mrs. Tsareva with her friend. Vera relaxed against him, and her trust warmed him. Place your feet at your shoulder width, bend your knees, and squat a little. He leaned to her, enjoying the frosty air and her faint scent of berries and caramel. She did as he'd said and staggered, but he held her up. You're doing good. Now, try to walk like a duck. She blinked up at him. Excuse me? Should I quack, too? He laughed. No quacking required. Though I don't mind if it'll help you. Place your heels together and your toes outward and make a few steps. One of the girls, dressed in a pink jacket and a matching knit hat with blonde braids peeking up from it, made an elaborate pirouette in front of them. Vera released a wistful sigh. But Maverick was proud of Vera for getting out of her comfort zone. While he still couldn't get out of his comfort zone and even think of driving. The thought bit more than the frost. Once Vera was more confident, he asked her to take longer strides and roll further with everyone. I think you're ready to glide. Push with one foot and glide with the other until you feel like you're going to fall. Like that? She glanced in her grandmother's direction, then followed his instructions. At some point, she'd ask him to let her go, and he wasn't ready for it yet. She was gaining momentum fast, and he taught her how to stop, then how to skate backward. All the while, he loved the shine in her eyes, the pink on her cheeks, and the smile now in her eyes, as well. The smile that showed she started to enjoy it. Stars twinkled in the sky. Lanterns sparkled off the snow, and the children's laughter added to the magical merriment. To be helpful, to be capable again, to bring joy to someone he cared about felt so good. His heart swelled inside his chest as he filled his lungs with fresh, frosty air. So what if his leg muscles started to hurt? He knew how to work through pain. She slipped as she tried to skate backward, and he held her up. I've got you. You're okay. The feel of her in his arms was priceless, though his injured leg was throbbing. She stilled in his arms, then said, Thanks. Let's go forward. Good idea. They glided forward. She traced her grandmother with a pensive gaze. Grandma told me how much she loved to skate when she was a little girl. Such wonderful memories. I'm glad she gets to relive them. I can't help feeling you're grateful she won't have memories of a tiger safari. He chuckled, despite the pain increasing by the moment. No way he was going to admit his weakness, to feel helpless again. She looked up into his eyes, and something he couldn't quite read flashed in hers. You know, as much fun as this is, I'm getting tired. And cold. And I'm still afraid Grandma might fall. How about calling them and going home? We could have a cup of hot cocoa and maybe some pierogi? He did his best not to show his relief. Sounds great to me. At that moment, somebody screamed. Maverick flinched and skated toward the cry. The blonde girl with two braids who'd been doing amazing pirouettes was lying on the ice, clutching her right leg. Her freckles and blue eyes stood out on her pale round face, and she kept repeating, "Moja noga bolet. Moja noga bolet." An image of Izzy at this age, suffering and in pain, flashed in his mind, and a shiver having nothing to do with the cold ran down his spine. Vera made it to the girl, soon after he did. Her eyes narrowed. "She is saying her leg is hurting. She might have a fractured or broken bone." He met her gaze as he crouched by the girl and knew Vera understood him without words, as she often had. Due to their professions, they were both trained in CPR. Besides, sadly, he'd had way too much experience with broken bones. He wondered where the girl's parents were, but there was no time to find out. He slipped his windbreaker off his shoulders and covered the girl with it. It would be better to carry her away from the ice, but moving her might cause her damage. "I'll calm her down and do my best to keep her from going into shock while you check her bone. I'll explain what you're doing." Vera shrugged out of her coat and tucked it under the girl's head, talking in a soft, soothing voice. Then she looked up at the small crowd of the children and said something. In response, a champagne-haired girl in a white sweater pulled out her phone and started calling someone. That division of duties with Vera made sense since he didn't speak Russian. Keeping a smile on his face, he knelt near the girl, holding in a groan when his leg protested. Then he removed his gloves and started probing her leg gently. He found it swelling already. His stomach clenched, and adrenaline pumped in his veins, mixed with worry. Mrs. Tsareva and Mikhail joined them. "What happened?" "Grandma," Vera spoke without looking up, "please call the ambulance, to be on the safe side." "Yes, dear." Fabric rustled as she retrieved her phone. Then the unmistakable sound of the numbers being tapped rang out. The girl flinched when he touched a tender spot. "Bull no." Compassion tightened his rib cage. "Sorry," he said as if she could understand him. "She says it hurts." Vera kept a soft smile on her face for the girl's benefit. "This girl's name is Natasha. The girl in the white sweater is her friend and called Natasha's parents." "What's your assessment?" "The good news, there's no bleeding and no protruding bones. The bad news, there might be a fractured or broken bone. I'll try to make a splint to immobilize Natasha's leg. We don't know how long it'll take the ambulance to get here." He glanced around for a board or any other materials to make the splint as he sent up a silent prayer. Based on the way her grandma's lips were moving, she was praying, too. Vera said something in Russian again to the children hovering around them. "I asked the children to bring several branches," she said in a low tone, then continued calming Natasha down. "Good idea." He removed his scarf to use it to tie the branches around the injured area while his leg wailed in pain. Making sure to keep a smile on his face, he studied Natasha for the signs of shock. Going into shock could be dangerous because it would prevent blood from moving to vital organs. Chapter 20. Maverick nodded to himself. While the girl was still pale, there was no cold sweat, and her breathing evened out somewhat. So, hopefully, no shock. Vera placed her fingers on Natasha's wrist, counted under her breath, then let the wrist go. "Pulse is okay." Two boys came running with small branches, and Maverick positioned the twigs beside the girl's ankle, then tied them with his scarf. A pack of ice would help, and he considered making a makeshift pack from snow wrapped into some clothes. Vera asked Natasha a few questions and nodded, a satisfied gleam in her eyes. Natasha doesn't sound confused, and she says she doesn't feel dizzy. "I think she's not in shock." As a siren shrilled in the distance, he released a breath he didn't realize he'd been holding. The paramedics would take it from here. A bareheaded blonde woman in an unbuttoned faux fur coat ran inside the skating rink, her eyes frantic. From the similarities of features, one could easily see she was related to the girl. She nearly slipped on the ice as her arms flailed. He staggered and cringed from pain as he got up, his leg now protesting every movement. Then he hurried to the woman and supported her while leading her to her daughter. Mrs. Tsareva and Mikhail stepped to her and probably started explaining the situation in Russian. Then the woman dropped on her knees and stroked the girl's hair, saying something fast. The siren neared, and breathing became easier. Maverick said a prayer of gratitude while his pulse still pounded in his temples. Once paramedics arrived, he helped Vera up, and Vera explained what happened in Russian. Then he and Vera glided away to let paramedics do their jobs, and she gestured for the children to do the same. While two guys loaded Natasha into the ambulance, the woman rushed to him and Vera. She shook Vera's hands, then his. Spasibo. 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 Then she darted back to the ambulance. That means thank you, Vera said, but he didn't need the translation. While cold seeped through his bones, he picked up her jacket from the ice and snugged it over her shoulders, though it would take a while for the frozen coat to offer her any warmth. Then he took her cold hands and brought them to his lips, doing his best to warm her trembling fingers with his breath. You did a great job. We did. I hope Natasha will be okay. We make a good team, don't we? That was one of the few words he knew in Russian. Yes. And that was what he wanted to be with her. A team. A union. A couple. But the throbbing pain in his leg reminded him about his weakness and all the missed chances when he'd been whole instead of broken. A bag of ice and a whole lot of regrets would keep him company tonight. The topic of ice fishing came up at a scrumptious dinner the same day, and the women decided to give it a try. Maybe Mrs. Tsareva indeed wanted to spend a lot of time in Mikhail's company, or maybe it was him saying women usually didn't go ice fishing. Or maybe both. Maverick agreed to the future endeavor easily. He wanted to support them. Besides, his leg would thank him if he just sat and stared at the fishing pole for hours. Early next morning, way too early morning, Mrs. Tsareva decided to spend the day baking instead. But partly out of curiosity, partly out of stubbornness, Vera and Maverick trudged after Mikhail on the fresh crisp snow, frost nipping on his cheeks. Possibly, Maverick also had a primal urge to bring home the bacon, or fish in this case. So he suppressed a yawn and ignored his leg's complaints as he shuffled beneath more layers of thermal clothes than he'd ever worn in his life, not that Missouri in winter was the tropics. Topping off the bundle was an Ushanka that had a gift from Mikhail that Maverick appreciated very much this morning. Mikhail tapped an ice spot on the ice as he walked and listened intently. Usually, we don't start ice fishing until mid-December, but this year it's been so cold the ice should be thick enough already, Mikhail said over his shoulder. Maverick swallowed hard while he exchanged worried glances with Vera. He took in the large lake, doing his best to assess whether the ice was cracked anywhere. That information would have been useful earlier, she whispered to him. No kidding. She looked funny bundled in so many layers of clothes underneath a waterproof jacket. But he was glad she was wearing all that, as well as waterproof boots with metal cleats that made walking on the ice easier. Despite the early hour and cold, fishermen already claimed spots on the lake, hunching over the poles. Dark circles spotted the ice, and the lake seemed to stretch as far as the eye could see. Mikhail found the place he liked and drilled a hole with an auger, then measured the ice. 6 inches. Good enough. He nodded to himself, a satisfied smile on his lips. Then he drilled another hole, then another one. Maverick set down folding chairs and fishing gear he'd borrowed from Mikhail and carried for himself and Vera. Then he scooped the ice from the holes with a metal ice scoop, making for a nice and clean circle. She put the bait on the lure and arranged the first fishing pole. This is still pretty safe, right? I mean, nobody you know ever drowned, right? Mikhail rubbed his salt and pepper beard. Well, a few guys I know fell underwater, but they were rescued. Yeah. That was promising. Just the thought of Vera going underwater made Maverick's stomach clench. So he made a mental note to sit as close to her as possible as he arranged his fishing poles. I imagine they never ice fished again. Nah. They were back the very next day. Mikhail rubbed his hands together gleefully, then fit a sinker on the hook and dropped it into the ice hole, probably to figure out the water's depth. Fishing helps with stress. I guess if you die, there's no stress anymore, Vera whispered to Maverick low enough so Mikhail wouldn't overhear. You know, like the French say, the best remedy for a headache is a guillotine. Maverick nearly rolled his eyes, though he didn't have such a habit. Well, indeed, that meant there'd be no more stress. He wouldn't want to resolve the issues that way. Granted, he brought a first aid kit, a flotation device, and a rope, but he hoped he wouldn't have to use them. An image of Vera going under the ice, into freezing waters that could cause pneumonia, at the very least, made him shudder. Vera leaned to him. That tiger safari in Siberia doesn't look too bad right now, does it? His lips tugged up. He always liked her sense of humor. On the other hand, he did forget about his accident, being shot at, and even the scary possibility of Vera's being poisoned by gas. While he was on the other side of the world, those things seemed so far away, as if they had never existed. He turned to Mikhail. How long have you been ice fishing? Since I was 14. Well, if the man had been doing it for many decades and was still alive, that should be a good sign. Okay, I'm going to make a few holes on the other side of the lake and we'll be right back, Mikhail said when everyone was settled. Why? Maverick took Vera's gloved hands and rubbed them. To ensure she had enough blood flow, of course. No other reason at all. Mikhail looked at him as if Maverick didn't understand simple matters. The fish might bite better on the other side. I wouldn't want to miss it. So he'd be running back and forth on the slippery lake to check on the fishing poles, while there was no guarantee the ice was thick enough. All the layers of thermal clothing and the large boots he wore weren't exactly inductive to running either. It seemed to be worth it. Mikhail came back with a large grin and the first catch of the day, a perch. Adrenaline filled Maverick's veins when his pole dipped, and soon he reeled in a pike. Excitement rushed through him when he helped Vera reel in a large perch, then unhooked it from the line and dropped it into a bucket with water. She clapped. Yay! Her joy rippled through him. Okay, maybe he could see the attraction of ice fishing. Somewhat. Mikhail nodded. We're going to have a great uka. Right. Fish soup. Maybe Mikhail had felt that primal need to bring home the bacon, fish, too. After some time, Maverick decided he needed to share the duty of checking poles on the other side of the lake. His leg didn't thank him for that when he came back with 2 pikes. Vera, however, did, and that was enough. Then Vera shared a thermos with hot mint tea. Grandmother had made sandwiches for later, too. Sips of hot tea warmed up his cooling insides. You know, in Yakutia, they had the lowest temperatures on Earth recorded to date, Mikhail said proudly. Vera took another sip, a half-smile playing on her lips. I guess this place is the Sahara, compared to Yakutia. With a suspicious longing, Mikhail eyed a few other fishermen sharing shots of vodka. He'd offered to bring a bottle of the famous local drink to keep them warm. However, Maverick's partying days were behind him, and Vera had never had any affinity for alcohol in the first place. Maverick hugged Vera and rubbed his hand over her shoulder. Are you okay? You're not cold, are you? She stared into his eyes, making time stand still. I'm fine. A few seconds passed, and he was unable to look away. Mikhail cleared his throat. Vera, I think the fish bites. If you'd like, I can reel it in. Vera broke the eye contact, her cheeks flaming up. No, thank you. I can do it. Soon another pike joined the ones in the bucket. Mikhail asked Vera to share more about herself and her life in America, and then listened with an intensity Maverick didn't expect. Are you happy there? Vera's lips curved up a little. I didn't realize how blessed and how happy I am until now. It's like I am learning more about myself while learning about my great-grandmother. Maverick felt the same way. He'd never expected his road to himself would lead him through Russia, though. Go figure. Tell me more about her. Someone that important to Vera was important to him, too. She loved to read and design. She came up with some additions to their plane construction that sadly never came to fruition. Vera paused as she peered at the gray sky, lost in thought. She said things in her letters that stuck with me. The true measure of one's life is how much mercy we give. He chuckled, without mirth. She knew that at 18, and I'm only now starting to comprehend this. She also had to deal with a lot of adversity while being a pilot. Men didn't treat them as equals, and their regiment often received worse equipment, clothes, footwear, and so on, than the men's regiments did. Berra sighed, shaking her head at the horizon. She never complained but persevered. Every night, making 8 or more missions. Even when they'd been encouraged to take parachutes, they'd rather take more bombs. She was that patriotic. I have big shoes to fill. Something dawned on him, and he reached for her gloved hand, feeling her warmth even through the fabric. Maybe you don't need to try so much. Did you go into the police academy because you wanted to be like your great-grandmother? Vera nodded. One of the reasons. It was the closest I could come to being a hero in a peaceful time. I wanted to make a difference like she did, to measure up. You don't need to measure up. God created you the way you are for a reason. You don't need to follow someone else's path, even if it's an admirable one. You're your own person. He squeezed her hand while her beautiful blue eyes reminded him of the Missouri sky, his motherland that he'd never appreciated more than now. What would bring you joy? She shrugged. I don't know. Bringing joy to others? You seem to like cooking and baking with your grandmother the day before yesterday. She chuckled as she leaped to her feet and reeled in another fish, a perch this time. That's a shocker. But after you explained that cooking is like chemistry when we bake the sweetheart's pie, something just clicked. I found out I can be good at it. Even enjoy it. Thank you. His insides warmed more than from that mint-flavored tea before. I'm glad if I could help. But, cooking is not heroic. Mikhail coughed. It's a much-needed profession. I'm sure your great-grandmother would be proud of you no matter what you did for a living. As long as you did it with love. Adding bait to her line, Vera smiled at the gentleman. I think one of the reasons she fell in love with my great-grandfather was because he treated her as an equal. He admired her plain designs, her courage. While he must have worried sick about her risking her life 8 times every night, he never tried to stop her. Her expression turned pensive as she took out salami sandwiches from the bag. That was admirable indeed. Maverick had never considered himself sexist, but he didn't know whether he'd be able to do the same with Vera. He'd go crazy with worry. There's a Russian saying that men love with their eyes and women with their ears. Mikhail took out a sandwich, too. That means the men are visual, attracted to beauty, while women often just need someone to listen to them, Vera hurried to explain. My great-grandmother called my great-grandfather her best friend and her biggest supporter in her letters. She said some things are so rare that we value them more. Diamonds. Gold. Being understood. He couldn't agree more. Being understood and, okay, being admired was what he'd always wanted, too. Vera had also been his best friend, his biggest supporter for him to follow his dream. He'd been too selfish to appreciate it at the time. They took another break for snacks. It would be good to go to Banya tomorrow, Mikhail said as he munched on a ham sandwich. Maverick tried to place the word. Banya? It's like a sauna. An adorable blush covered her cheeks again. Of course, men and women go separately. Of course. Maverick never understood the point of sitting for a long time and perspiring. But it might be part of the culture, so he didn't want to offend. If you're up for it, I have plenty of birch Venix ready, Mikhail offered as he got up and stretched. Venix? Maverick looked at Berra for an explanation. She wrinkled her forehead. How to explain? Well, it's birch twigs tied together. In summer, people use fresh ones, in winter dry ones. Why do you need them in a sauna? To sweep floors? She laughed as she handed him the thermos again. No. One sort of hits themselves with it, or other people do it. His brows shot up. Thankfully, he wasn't drinking tea at the time, or he could have sputtered. Why would anyone do that? It's like a massage, I guess. She shrugged. He did his best to wrap his mind around it and failed, so he just took a sip of mint-flavored hot liquid. By dusk, Maverick knew more details about Mikhail than he'd ever wanted to, including his career, illnesses, and all the vegetables he was growing on his dacha. However, the man had a sense of humor, too, and Maverick and Vera laughed at more than a few of his jokes. Mikhail started gathering supplies. Time to go. Days in winter are short, and we want to make it to the car while there's still daylight. I'll put the auger in the car and we'll be back. Maverick was gathering the fishing rods together when a shout chilled his blood. Antoinette! Vera's eyes went huge. Someone is drowning. We've got to help. She jerked in the direction of the voice. Maverick's heart dropped to the ice. She could go under freezing water herself. Chapter 21. Maverick snatched Vera's hand. Wait. He might have gone underwater because the ice at that part of the lake was too thin, after all. Let me go first. He picked up the flotation device. She glared at him as she jerked her hand free and grabbed the rope. Right. I weigh much less than you do. It's safer for me to go. She raced toward the cries. No. You shouldn't risk your life. Everything inside screamed in protest as he sprinted as fast as his leg would allow. He saw more ice packs in his near future. The need to keep her safe was multiplied by the craving to be the one to save the day. I can say the same about you. Let's pray to God and work together. She pulled a phone from her pocket but put it back as a bearded guy close by was already calling for help. Other men were rushing to the large hole in the ice that had somehow swallowed the fisherman, but Maverick and Vera were the closest. We should crawl. She dropped onto the ice. To be on the safe side. She had a point. He followed suit, grimacing as pain shot through his leg. Adrenaline pumped in his veins. Air whooshed out of his lungs when a man's head appeared in the water. Thankfully, the guy didn't sink and stop breathing, though being in the icy water was dangerous by itself. I'm worried about him having hypothermia, Vera whispered nearby. She started saying something in Russian to the guy, and as Maverick moved forward, he had to admit he did need her to complete this rescue. Once they were close enough, she tied a knot on the rope and threw it to the drowning man while Maverick threw the flotation device. In desperation, Maverick watched as the guy tried to grasp the knot, but his hands were obviously too cold and didn't want to move. No wonder, as in cold water a human body was losing heat 32 times faster than in the cold air. He glanced back. 3 more men crawled behind him. One of them was shouting something. He's suggesting forming a human chain, Vera interpreted. One person will hold on to the ankles of the person in front of him. And so on. Sounds good to me. They aren't going to let go of you, are they? He looked into the beautiful face of the person whom he could trust with his life. No. And I'm not letting go of you, either. The promise seemed to come from her heart. He was close to the large dark circle of water now. South close. Just as her fingers wrapped around his ankles, he slipped the knot over the guy's head and then down his arms, his own fingers going nearly numb from freezing water. This was going to be one hard-earned dinner. Maverick shook off the strange thought as he pulled on the rope. As the rope tightened, she kept her promise. Grateful for all the weight training he'd done, he pulled again, his muscles straining. One more time. The guy was out of the water. Beads of cold sweat formed on Maverick's forehead as he dragged the man along the ice, then got up and helped him do the same. Other fishermen, including Mikhail, wrapped the shivering guy in blankets, saying something in loud voices. His teeth were chattering so badly they gave out a staccato. They say they are going to take him someplace warm, Berra said. And he didn't go underwater because the ice was thin but because he slipped and fell inside. Still, I'm glad we took precautions. As adrenaline ebbed away and exhaustion started taking its place, Maverick realized 3 things. First, he could finally understand the attraction of banya/sauna, though without the birch twig massage. Second, who needed extreme sports when one could risk their life just going fishing? And third, the most important one. He might be walking on thin ice in his relationship with Vera, but he never wanted to let go of her, either. Everyone unanimously decided to stay indoors the next day. Maybe because Mikhail had received a talk down from Vera's grandmother, who'd been none too pleased with her granddaughter taking such risks. The good part was the fishermen knew each other, and Mikhail reported the guy who'd nearly drowned was fine. Not only hadn't he gotten pneumonia, but also he didn't even catch a cold. He'd attributed it to a certain amount of vodka in his system at the time, though Vera disagreed. The guy was fishing again, and Vera said a fervent prayer for him to be more careful this time. Vera and the rest sat down to the scrumptious dinner of ukka and fried fish with potatoes and pickles and sauerkraut at Mikhail's apartment. She gave sincere thanks for being alive and for the people she cared about being alive, too. Mikhail mumbled something about going on sleighs. As much fun as that sounded, with the way things were going lately, their horses would get spooked or the sleigh would get disconnected somehow. Her grandmother said grace, as usual, and all of them echoed her amen. Vera's heart swelled when Mikhail served her grandmother fish and seemed to catch her every word. When they'd cooked earlier, Vera had been impressed that he hadn't shied away from the kitchen but fried fish like a pro. And now, a certain warmth in the kitchen didn't come from the stove, and Vera smiled at a gleam she hadn't seen in her grandmother's eyes before. Did Grandma find a man she was truly fond of? She caught Maverick looking at the elderly couple with a smile, as if he thought the same thing before his gaze shifted to her. Just the soft, admiring look in his eyes turned her insides to mush, and she busied herself with the delicious fish soup. Then pleasant tingles traveled over her skin when the rye bread was passed and Maverick's fingertips touched hers. Maybe away from his familiar surroundings, in a foreign land, he was learning to accept help. He was learning he didn't have to be the leader of the pack. He couldn't do everything on his own. If he'd tried to rescue the man yesterday on his own, he could have drowned, and she shivered at the thought. Similarly, for some time he'd been drowning in bitter disappointment after his accident. She helped herself to fried fish after the first course, while the guys took away the empty plates. Maverick announced he was going to take dishwashing duty tonight since he hadn't cooked. She sat up straighter as something occurred to her. Was she drowning in distrust, too, since she'd avoided getting close to anyone after people she'd loved had betrayed her? Freezing her heart seemed easier than risking suffering again. How about going to the theater tonight? Mikhail helped Vera serve tea. Oh yes. Grandma beamed, giving an eager girlish clap of her hands. I'd love that. A longing unraveled in Vera's heart as if she were finding more pieces of herself. The theater had always held a soft spot in her heart because it was a connection to one of her ancestors. She'd even tried to sign up for the acting club in school, but she wasn't good at acting. At all. She rubbed her forehead. Maverick was right. She didn't need to live the life of her ancestors to claim her legacy. She could create her own while still enjoying parts of theirs. Though she missed having a gun with her, she nodded to the theater suggestion. Maverick nodded, too, probably for her sake. So in the evening, Vera found herself quietly translating a play into English when the lights were out until people around her started telling her to stop. It's okay, Maverick whispered to her, his breath hot on her skin. His fingers laced through hers, making her pulse accelerate. There was something different about seeing a live performance on stage instead of seeing it recorded in the movies, and she shifted closer to him, glad they could share this experience, though the scent of his spicy cologne affected her too much. She tucked the memory inside her, in case they went their separate ways back in Missouri. The thought stung, but she resolved to enjoy what she had now. Her grandmother sat to her right, mesmerized by the show, and Mikhail seemed mesmerized by her. If her great-grandmother could risk a romance across the ocean, could try to build in her heart a bridge half the earth long, maybe there was hope for Vera and Maverick, after all. When the couple kissed on the stage, she didn't need to translate. It was an international language of love. The language her heart was speaking now. The next morning, they all arrived in Moscow. The capital had a lot to offer, and Maverick hoped it was safe enough for them to be there by now. Besides, his sister had called him and said she'd love to meet him there in a few days. The third reason, that Mrs. Tsareva had not just one but 5 pen pals here, became unexpectedly irrelevant. She'd invited Mikhail on the trip, and he'd declared he'd wanted to visit the capital for years. Maverick smiled as they walked to the railway station exit, and Mrs. Tsareva had her hand in the crook of Mikhail's elbow while he carried her luggage. Snowflakes danced in the air, decorating people's clothes and hair with a fragile dust. A few snowflakes landed on Vera's eyelashes, framing her beautiful eyes in a delicate lace. "I'm hoping for the sound of wedding bells," she whispered as she leaned to him. Her gaze darted around, then returned to her grandmother, and then to him. A pleasant wave went through him as her gloved fingers settled in the crook of his arm, too. Even through the fabric, he could feel her warmth. Me, too. He meant it for more reasons than one. Soon the taxi took them to the hotel he'd insisted on paying for. Well, technically he'd given money for his and Vera's rooms to Mikhail, so there wouldn't be a paper trail for either of them. Mikhail had insisted on paying for Vera's grandmother's room. Avoiding the paper trail by paying in cash had been one of the reasons they'd rented apartments previously, while booking hotel rooms would have been more convenient. That, and Mrs. Tsareva's affinity for cooking. Bright and noisy, the city presented a fascinating mix of astonishing classic elegance and modern buildings. The next days passed in a whirlwind, leaving him feeling something akin to a male and older equivalent of Alice in Winter Wonderland. It was a different world here. After a few museums, Mrs. Tsareva suggested for the night out they could enjoy one of Moscow's most famous cultural treasures, the ballet. So they did. Illuminated in the dark, the Bolshoi Theater sparkled like a precious jewel in the city's crown. Behind a frozen fountain, its facade offered striking white columns, statues, and elaborate ornaments. Thanks to his cowboy origins, he especially liked the quadriga, or a chariot, drawn by 4 horses on the rooftop. Inside, the opulent interior nearly blinded him. From luxurious balconies to the gigantic chandelier and ornaments on the ceiling, no expense had been spared. While he'd never understood ballet, frankly, hadn't tried to, he realized it could be a big deal. Besides, seeing the fascination on Vera's face as she watched the Swan Lake performance was priceless. As he looked around, his eyes widened at how mesmerized the audience seemed to be with ballerinas fluttering on the stage like butterflies, or in this case, swans. He squirmed in his seat and watched that fluttering for some time. When he slid his arm around Vera's shoulders and she leaned into him, it made everything much better. There was also a big advantage that dancing didn't require translation. How different Vera's talented ancestor's life could have been if she'd been born free. Maybe she could have even performed in the renowned theater in front of tsars. Instead, she'd suffered for wanting to marry the man she'd loved. His life was indeed filled with privilege. But, as his mother'd said, privilege came with responsibility. How could he use his privilege, whatever was left from his fame, for something good? His siblings' idea about the camp for foster children appeared in his mind. A lot of his fans had been teenage boys. His thoughts moved to his brother, Cade, who'd nearly ended up on the wrong side of the law before Maverick's family had adopted him. Then to Vera's half-brother, whom she'd had to arrest for the auto theft. Then to the teenager whom she tried to help and who'd been shot. Now he could understand why Cade had been so passionate to have the camp for foster teens at the ranch. Maybe Maverick could use his authority to influence their lives for the better? He could also organize Christmas gift drives for older people in town, and he was sure Vera and her grandmother would be happy to join and do some pastry baskets. The ideas could be endless. He just needed the will to do it. As his mind wandered and his eyelids grew heavy, he was proud of himself that by the entr'acte, a very welcome break in the middle of the performance, he was still awake. He exchanged glances with Mikhail as the lights turned on and everyone got up from their seats. They understood each other without words. Wasn't it great? Vera's eyes were sparkling as their group descended the marble staircase. Oh yes. Looking into those eyes, he made a mental note to take her to the New York City Ballet the first chance he got. It's the world's biggest ballet company. Over 200 dancers, she simply gushed. It's one of the most renowned ballet companies in the world. Mikhail nodded, obviously taking pride. The company was founded in 1776. The performances were held in a private home at first. Then the company acquired the Petrovka Theater. It was destroyed by the fire, then replaced by the new Arbat Theater. Wasn't it burned in the Napoleon invasion and then built again? Mrs. Tsareva touched the banisters in thought. Yes, indeed. It went through many rebuildings and renovations. Mikhail beamed with knowledge. Maverick's hand wrapped around the banister's smooth surface as if having a handshake with renewed hope. Then he touched his scars. If this amazing beauty could be destroyed in the fire several times and rebuilt again and again to the level of something astonishing, maybe he could do the same. Was this a sign from God? Maybe there were other signs from God before, but now, Maverick was ready to listen. To listen without the growl of motors and the luring song of fame being louder in his mind than the voice of God. Chapter 22. Then there was opera. The singing was in Italian, and Maverick's knowledge of Italian was limited by Buenos Aires, Sonora, and Amore Mio. However, that meant they were on equal footing because Vera didn't speak Italian either. Vera explained to him the plot based on the booklet description they'd received, but he felt his eyelids getting heavier by the moment. He did his best to keep them open. Oh man. At the end, as he helped her put on her coat, he asked how she liked it. Her smile looked a bit forced this time. It was, great. It dawned on him. You're not into opera, are you? No, but they have such wonderful voices here, and, she blinked. I thought you were. He chuckled. So they did this for each other, thinking the other one loved it. Nearby, Mrs. Tsareva and Mikhail seemed to be having the same conversation as she shrugged into the coat he held for her. There was something I loved, though. Berra smiled as they walked to the exit. That beautiful, romantic scene when the hero serenaded the heroine while she stood at the balcony. The next morning, they visited the Kremlin and toured the churches behind its walls. As he studied historical frescoes and listened to the history of the Golden Dome churches, he stood in awe of how much more was beyond the red square he was used to seeing on TV. How often in his life had he failed to look behind someone's walls to discover sometimes beauty, sometimes tragedy? His leg was thankfully doing better, so all of them bundled up in layers of clothing to explore the city on foot and admire the numerous cathedrals. The city held an amazing quantity of restaurants, too, and one could have a culinary trip around the world easily. He tried shashlik, kulichi, and enjoyed pizza again. They stopped in a Georgian cafe that smelled of spices and cooked meat and ordered kharcho, beef soup, and khachapuri, a cheese-filled bread. Now he knew Georgia wasn't just a state in the U.S. In the evening, as they drank tea with Veroniki, boiled dumplings stuffed with cheese, fruits, or other fillings, in the cozy hotel restaurant, they discussed which one of many museums to visit tomorrow. Apparently, one could find hundreds, if not 1,000 years of masterpieces on display in this city. But as he looked into Vera's eyes, he knew he'd already found the most precious masterpiece he'd ever encounter. In the afternoon, Maverick's heart ached when he met his sister at the airport. He missed Jenna so much, and not only because they'd been bonded by the same secret once. They shared the same qualities of wanderers who didn't want to admit they'd wandered too. They were the only siblings who were still searching for something, or someone. The image of Vera appeared in front of his eyes. Or maybe he was just a fool who didn't realize what he'd wanted was right in front of him until it was too late. Jenna's face lit up when she saw him. In the few times they'd met after the European races or when she'd sneaked into the family weddings, she'd worn a disguise, including a couple of times being dressed as a man. So his eyes widened at her short-cropped raven-black hair with bangs falling onto her hazel eyes. Maybe she'd decided to be herself because a white scarf hid the bottom half of her face, and the hood of her oatmeal-hued coat hid most of the rest. The heels of her matching boots that reached her knees clicked against the tile as she hurried to him. She only had one purse and a carry-on. She'd always traveled light. Jenna hugged him, and they hurried to the exit, not wasting time on small talk out in the open, but settling into a familiar routine. Growing up, he looked up to her. They all did. She'd been such a bright student, there'd been no doubt she'd become a valedictorian, and so she had. He'd imagined her becoming a professor at some prestigious university, winning awards. She'd chosen a path none of their family had expected. Berra glided to them in a rental car nearly as soon as they exited. While Jenna's eyes darted around, he put her carry-on in the trunk fast. They slipped inside the vehicle in silence. As the car took off, Jenna smiled at Berra. "It's good to see you again after so many years." "What about me?" He feigned offense. "Well, I just saw you half a year ago." "I haven't recovered yet." Jenna nudged him with her elbow. Slipping into the familiar camaraderie they'd had as children felt good. "I missed you, sis," he whispered. Her eyes turned sad. "I missed you, too. More than you can imagine." The way from the Sheremetyevo airport to Moscow took much less than the previous time by taxi, and then they stopped at the restaurant Jenna suggested. Once they were seated, he understood why. The small, dimly lit restaurant was away from the popular and overcrowded area. Exactly the place where his sister preferred to meet. Though she'd never been to Moscow, she'd obviously done her research online. As usual, she chose a booth from which she could see both exits and sit with her back to the wall. Berra seemed to agree with her choice. He helped the women shrug out of their coats, and they ordered drinks. "To clear the air, my profession is a tracker. I track down people and/or valuables. I'm the human equivalent of a German shepherd," Jenna said without much emotion. Berra blinked. "Oh. I didn't ask." Well, straightforwardness ran in their family. At least, when it came to females. Jenna's lips curled up. "I don't usually disclose that information. But if my brother trusts you, I trust you, too." Vera squirmed in her seat a little. "I'm honored." He wondered what his sister thought of Vera. Her approval had long been important to him. So, when Jenna caught his gaze, then flicked her eyes at Berra and gave a tiny nod, he leaned against the back of his chair and could breathe easier. Jenna skimmed the menu. "It's all Greek to me. Or, okay, Russian in this case. Any recommendations?" "Uka sounds good to me," Berra started, looking more relaxed now, as if knowing she'd passed the test. "Blinchiki with caviar, too. Zarkoi, which is fried beef with potatoes. Beef stroganoff." "Oh, let me explain." He was eager to show off his newfound language, so he explained what uka, blinchiki, and beef stroganoff were. "I'll take uka and baked salmon with caviar." "Sounds especially good considering we didn't have to risk going into icy water for it." Vera's ears pinked. "Ice fishing is rather safe, for the most part." "I don't want your sister to think I made you risk your life for fish." Jenna's eyes sparkled. "I want to hear all about it." The waitress appeared with their drinks, and they placed orders. For some time, he talked about his visit to Russia, all the things experienced and lessons learned. Then their food arrived, and the uka's aroma was indescribable. He savored every spoonful of it, though he still preferred the one Mrs. Tsareva had cooked. Jenna talked about some of her travels and adventures that were safe to share. Vera discussed her ancestors, and Jenna seemed fascinated. Relaxing into the warm atmosphere, Maverick simply enjoyed being with the two women so important to him, savored seeing them comfortable with each other. They remained for some time after the plates were cleared because none of them wanted to leave. He knew Jenna was only going to stay for one day, and regret tugged at him. She'd never stayed in one place for long, and he wanted her to. He could show her so much in Moscow. He still needed to tell her so much, too. Finally, they filed from the warm restaurant into the cold air. "You're going to stay at the hotel with us, right?" he asked his sister as he opened the rental car's door for her. She hesitated. Then she nodded and hurried into the rear passenger seat. He took the one in the front, in case Vera needed him to guide her. Though the traffic was busy, Berra drove with enviable ease. Well, he couldn't even drive on the country roads. Pain knifed him. After some time, he noticed both Vera and Jenna had tensed. What's going on? I believe we have a tail. Vera frowned as she slipped into a small spot in the left lane. He glanced back at his sister, who nodded. A dark sedan with tinted windows. Premonition tightened his gut as he looked at Berra again. Can you lose them? I'm trying to. There's too much traffic. We can't go to the hotel before we lose the tail. Eyes narrowed, he pulled up the city map on his phone. We need to get into a less congested area. GPS probably wouldn't be much help now, so he found their location on the map. She exited the road without putting the blinker on while cars around her honked. It's probably because of the case I just wrapped up. I shouldn't have come here. Jenna groaned. Some people weren't happy. Don't worry about it, sis. We had some issues back in the States, too. He sent his sister an encouraging smile, then guided Vera the best he could. I think we lost them, Jenna said carefully. I don't know for how long. Maverick, we need to trade places. Vera breathed out, her tense shoulders still hunched up to her ears. What? No. Getting air into his lungs became difficult. Please? Vera's pleading eyes skewered him. I can't do this anymore. I need your help. He had to come through for her. Okay. His pulse went into overdrive. He'd never had to trade places with the driver while being on the road, and he hoped he'd never have to do it again. There they are again. Jenna screamed. The motor growled, pumping fuel into his veins as he floored the gas pedal. He had to do this. Please, he sent up a prayer. Then he concentrated on being one with the car, on the energy and exhilaration he received from high speed. Adrenaline surged through his veins, bringing memories different from his accident. When he was capable. Chapter 23. The steering wheel seemed to be the extension of Maverick. Vera guided him, and they entered a long tunnel. He was pushing the car to its limit as he weaved between cars, then used the open space to speed up even more. Just how he'd explain it to the police if stopped, he didn't know. When he left the tunnel, he took turns at high speed. Several times, the car nearly skidded, but he managed to keep it on the slick winter roads. He turned so many times he lost count, while his heart thudded in his ears. Risky, so risky. Worry for Vera and Jenna made him tighten his fingers on the smooth steering wheel. But this was what he knew, what he'd once been so great at. Excitement pumped fuel in his blood. And he felt liquid like gasoline, and so light that it seemed one moment more and he'd take off and fly. Another spike of adrenaline took him to the familiar high, and he felt alive, really alive, again. This time, it wasn't about winning or losing, but saving the lives of two people dear to him. Doing what mattered. And being himself again. He wasn't beyond repair, after all, didn't have to be discarded like the cars after an accident smashed so badly they had to be totaled. When it started getting dark, Vera touched his hand. I think we're fine now. Yes. He did a mental fist pump. He looked back at Jenna, who seemed to shrink inside herself, and his heart sank as exhilaration leaked out from him like gasoline from a broken tank. Adrenaline ebbed away, too, leaving worry to take the driver's seat. Please let me take you to the hotel. He tried, though he knew what her answer was going to be. She shook her head. I might have brought danger to you. Take me to the airport. Please. Of course, his sister was leaving because she loved him, but it didn't make it any easier. Hours later, Vera woke up and blinked a few times. It was still dark, and the room was quiet. She stretched, snuggled under the warm bedspread, and considered going back to sleep when yesterday's chase made her shiver. No, she wouldn't be able to go back to sleep now. Yet her limbs asked her to stay in bed a while longer. So she turned on the nearby lamp to cast a soft glow, then reached for her cell phone on the nightstand. She checked her email until she found the email from her friend, Gwendolyn. Smiling, Vera opened it and glanced through. Gwendolyn had started working for Maverick's family officially as a nanny and unofficially as the children's bodyguard. So far, everything seemed to be peaceful except for the children's mischief. They'd even tried to set her up with a few cowboys at the ranch, but so far, Gwendolyn had remained a confirmed bachelorette. Well, if Vera knew anything about those children, if Gwendolyn continued taking care of them for a significant amount of time, she wouldn't stay single long. When Vera made it to the last part of the email, her jaw dropped. She'd arranged for the DNA test results to be mailed to the ranch, care of her friend, as Vera couldn't wait to learn the result. Now she felt like she assumed the man felt when he'd been submerged into icy water. Plunging into that cold, she couldn't breathe. Slowly, she sat up on the bed, took a deep breath, and read the words again. It shouldn't have been such a shocker. She'd suspected it, hadn't she? That was why she'd done the DNA test in the first place. She rubbed her temples, headache brewing. Now what? She needed to tell Maverick, and he wouldn't be happy she'd done this behind his back. But when he heard the results, would he be glad? Frustrated? Angry? Happy? Only one way to find out. First, she needed to do some research and make international calls. She slipped out of bed and changed her pajamas for jeans and a light sweater, then pulled out the chair near the desk. She considered ordering breakfast from room service, but her stomach seemed too queasy to accept food. Sometime later, she rubbed her throbbing temples and leaned against the back of her chair. Embry had a leave of absence for 5 months, she'd said, to take care of her sister in Maryland. After checking tickets to Maryland, Vera confirmed Embry had indeed gone there and stayed with her sister for 5 months. But the neighbors revealed it was the other way around. Her sister had taken care of Embry while she'd been pregnant. She'd given birth to a baby girl and told her sister she'd put her baby up for adoption. It had taken a lot of digging, but finally Vera found out Embry had a health scare around the same time Izzy had been abandoned. Thankfully, the scary diagnosis had turned out to be wrong. By the time Vera applied makeup, footfalls in the neighboring room told her Maverick might be up. As she brushed her hair, she heard the water running next door. Then the knock on his door and the female voice saying, "Room service," made Vera wince. Her heartbeat picked up for several reasons as she waited for the footfalls to silence in the distance. An incoming text bleeped, and her pulse increased at Maverick's name on the screen. "If you're up, I'd love to have your company for breakfast." "Thank you," she typed in. She considered calling her grandmother, but this news was better told alone. She checked the hall for anything suspicious and dragged herself to his door. There she drew in a deep breath of air filled with a mixture of coffee aroma and faint fragrances of colognes and perfumes, then knocked on the door. "It's me." He opened the door, smiled at her, and waved for her to enter. "Good morning." "Come on in." "Good morning." As she stepped inside, the coffee aroma intensified, mingling with the fresh croissant scent. Just like hers, the room was done tastefully in earthy shades. Tawny-hued carpet matched the bedspread, and tortilla-colored curtains hugged the floor-to-ceiling window. With the sun up now, the view of Moscow was spectacular. A large rectangular mirror made the room look bigger, as well, and a long wooden desk housed a flat-screen TV, a lamp, and a phone book. A welcome addition was a coffee table with 2 chairs near the window. A tray was already on the coffee table. He lifted the lid from one of the dishes. "Scrambled eggs with ham and mushrooms. I hope you'll like it. Thank you for having breakfast with me." Something changed inside her. The domesticity, the normalcy of the scene felt surreal after yesterday's chase. After the news she needed to tell him. She'd come close to losing him several times already. She'd come close to losing her own life several times, too. He strode to her and kissed her cheek, making her heart flutter. The scent of his spicy cologne felt as familiar as her favorite perfume. And when he opened his arms and she walked into them, she knew she was home. Despite being in a foreign country. And that was how she knew. She loved him. Plain and simple. The infatuation she'd had as a teen had grown into an overwhelming love. But even as the exhilarating wave washed over her, her throat clogged up. Any time she'd loved someone, her trust had been betrayed. While Maverick wouldn't betray her, he'd leave her just like the others. She'd seen the confidence with which he'd driven yesterday. He could return to the circuit now. Live his dream life again. And after the news she was going to tell him, he might be sharing that dream with a woman other than her. Just like before, there would be no place for Vera in his life. She eased out of his embrace, and they sat down. While she had no appetite, it was unfair to snub his kind gesture. So after saying grace, she poked at what usually was her favorite breakfast and made herself move a croissant past the lump in her throat. She chased it down with coffee and barely sensed the taste. His eyes dimmed a little at her lack of appetite. When he was done, she pushed her half-empty plate away. "We need to talk." A frown creased his forehead as he put the tray away on the table. "What happened? Are you okay?" She searched for the right words. "Yes. It's about Izzy." He leaped to his feet. "Something happened to her?" He lowered his voice as he glanced at the door. She shook her head, reminding herself to keep her voice low, too. She didn't want to wake up her grandma and Mikhail, or any other hotel guests, for that matter. What was the best way to break the news? Well, honesty should be the best policy. She took a deep breath, the intoxicating scent of his cologne affecting her too much. I did something without your permission. I used one of your hairs with a follicle and a swab from Izzy's cheek to send samples for DNA. He stared at her as he sat down again. I don't understand. Why would you do that? Because I suspected Izzy might be your daughter. His jaw slackened. What? That can't be. Remember, Rants never did a DNA test, which frankly was an oversight on his part. He just believed the note left with the baby. But she was left on Rance's doorstep. Maverick stuttered and leaned against the counter. The rumor was that you weren't yourself after the accident. Besides, it was much easier to leave the baby with someone in the same city than fly to Missouri and get to the ranch. And based on her social media, Embry did have an on-again, off-again relationship with Rance. Frankly, I don't think she was thinking straight at the time. She had a health scare and needed to find someone to take care of the child. Maybe something went wrong with her sister, and Embry couldn't ask her to do it. He rubbed his forehead. Hold on. Hold on. The time doesn't line up. I was with Embry a year and a half ago. Izzy was born 9 months after I broke up with Embry. The note said Izzy was born premature. Vera resisted the urge to roll her eyes at the same story her mother had used. I talked to the pediatrician. Izzy doesn't look like a premature child. He got up and started pacing the small room. Do you have the DNA test results? She rose to her feet and leaned against the desk. I do. She is your daughter. His face lit up. Then he froze. I want to believe this. But I'm afraid to. Why didn't Embry tell me about Izzy's birth? I don't know. Shivers prickled her arms. She chased them down with her hands. That's a question you need to ask her. Maybe she was afraid you'd try to take Izzy away from her. For a few moments, he stayed motionless. Then he rushed to her and lifted her up, stealing her breath away. Do you understand what this means? Her head started spinning, and she couldn't say a word. I have a chance to bring her back. Or at least see her regularly. I talked to Rance yesterday, and he said how difficult parenting was for him. He set her down and looked into her eyes. And you helped this happen. How can I ever thank you? You don't need to thank me. Her heart warmed for his joy, then shattered into a million pieces. This was probably what an emotional roller coaster felt like. He was going to leave her, and she'd helped it happen. Acid seemed to rise from her stomach, and she started feeling nauseous. Still, she had no regrets. She wanted him to be happy, and the light in his eyes indicated she'd done the right thing. I mean, I can see her grow up. I can be a real dad. She needed to do something, to distract herself. So she turned away from him and picked up a glass with orange juice from the tray. But her hand shook so badly she had to put it down. She turned around and touched the stubble on his face. You are a real dad. He studied her. Yesterday, you didn't need me to drive, did you? You just needed me to be able to do it again? She looked away, then met his gaze. I knew you had it in you. He was finding the road to himself, that much was clear. She should be thankful to God for it. So what did it matter if that road didn't match with hers? Then you know me better than I know myself. She committed his image to memory, never mind that it was already engraved on her heart. I just believe in you. Always have. Always will. And now she'd have to learn to live without him again. But love had to be selfless, didn't it? He rubbed his temples. I have to go back to the US. For Izzy. I mean. You understand, right? I do. Her heart squeezed. She understood more than he'd ever know. Despite the nausea, she was glad she didn't tell him about her feelings. That left him an open road. He paced the room again, his limp much less evident now. Rants is going to be devastated. Or maybe relieved. I have to make this work. I might have to move to be closer to Embry and the baby. Yep. Vera was still in the room, but he was forgetting her already. She blinked fast to stop the tears. She should be glad for him. She'd sensed how much he'd wanted to be a father. How much he'd needed to. It was one of the things that had helped him heal. Her smile was wobbly as she worked up as much gratitude as she could. I'll book us the tickets. He stopped pacing. Us? A lump formed in her throat. Even if he didn't care for her any longer, she had to go with him. She'd had her guesses about who'd caused his accident, but she needed proof. When he returned to the ranch, his life was going to be in danger again. Well, I was thinking of returning with you. I mean, Grandma hasn't done anything crazy so far, and Mikhail seems to be taken with her. He rushed to her and hugged her in earnest. I'm glad. I'd love to have you return with me. A knock made them look toward the door. She gestured for him to wait, approached the door stealthily, and glanced in the peephole. She felt a little lighter when she saw it was her grandmother, and Vera flung the door open. Vera's grandmother cleared her throat. Am I interrupting something? Warmth rose inside Vera. She tucked her thick hair behind her ears and tipped up her chin to keep from going wobbly. No, Grandma. We, just had breakfast. And we have some news. As Maverick hurried to explain what had happened, one thought kept appearing in Vera's mind. She needed to wrap up the case. After that, she had to let Maverick go, to live the life he'd always wanted. Even if it broke her heart for the second time. After returning to Cowboy Crossing the next day, Vera squared her shoulders as she marched to Mrs. Dorothea's house. Even as her heart was aching from having to say goodbye to Maverick soon, even as her head was throbbing from jet lag, some things needed to be taken care of. The sooner the better. After she rang the doorbell, Mrs. Dorothea opened the door and waved her inside. She was wearing an apron, and flour smudged her wrinkled hands. Oh, Hon, great to have you back. Are you here to pick up Buddy? Tell your grandma I'll stop by soon. Vera stepped inside, easing the door shut behind her. Thank you for taking care of our cat. Oh, Grandma stayed in Russia for now. Such a pity. I was looking forward to talking to her. Mrs. Dorothea handed her the meowing feline. And I didn't mind Buddy, Hon, we became friends. She chuckled. Buddies, really? You do love cats. Vera studied the older woman she thought she knew well. That's why you let Buddy out before locking me in the basement and turning the gas on. Mrs. Dorothea gasped. What are you talking about? I didn't think much of it at first. Buddy had escaped before when someone opened the door and we didn't notice. But then I remembered I heard him meowing when I was in the basement. No one left the house after that. He shouldn't have escaped. She pinned her neighbor with a stare. You're out of your mind. Grimacing, Mrs. Dorothea waved a hand. Even if someone let Buddy out, why do you think it was me? The lock wasn't tampered with. You visited Grandma many times, stayed for hours. You could have gotten Grandmother's keys when she was stuck with Buddy on the roof and made a duplicate. You know how to shoot a gun, so you could have been the one to shoot at Maverick. You were friends with the person who had the gun stolen. The one that was used to shoot at him. Seriously? Most of the population in the country knows how to use a gun. A lot of people in Cowboy Crossing are friends with that person. It's a small town, after all. Mrs. Dorothea shook her head vigorously, strands of thin hair getting out from her white bun. Besides, why on earth would I harm Maverick? The only person who'd want to shoot at him is someone from the developers to get the land, to scare the family into signing the deal. That's what you wanted us to think. I forgot you used to work as a mechanic. You still stopped by sometimes when the tractors started breaking down. No one realized you were the one to cause the mechanical problems too. You were just an old lady, feeling lonely and trying to bide her time. Ridiculous. Mrs. Dorothea ducked her head, her fingers twitching toward the side table. I have you recorded near Maverick's car right before his accident. Vera bluffed while Buddy squirmed in her hands as if uncomfortable with the conversation. You won't be able to prove anything. I wore a good disguise. Then Mrs. Dorothea's hand flew to her mouth. Vera did a mental fist pump. It was because of your daughter, wasn't it? I'm sorry for your loss, but why go to such lengths as trying to kill Maverick? Because he discovered the affair and Maverick's father stopped funding you and your daughter's lifestyle? I researched the house you used to have before moving to a modest home in our neighborhood. It was opulent. Mrs. Dorothea rubbed her eyes and whispered, we had to sell it. Couldn't pay the mortgage any longer. She had to give up an expensive car. Maverick ruined everything. Vera stepped closer, pity twisting her gut. But why wait until now? Did you need to take your anger out on someone after Lenora's death? Mrs. Dorothea's eyes narrowed. You don't know how that feels. How much it hurts. All I have left of her are the photos I keep in this box. She reached to the wooden box on the side table. A moment later, a small gun appeared in her feeble hands. Apparently, the box held more than photos. I didn't want to kill you, Vera. I still don't. But you started putting your nose where it didn't belong, and I was afraid you'd figure it out. Dread pooled in the pit of Vera's stomach. And she thought Mrs. Dorothea wouldn't shoot her with Buddy in her hands. You don't have to do this. You give me no other choice. The older woman sighed. Pity, as I like your grandmother. She's fun to talk to, and she bakes great pies. Well, it's time to put the end to this. Berra ducked as the shot rang out. Chapter 24. Later, Vera tossed and turned most of the night in her room at her grandmother's house. Once she'd revealed her plan to Maverick during their trip, talking him into it hadn't been easy. Of course, they'd gotten the police involved and she'd been wearing a wire and carrying a weapon in her purse, but he'd thought it was too risky. Only when she'd said she'd do it with or without his help had he agreed. Her primary concern had been Buddy, but Vera didn't think Mrs. Dorothea would hurt the cat she'd loved so much. Buddy, as if sensing Vera'd thought about him, jumped into bed and snuggled next to her. She stroked his soft fur, then hugged him close. Sorry I put you in danger. Glad it's over, aren't you? Buddy meowed as if complaining that wasn't the welcome home he'd counted on. Vera sighed. I know. Me, either. I feel sorry for Mrs. Dorothea. But wanting to stay alive outweighed my empathy. With the first rays of sunlight, she slipped out of bed and fed Buddy. Then she dressed. Tears burned her eyes as she touched the window Maverick had used to climb into her life. He'd leave soon. Her heart ached. Losing him a second time was much more painful than the first time. Downstairs, Buddy stretched on the kitchen floor, likely knowing she needed company, and she made hot tea. The mint-flavored scent, the kitchen interior, raspberry jam. Pretty much everything reminded her how much she missed her grandmother, how desperate she was for human connection, some physical comfort. Talking over the phone wouldn't be the same as talking in person. She took several sips. Grandma always said a lot of issues could be solved with a hot cup of tea. Vera placed the cup on the saucer with a rattle as she couldn't pour any more liquid past the lump in her throat. Some issues even tea couldn't solve. She pulled her shoulders back, a decision forming up in her mind. As much as she loved her hometown, without her grandmother and Maverick, this place felt as empty as her heart. It wasn't right to leave without saying goodbye to Maverick, but hadn't he done it to her once? Besides, he didn't need her any longer. His fabulous career and fatherhood awaited him. So she'd wish him the best with a postcard or a phone call later. Make it easier for him. She leaned to the cat and scratched behind his ear. I'm sorry to leave you again. But you understand, right? I'll have someone take care of you while I'm gone. She paused for a moment. Someone who wouldn't try to murder me. Don't miss me too much, okay? Buddy got up and strode away, keeping his head high, unhappy at such a turn of events. Vera winced. Maybe she should stay. But her insides were getting emptier by the moment. Lord, what should I do? The doorbell was a welcome distraction. That might be Gwendolyn or... Could it be Maverick? She rushed to the hall, stumbled over Buddy, who meowed his complaint, righted herself, and looked into the peephole. Then she froze. This was the last person she'd expected to see. Her mother. Vera gestured for her mother to come in as her own eyebrows shot up at the large designer suitcase. Are you going to stay here? Chuckling without mirth, her mother walked inside and put the expensive suitcase on the tiled floor. Her creamy designer coat with large buttons hugged her slim figure, as elegant as ever, her makeup was impeccable, and her short blonde hair was still stylish. But for the first time, guilt settled deep in her blue eyes. No. Don't worry. I know we've got a lot to repair in our relationship. I am so sorry for all the mistakes I've made. Something shifted inside Vera as she gestured for her to proceed. She took a place at the table, and her mother did the same. Vera got up to make tea but was stopped with a wave of the hand. I'm not staying for long. Her mother never had. Vera sank onto the chair again. Maybe this was her chance to get some answers. There was only one reason her mother told her father she was a preemie when she wasn't. Why have you never told me that my dad, well, wasn't my biological dad? You knew you were pregnant with me when you married him, and you didn't tell him then. Her face contorting, her mother wrung her hands, so different from her confident self. I wanted you to have a father. To be happy. Was I? Vera looked away. An accident? With someone who ran fast when he found out you were pregnant? She was finally getting more scraps to piece together for the quilt of her life, but so far, it hadn't brought her warmth or peace. Her mother's lips trembled. I loved your father very much. And he loved me. I lost my head. I admit I shouldn't have. But I was young and in love. What? Her throat closed. She struggled to get out the question she had to know. What happened then? He died in an accident a month after we met. Her voice broke. There was a pause, and this time Vera didn't say anything. She could barely breathe. The next day, I found out I was pregnant. Vera stared at her, trying to process everything. So you married a different man? Her mother's lips thinned. He knew I didn't love him the way he loved me, but he still wanted to marry me. After some time, I agreed. Things were different at the time. Babies out of wedlock weren't exactly met with open arms. I thought it would be easier for me to give you the future you deserved. And maybe even forget my loss. Things started making more sense. But I reminded you about your lost love all the time, right? That's why you threw yourself into your career. Why you spent so little time with me. Why Dad, or whatever the word is I should use now, started treating me differently when he found out I wasn't his. Why he found a different woman, started a different family. A miserable sigh seemed to deflate the last of her mother's strength. With it, her chest curved in, and her shoulders slumped. I finally told him when you were a teen. He felt betrayed, and I couldn't blame him. Then you married again. Just like that, she'd started over. All emotion slipped from Vera's body, even anger. I couldn't survive being left behind. And I realized I wanted more children. I really did. It was my last chance. I wanted to give them the love I failed to give you. Tears sparkled in her eyes. Can you ever forgive me? Vera got up and hugged her mother, for the first time feeling close to her. You should have told me a long time ago. I didn't want to cause you pain. Her mother hugged her back, droplets of tears dampening the cheek held close to Vera's. Vera withdrew to look into her eyes, her vision blurring. Then why are you telling me now? Because I was selfish not to tell you before. It wasn't your fault he died. I should have treasured you as a part of him left to me instead of making myself and you suffer. I'm so sorry I pushed you away. Have been doing it for years. If it's not too late to ask, I want to be in your life. Will you let me? She dabbed at her eyes with a paper napkin from the table. Vera concentrated on breathing. This was a lot to take in. All the family secrets. All the pain they'd caused. Her mother got up. I decided to go to Russia. I need to be closer to my mother, too. I have 2 tickets for business class. I know it was presumptuous of me, but... Will you go with me? Vera finally found her tongue. Yes and yes. Her mother hugged her, and for a few moments, they wept for all the things lost, cleansing the dirty secrets with tears. Buddy walked into the kitchen, and Vera lifted him as tears streaked her face. Sorry, Buddy, you'll have to survive without us for some time more. Getting Vera's suitcase ready didn't take much time, especially considering she hadn't unpacked everything yet. Strangely, though she'd packed the same amount of clothes for the previous trip, the suitcase felt much heavier. Her shoulders drooped, her mood so different from when she'd left with Maverick and Grandma. She called Gwendolyn and asked her to take care of Buddy. Then, after they disconnected, Vera dressed in a sweater and jeans and, despite her queasy stomach, managed to have a snack without really tasting it. Her phone played a melody, and her heart squeezed when Maverick's name appeared on the screen. She rubbed the tightness in her chest as she stared at the screen. She couldn't talk to him now. She was too afraid to stay. Maverick frowned at his phone. Then he winced. What was he thinking, calling so early? She might still be jet-lagged and sleeping in. But when she didn't return his calls 4 hours later, he felt ill at ease. Though the case was wrapped up, what if something had happened to her? Without a second thought, he jumped into the car and drove to her grandmother's place. He rushed to the door, his healing leg moving much faster than before, and rang the doorbell. Silence. A shiver ran down his spine over what had happened the previous time she hadn't answered the doorbell. But the curtains were drawn this time. Could she have left somewhere? He slapped himself on the forehead. Of course, she must have gone grocery shopping after a long absence. As he climbed inside his vehicle again, his phone played a rap song. Air whooshed out of his lungs when he saw her name on the screen. Thankfully, he worried for nothing. He swiped the phone screen to answer. I'm so glad you called me. Oh, good. I mean, great. I mean, her voice sounded distant. Background noise scrambled it. People talking? Well, yes, if she called from a grocery store. But she didn't need to cook tonight. He was going to invite her to dinner. His family could help him set up a romantic dinner for two, and he'd do his best to make it special. One day, he'd love to take her on a tour of the fountains in Kansas City, she'd mentioned. Maybe even go scuba diving like her grandmother had. Missouri had so much to offer, and while he'd traveled the world for car races, he hadn't explored treasures in his home state. He'd love to do that with Vera. He wanted to share so much with her. Maybe even a lifetime? Maybe they could fly to see Izzy together tomorrow. His heartbeat quickened. He couldn't believe two of his dreams, the ones he didn't even know about until now, could come true at the same time. How do you feel about? She interrupted him. I'm sorry. I've got to go. I need to go through customs. His brows shot up. Customs? Where are you? I'm at the airport. Her words, flat as they sounded, struck him like a slap. That's the reason I'm calling you. He started the engine as if that could supply fuel to his brain, too, to comprehend the situation. What? You decided to fly to see Izzy already? But I thought about doing that together tomorrow. No. I'm going to stay with Grandma. Her voice dropped so low he had to strain his ears to hear her, especially with other people talking near her. But, Mrs. Tsareva? But she's on the other side of the world in Moscow. Well, actually, she and Mikhail went back to his town. But yes, still the other side of the world. Listen, our paths intertwined for some time while you needed me. But now you can return to the stellar career you worked so much for. You'll be able to be with your daughter. When you're with Izzy, I've seen a light in your eyes I've never seen before. Not even when you won your first race. You'll make a great father. Thank you, but, his mind whirled. Hold on. I have something to tell you. I've got a lot of things to tell you. How could she not understand he needed her more than ever? Though he hadn't realized it himself until now. How could she leave? He clenched his grip on the steering wheel as he drove off, remembering that was what he'd done once. Left her at 18 without even saying goodbye. But this was different. His heart dropped to a place somewhere between the accelerator and a brake pedal. I really, truly wish you the best. I want you to be happy so much. And now I've got to go. She disconnected. With a tight band around his lungs, he called her on the hands-free phone as he sped up on the road leading to the nearest international airport. Customs. She was already going through customs. He slammed his foot harder on the gas. He had to make it before she left. Please pick up. Please pick up. But she didn't. Thoughts whirled in his mind as he touched his stubble. His scars didn't bother him much any longer. He could have plastic surgery if he wanted to remove them. And Vera didn't mind his scars at all. Loving someone didn't make one weak. And in reality, Maverick should let himself be weak because God was strong. There was nothing wrong with asking God for help. Vera was right. There was nothing wrong with accepting other people's help. In fact, it had often been necessary, like when they'd rescued the drowning man. Had Maverick tried to do it on his own, he could have gone under the ice, too. Being manly didn't mean always being the first, always being in charge. Relying on God, relying on the people God had sent him didn't make him any less of a man. But his pride and stubbornness might have. He made a sharp turn, the road map of his life becoming clearer than ever. He'd concentrated so much on winning that he'd forgotten to humble himself. Winning was everything. Losing was unacceptable. But like Vera had said, wins could become losses, and losses could become wins. He'd learned more from his failures than from his wins. But somewhere along the way, he'd lost himself. Now he was finding himself again. And just as he realized he was about to lose Vera, he realized a simple truth. He loved her. Chapter 25. The next evening, Vera did her best to keep up with the fluent Russian conversation between her grandmother, her mother, and Mikhail at the dinner table that was overflowing with food in his apartment. But her thoughts kept returning to Maverick and Izzy. By now, he was probably with his daughter. An image of him holding the baby and kissing her soft hair appeared in front of Vera's eyes, and Vera could nearly smell the baby shampoo. Giggles rang in her ears. A longing to be with them unraveled her strength with an unparalleled force. She knew now, with absolute certainty, what road she wanted to take. She wanted to be a wife and a mother, among other things. And even if she didn't give birth to Izzy, it was impossible not to fall in love with that precious baby. In some way also because she was part of the man she loved. Her grandmother touched Vera's elbow, and Vera realized Grandma was asking something. She forced a smile. "What did you say, Grandma?" "I was asking whether you'd like more bread." "But you're not with us right now, are you?" Attentive gray eyes studied her. "Sorry, a lump clogging her throat prevented her from saying anything else." She didn't need to. Grandma patted her hand. "You miss him, don't you?" It was no use trying to hide anything from Grandma. Vera sighed as she got up and placed her plate in the sink. Despite the delicious dinner of kotlety, fried potatoes, and salad Mikhail had cooked, her appetite seemed to have stayed with her heart an ocean away. "More than you can imagine. But I'm not what he wants." "How do you know? Have you asked him?" Her mother handed her an empty plate. Mikhail polished off his kotlety, and as she picked up his plate, too, sadness settled in his eyes. Men have difficulty expressing their feelings. But it doesn't mean we don't have them. Well, whatever feelings Maverick had for her were not enough. "I'll wash the dishes." Vera cleaned the table. "I know Maverick. He wanted to be a race car driver since he was a boy. It's his passion. It's his dream. I understand you don't want to follow him, right?" Grandma tucked leftovers into containers. "First, he never asked. Second, I don't think I'd fit in that world. Third, Rance's affections change fast. Maverick and Embry might try to build a family together for the baby's sake. They were attracted to each other once, after all. I'm not going to stand in the way of that. No matter how much staying away was going to hurt." Her heart ached, but she tipped her chin and filled the yellow sponge with a cleaning solution that smelled like watermelon, then scrubbed the dishes. The mundane task soothed her raw nerves just a tad. Then she turned around as she realized something. She'd tried to push the boundaries, to follow her ancestors' footsteps. Her great-grandmother was a pilot and a hero. Her grandmother had been a successful business owner before retiring. Her mother was a doctor. But maybe Vera didn't need to measure up. She didn't need to prove her worth. Maverick had a point. She needed to do something that brought her, and others, joy. "I'm sorry if I disappointed you, Mom." Her mother's eyes widened. "You never disappointed me. I'm proud of who you are. You became a wonderful person despite my lack of parenting." She sent a guilty glance Grandma's way. "Thank you for stepping in and doing what I couldn't." While Vera's heart warmed, confusion settled in as she rinsed a few more dishes. "I mean, you told me so many times I could be anything, an astronaut, a doctor, a pilot, that anything less seemed to be unacceptable. I tried to want to be a doctor to make you proud of me, to make you love me. I really did. But I couldn't." Her mother's hand flew to her mouth. "Oh no. What I meant was for you to spread your wings. To believe in yourself. To do something that you love like I do. I wanted you to be a doctor because it's something that makes me feel so fulfilled. It's not an easy field to work in, but I could pay for the best universities, pass my knowledge on to you. Maybe even pass on my practice. I could finally help you along the way. Not that it could make up for all the times I failed, but still." Vera turned off the water and whirled around. So if I had a chance to be a stay-at-home mom or work in the kitchen, you wouldn't think less of me? Oh, honey. Of course not. I'm so proud of the amazing person you've become. And I don't know what could be more honorable than being a mother. The most important thing for me is for you to be happy. To be who you want to be. Her heart swelling, Vera hugged her mother. When she let her mother go, she stared ahead of herself. Maybe real heroism was being true to yourself. And she'd found herself in the place she'd least expected. Something that she should have learned from her great-grandmother's letters. Grandma, how do you feel about opening a pastry store again? Grandma grinned. If you want to help, I'd love to. Her mother's words rang in her ears. Believe in herself. After all, her name meant faith. Loud cheering of her name made her look toward the window. Of course, it wasn't her name. It was a popular one here, after all. Guitar chords made her still for a moment. Was someone about to serenade her namesake? Oh, to be young and in love. Hopefully, that girl would appreciate what she had. Vera did her best not to pay attention to a stab of envy as she set the dishes to dry. Mikhail got up and walked onto the balcony where glass windows rested in wooden frames. I think you all should look at this. Grandma hurried out onto the balcony, giggled like a little girl, and rushed back with surprising agility for her age. Seriously, come here. Mikhail got their coats and laid Grandma's over her shoulders, then the same with Vera and her mother. I don't want you to get cold. Thanks. Vera stepped onto the balcony and froze, but not from cold. Her vision must be playing tricks on her. Her ears, too, because the voice singing off-key sounded painfully familiar. That couldn't be. She blinked and blinked again, expecting the image to disappear. But there he was, standing, holding a bouquet of red roses, and yelling at the top of his lungs now. One of her favorite songs by the boy band she'd loved in high school. Windows lit in the large building, and a few male voices shouted for Maverick to shut up in Russian, but female voices hushed them up. The fisherman whom they'd helped out of the icy water was playing the guitar surprisingly well. And the children from the skating rink were forming some words on the snow from the tree branches. A girl in a pink sweater and a matching knit hat was standing on crutches and giving orders on how to spell it better. When Vera realized what they were trying to spell, she gasped. How? Why? He should have asked them to spell it in English. Would have been only 2 words instead of 4, Grandma said from the kitchen. Thankfully, there was some applause when Maverick finished with the song. He coughed a little as if gearing up for another song. But Vera wasn't sure someone wouldn't pour a bucket of water over his head. And okay, she needed to feel his arms around her to know all this was real. Get over here, she yelled. He said something to the children, who were still only on the second word, and rushed inside. She took in his dear features. How did you bribe the children? She cringed. Yes, that was the most important question of the day. He grinned as he handed her the roses. I promised them candy. He thought a moment. Lots and lots of candy. Then he fished out a box from his coat pocket and dropped on one knee. All my life I was driving in circles, while I should have driven to you. The biggest joy for me is to see the joy in your eyes. You make me want to dream, to strive for the better. You make me feel alive. I love you with all my heart, and I was a fool for not realizing it earlier. Will you marry me? You don't have to answer right now. But I needed to ask the question I should have asked at 18. There was loud cheering behind the window. Scotsy, duh. Scotsy, duh. Scotsy, duh. He smiled nervously. Your grandma told me it means say yes. I hope I didn't butcher the words. Berra chuckled and glanced at her grandmother, who fluttered her eyelashes innocently. Vera's every cell filled with delight. No. Everyone froze, and her grandmother gasped. Maverick's shoulders slumped. She hurried to explain, no, you shouldn't have asked me at 18. We had a lot of maturing to do at the time. Our marriage wouldn't have worked out because we were going in different directions. His gaze pensive, he nodded. I needed to be the winner then. In everything. I wouldn't have been an equal partner in marriage to you. And I wasn't ready to be a wife and a mother or to combine marriage and career. Now, we learned a lot of lessons we needed to learn. God's timing is always the best. Oh, and the answer is yes. He lifted her and kissed her while Grandma rushed to the balcony and yelled, Ona skazala da. That means, she said yes, Vera whispered to Maverick. There was more loud cheering. When Maverick hugged her again, her heart swelled with more happiness than she thought it could hold. 3 days later, Cowboy crossing. Standing in the nursery, Maverick couldn't believe this bliss as he hugged his 2 favorite girls, the scent of baby shampoo making his heart jump into his throat. I didn't expect Embry to let us have Izzy. I'm still shocked. Berra stroked his face, and the simple gesture never failed to make his pulse skyrocket. She did watch us for a while with Izzy. She probably realized the baby would be better off with us. It's a big sacrifice to make, and I'm grateful to her for that. A small cloud among the sunshine made him frown. I hope she'll reconcile with Rants. He's still angry with her for deceiving him and leaving a note saying it was his child. We'll pray for them. They both need to learn a lot of lessons. At least Rants is staying sober for now. Oh, and to think that Rants forgot to put Embry on the list of potential mothers. Though they dated on and off, they'd only been together that way once, and he was too drunk to remember. She shook her head in disbelief, then stepped aside to pick up Izzy's favorite teddy, making him miss her in her arms. I wish my grandmother found her soulmate, too. She doesn't think things are going to work out with Mikhail. He winked at her, wanting to do everything to make her happy. I'll work on a list of eligible bachelors in our town. Maybe we can play matchmakers. She chuckled as she handed Izzy the teddy bear, causing immediate giggles. I'd like that. I love Russia, I really do. But I don't want her to move half the world away. She is ecstatic about Izzy, her first great-grandbaby. She forgot about her motorcycle and gun collection and is happily trading them for rattles and toys. Mom is excited, too, and is buying all the baby clothes in sight. Gratitude warmed him. I'm glad. It obviously hadn't mattered to the women of Vera's family whether Izzy was related to them by blood or not. Vera returned his smile. Oh, and thank you so much for talking to my half-brother. She stumbled. Well, not half-brother, really, as we're not related by blood. But I still care about him. You're probably the only person he'd listen to at this point. I didn't even know he was your fan. His father is finally talking to me. A pleasant feeling spread inside him at hope in her blue eyes. I'm glad I could help. And I'll be praying for him. Me, too. By the way, we loved your idea of the Christmas drive for the elderly. Grandma is already baking up a storm. I enjoy helping her. And don't worry, everything is edible. He laughed. I'm so proud of you. For being just who you are. She looked at him then out the window. I still admire my great-grandmother a lot. But I finally learned it's about doing what makes your heart soar, not your body. Being with you, with Izzy, even cooking and baking for the unsuspecting citizens of our small town makes my heart soar. Mine, too. Well, except for the cooking and baking part. The sound of her laughter was music to his ears. I learned that stereotypes are never good beacons. First, we were told that women's place is in the kitchen. Then my mother constantly told me I could be anything, a doctor like her, a pilot like my great-grandmother, or even an astronaut. But what if I was scared of heights or didn't care about studying human organs? I should have the right to that choice, too. He nodded. The brightest beacon should be our own compass, staying true to ourselves. Giggling again, Izzy said, Da, dysprosium. He froze. He probably misheard her. But the gentle smile on Vera's beautiful face said otherwise. He finally found his tongue. Did she say what I think she did? Vera kissed his cheek. Well, I sure hope so. I've worked so much with her on that one word. Dad, Izzy said again with a gap-toothed grin. Just when he thought his heart couldn't expand any more, it did. Epilogue. Torn, Jenna stilled near the restaurant window where Maverick and Vera's wedding reception was about to start. She'd stayed in the last pew in church during the wedding ceremony, doing her best to be unnoticed. Tears prickled her eyes while snowflakes whirled around her. What was she doing? How many years would she be hiding? This was her favorite brother getting married, after all, the one she'd loved so much. Vera had even invited her to be her bridesmaid. And still, Jenna was missing this wedding, an outsider in her own family. She drew a deep breath of frosty air as the scent of steak and potatoes drifted from the restaurant. While the previous wedding receptions had been in the family mansion's backyard, cold weather forced this one inside. A shiver went down her spine, but she didn't move and only ran her arms over her coat and drew the hood lower over her head. She couldn't force herself to go in. Maybe soon. But not yet. At least, she'd found out who'd followed her in Moscow and had tied up that loose end well upon return. And she'd been extra careful before coming here, so there shouldn't be any trail. The one bright thing, Maverick and Berra looked deliriously happy together. It had taken them many years, but they'd realized how right they were for each other. She smiled at an unexpected warmth. She wished them all the happiness that eluded her during her years of frantic searches in Europe. Only to yield zero results. She shuddered, not so much from cold, though it was getting frosty, as from memories. The sound of a child's laughter jerked her head up. She'd become too distracted. Usually, she was more alert as her life often depended on it. Often, it did. At the sight of a man in a coat and a cowboy hat balancing a large white gift box while trying to shepherd a boy out of the street and back onto the sidewalk, Jenna winced. Well, of all people. Her oldest brother's best friend she'd once had a crush on. Surely, Riley hadn't noticed the science geek she'd been then, all acne and braces. The coat couldn't hide his muscular frame, and he was more attractive than ever. Her heart made a strange movement. It had been ages since she'd been drawn to anyone, unable to let go of the one man she truly loved, unable to accept the bitter truth. Probably just muscle memory from her adolescence. So he had a child now. Maybe more than one. Married, of course. There was no reason for disappointment to stab her insides. None whatsoever. She turned away to make sure he didn't recognize her. Yes, many years had passed, and she was different now. Besides, she was wearing a blonde wig with 2 braids and long bangs falling on her forehead. The boy, dressed in an eggplant color coat and a matching knit beanie, barreled into her, and she staggered and leaned forward. What on earth? Then the boy tugged on her braid, making her wig slip a little before she had a chance to block it. He giggled. I'm so sorry. I still need to teach him manners. Riley rushed to her and stopped in his tracks. Jenna? She cringed. She really needed to retire if a child could destroy her disguise like this. Hi. I'm sorry, the boy said. Riley looked as uncomfortable as she felt. But somehow, he managed to slide his hand over the gift and hold the boy's hand to keep him rooted in one place. Hi. I mean, it's great to see you again. I mean, glad you came for your brother's wedding. When she didn't reply, he shifted his weight from one foot to the other. Aren't you going to go inside? She still didn't reply. He probably wondered what was wrong with her. Then she said, slowly, no. He didn't comment, just told the boy, this is my friend, Jenna. Then he introduced the kid to her. She managed to smile, lean to them, and shake the boy's tiny hand as he eyed her with curiosity. Great to meet you. Then she straightened out and faced him. I'm glad you're happily married. Oh, great. If that wasn't fishing for information, she didn't know what was. A muscle moved in his jaw. I'm single. This is my nephew. My sister, he didn't finish as he glanced at the boy. Something happened to his sister. I'm sorry. I have to leave. Will I see you again? He asked as if it mattered to him. Maybe it was finally time to return, or try to. Just in time for Christmas. The end. Acknowledgements. First of all, thank you to God for putting up with me, and for all the blessings. A million thanks to you, my readers, for reading my books, for sending me encouragement, and for supporting me. Heartfelt thanks to author Jessie Gussman for coming up with the idea for this series and for helping me so much on the way. Jessie, you make me laugh, you make me smile, and you make the world a better place. Many thanks to my street team, Alexa's amazing readers, and to my beta readers, whom I love to pieces. Kim, Trudy, Paula, Susan, Jean, Deanna, Sarah, and Andrea, you're all amazing. Thank you, Renata and Edwina, for helping me to name several characters in this book. Thanks to Robin and Lisa for helping me name the horses. Special thanks to Helen for suggesting Nehemiah, Mia for short. I thank you, wonderful editor, Deirdre, for coming through for me every time. Last, but in no way the least, thank you, Autumn. You're the best part of me. Thanks for listening to Show Me Best Friends. A Cowboy Crossing Romance. Written by Alexa Verde. Text copyright 2022 by Alexa Verde. Production copyright 2022 by Alexa Verde.